Prabandhak Committee. Department, Guru Nanak Khalsa College, Matunga, Mumbai, wholeheartedly welcome. From Pittsburgh, USA, Dr. Aparajita Datta from Massachusetts, Dr. Rajini Jacob from Columbus, Dr. Indira Laishram from California, Dr. Debashis Datta from New Zealand, Ms. Hemali Mathur from Texas University, Dr. Meena Mehta from SMIT University, Mumbai, Dr. Kusum Arunachalam, who is the ex-VC of Boone University, Dr. Sanjeev Ray from Bardhaman University, from Bharati University, Dr. Arnav Sen from Vishwa Bangla Genome Center, North Bengal University, Dr. S.R. Joshi from Department of Biotechnology, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, who has agreed to share their expertise as chairpersons and plenary speakers for various technical sessions. As we know, we could not do much of research in the past 2 years because of the pandemic. Hope all of us will take away lots of ideas from the resource persons and presentations from our future research. This conference is divided into 4 sessions, 2 sessions per day. Those 2 sessions every day will be chaired by different chairpersons who will be evaluating the presentations. At the end of the last day of the both the sessions, the best presenter will be declared. Thank you, and again, I welcome you all to enjoy the conference. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we are now moving towards the inauguration of this conference. I would like to invite our respected principal, Dr. Kiran Mandavkar, Junior College Supervisor, Dr. Kode sir, Convener, Dr. Gopal Sharma, Registrar, Mr. Sudhir Katekar, Office Superintendent, Mr. A.S.M. Sundara, and all the faculty members of Department of Botany. Please join us here for lighting the lamp.
I want one student volunteer. You come. We'll take it again.
Thank you so much, all.
You sit here. Let's go with the right.
Now I request everyone to please stand for a college prayer song. Thank you, everyone. Now let us have the pleasure of listening to our opening remarks of our Honorable Principal, Dr. Kiran Mangalkar. So please join us on the dais.
Good morning to one and all.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal. On behalf of management, staff and students of this Valsa College, I welcome all the dignitaries, the eminent resource persons, chairpersons, and of course all research scholars who are delegates for this international conference in the novel approaches in life science, a very important topic. I must thank my botany department, Dr. Gopal Sharma and her whole team. Of course, my dear volunteers, student volunteers also, who have taken a lot of efforts in organizing this particular event. Last 2 years, we are facing pandemic situation all over the world. And one of the, I think, what we have achieved is the online teaching. And today, we are doing this particular inauguration as well as the further proceedings of the conference through this blended mode. We have to use the technology. We have to be very savvy with the technology today. And that's the need of the hour. Conventional teaching, of course, is important because there the eye-to-eye contact is there. But at the same time, if suppose we want to rope in a good scientist from abroad, let us say US or any developed countries, then it is really it's a nice tool, online tool, that we can enjoy or listen to these eminent people online, which is easy for both of us. This particular international event is covering 4 sessions, where mainly the topics like the biodiversity, medicinal botany, environmental botany, biotechnology, nutrition, and so many other topics will be covered. There are almost more than 80 presentations in this conference, where the eminent researchers will be chairing these sessions. It's really a feast for all the students who are attending this conference. They will definitely enjoy all the proceedings, I'm sure, and definitely they will get benefited out of all the sessions. But novel itself suggests research. Whenever I get opportunity to speak to the students, I always tell them that you have to be research minded. Always you should think out of the box. Something innovative. Research is not confined to any degree. Usually students think that when I do PhD, I will see. Otherwise, आजकल तो रट्टा मार के पास होते हैं. Read your textbooks, pass your exams. But research is not confined to any degree. Research is everywhere. Especially commerce students, they do not, many of the students may not pursue the PhD. I always tell them that it's not confined to degree, but research is everywhere. Suppose if you join a corporate world, a department in a big multinational company, there if someone studies the ongoing procedures, do some good thinking over it, and can suggest some good points to the company to bring down the overhead costs, to increase the profitability of the company. Now you tell me which company will not offer the promotions or increments to person. So research is everywhere. Only in addition to whatever routine work you do, you have to think different than others. If you see the history of all scientists in last 4 or 5 centuries, you'll come to know that they have thought innovative, something different. A simple example is that of the Newton. Everyone knows Newton. There is a story that he was sitting below the apple tree, saw the apple falling down. But don't you think that even centuries before Newton, forget about apple, anything falling down is reaching this Earth's surface. Everybody has noted, but nobody has given thought to it. He did then a lot of experiments and then came out with the rule, gravitational So your thinking is very important. How you think differently than others, and that's the research. Research is here. The instruments are there to give you the accurate readings, precise readings or data. But what is to be done with that data? To decipher that data properly, to put it into the right conclusion is a skill. And that skill teaches you research. So research is here, not with the instruments. Otherwise, instruments को ही PhD मिलता था, not to the human being. So always think differently. You will develop your research aptitude, and that will help you greatly in your life. I'm really proud to mention here that Khalsa College is a very strong research center, where at present we have more than 30. So, in fact, with some jokingly, I can say that we offer right from 11 to PhD under one roof. We have innovative courses. Again, Khalsa College is the only college in India to have 4 different innovative courses under UGC under one roof. We have national facility for biopharmaceuticals. So of only kind in India or affiliated college having such kind of facility, which has been supported by Department of Science and Technology. And recently we got a grant from DST to the tune of almost 6 crores. Today in Khalsa College, the high-tech instrumentation and equipments are available, which are today used in industry. And we want our students to have an expertise on these instruments, hands-on experience, which will help them greatly in getting good placements. I must thank all my departments for doing this great work, contributing to the glory and laurels of these institutes. I wish all the best to this particular event for today and tomorrow, and I'm 100% sure that the outcome will definitely benefit the students who will be attending this conference. So once again, all the best and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
पूरा कवर हो रहा है, पूरा कवर होता है.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind message. Now, I request Principal Sir to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Golde.
And you should speak something botany ka kuch.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Kopa Sharma, please give a token of appreciation to our respected Principal Sir.
Who made it?
One of our students.
Good. I must appreciate that student. What is his name? Good. Very good. And this will be kept in my cabin office. Okay. So thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have Padma Shri Professor Dr. Pramod Tandon with us as our guest of honor. I request Dr. Gopal Sharma to introduce our chief guest for the day.
We'll sit on this side. Sorry.
Thank you, Pallavi.
Yeah.
It is my pleasure to welcome my teacher, Padma Shri Dr. Pramod Tandon. We are very fortunate to have you, sir, as the keynote speaker for the conference. The price of success is hard work, dedication to the job at hand, and the determination that whether we win or lose, we have applied the best of ourselves to the task at hand. Professor Pramod Tandon has been honored by all the institutions with which he was associated. If I may enlist some of his achievements, like Padma Shri Award in 2009, in appreciation for his service towards our country, he was a member of National Task Forces, including Scientific Advisory Committee to the Cabinet, Government of India. Sir was the Vice Chancellor of Northeastern University, Shillong. Apart from these, he is also recipient of many prestigious awards and Technology Agency Research Award 1994 and 95 for foreign scientists by Prime Minister's Office, Government of Japan. Sir has authored more than 200 research papers in journals of repute and edited 3 books on diversity and biotechnology.
Hello. Gopa, we have not been able to listen to you. I don't know what's the next program. Could organizers please see to it that their sound system is okay? We are not able to hear you. Gopa, your audible system, your sound system is not working. We are not able to hear you. आपकी आवाज हम लोगों को नहीं सुनाई दे रही है. बीच-बीच में breaks हैं. Please check it. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think now, is it working? Are you?
Can you hear, sir?
No, we cannot hear you still, sir.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear? Am I audible to all of you? Can someone say yes or no?
Yes, sir. You are
Okay.
audible. Yes, sir.
Fine. Thank you very much. Convener of the conference, Dr. Gopa Sharma, Mr. Principal, nominee of the management, Govinder Ji, chairpersons of the technical sessions, Professor Anshuman Chattopadhyay, Dr. Meena Mehta, Professor Arnav Sen, Professor S.R. Joshi, Dr. Kusum Arnachalam, distinguished speakers, Dr. Malabika Sen, Dr. Indira Laisram, Dr. Aprajita Datta, Dr. Rajni Jacob, Mrs. Himali Marthak, Professor Sanjeev Ray. The list is very impressive. Dr. Kusum Arnachalam, Dr. Devashish Datta. Faculty and students of the college, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly delighted to be in your midst this morning, though virtually. I have known Dr. Gopa Sarma for many years when she was a student doing her PhD with one of my colleagues, Professor A.K. Mishra. When she approached me, I gladly accepted her request to deliver the keynote address, and I wish to thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity. In between, we were not able to hear what the college has to tell about itself. We did learn something from the principal when he told about the large number of students, the special programs that are being run. I wish to mention that this is one college which was established in 1937, and it has a very long, glorious history. In fact, B.R. Ambedkar was the person who thought that there must be a college to help the students of that area, and the Sikh religious leaders from Amritsar established this college. And I'm told that the college offers quality education to a large number of students, and many alumni of the college occupy important places in their careers. So congratulations to the college. I wish to compliment the Department of Botany for organizing this international conference on novel approaches in life sciences, despite the COVID-19 global pandemic that has affected the life of millions of people across the globe in innumerable ways. The technical sessions have been meticulously planned, and besides these technical sessions, I understand that you are going to have a webinar by NCROM. I shall try to put before you some of my thoughts through a PowerPoint presentation. And let me see. Okay. Are you able to see the presentation? No.
No, sir.
Let me see. I am not very much conversant with these technologies, but let me try. There is an arrow here. It says that you can present now your entire screen. Okay. All right. And then I bring.
Sir, attendance, sir, just a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Present your
Yeah.
entire screen.
No, I have my presentation here. So one moment. I think first I have to put it in the back. Okay, here, Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay. And all right. Is it visible? No.
No, sir.
Can you guide me from the beginning?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Just click on that share wala tab button, sir.
Sir,
Okay.
near that, you go
I know.
there are-
Okay, share. All right then.
Your entire screen.
Yes, entire screen. Okay.
उसके बाद you'll get a pop-up. उसमें आपको ना आपका screen दिखेगा, sir.
Share your. Okay. Here.
Just click on that your screen and click on share button.
No, but then this PowerPoint presentation is minimized.
Let it be, sir. Let it be.
Share. All right. Okay. I don't know.
Yes.
Can't share your screen. Google Chrome might not have screen recording permission on your computer. Go to System Preferences for more help to go to Issues. System Preferences. Oh my goodness. Open System Preferences.
सर यू यूजिंग मैकबुक सर?
Yes.
सर उसमें परमिशन ग्रांट करना पड़ेगा, मैकबुक में परमिशन नहीं होता है।
अच्छा, तो उसके लिए मुझे क्या करना होगा आप बताइए जरा।
सर सेटिंग्स ओपन कीजिए।
अच्छा, one moment, let me minimize this and go to system preferences
यस सर।
and system preferences में you said नहीं, settings तो नहीं, इसमें security and privacy या कहाँ पर?
शेयरिंग आइकन होगा सर सिस्टम प्रेफरेंसेस में।
Okay, one second. User screen extension. I wish I had done it beforehand. Stop. It says general desktop screensaver, dock, mission control, series, language notification, internet password, users and accessibility, screen timer, security, privacy, software, network, Bluetooth, sound, keyboard, track, mouse, display. Is it in display?
Sir,
Sharing. Okay, sharing. I got it.
Yes,
I
sir.
got it. Sharing. All right. And then what do you want me to do here? Screen sharing. Click screen sharing.
स्क्रीन शेयरिंग टिक करना है सर।
और ठीक है, उसके बाद that's it.
or sir, if you can share your PPT to us, you can share it to me. I'll just do this.
Sir,
Okay,
we
but
can present it from here.
but
Then settings will do it later, sir.
Sir, you can
All
share it to me. I'll present it.
Okay, one moment. So नहीं, it will नहीं, email से तो नहीं जाएगा. It is 120. Use mail drop. Huh?
Sir, you can share it in WhatsApp also if you have.
No, one moment. I'll do it. One second. I'm sending it through Gmail. Just one second. I'm sorry for this glitch.
No problem, sir. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can open your mail, Gopa. It's have you received it, Gopa? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. I think the organizers need to. while they are loading the slides, I think I can begin and start talking to save time. Now, what I wish to do is talk about the biodiversity, how it is linked to human diversity, and then how biodiversity could be used for bioeconomy and how entrepreneurship could be linked to it. Now, first of all, both biological diversity and respect for human diversity are fundamental to stability and durable peace on Earth. Now, development has to be sustainable and in harmony with the needs and aspiration of each culture. The tolerance and reciprocal respect for cultural distinctiveness needs to be there. Now, look at this, that how cultural diversity becomes a source of innovation, creativity, and exchange, which are key factors to mutually enriching future for humankind. While cultural diversity unites individuals, societies, and people, it also guarantees sustainability, and biological diversity provides an enabling environment for it. There are a number of cultural practices across our own country related to efforts by different communities, be it their cultural practices or their religious practices. And for that, they have been conserving biodiversity over millennia. And then, even if you look at different religions, in fact, in some of the slides that I had to show you, I talked about the cultural diversity in Northeast, how very rich cultural diversity has resulted in conservation and sustainable utilization of biodiversity in that region. Even amongst the Sikh religion, it has a history that proves that they are distinct, and they have also helped in many ways in utilizing these resources. Gopa, are we ready with the slides?
Sir, you have just shared the link with us, not the whole PPT, I think. We are unable to.
Sir, we are just requesting the access, just grant the access.
Okay, one moment. This would be from my Gmail account?
Yes, sir. You can open your Gmail account.
Okay.
And you'll receive a notification for access.
No, have you sent this to me? Have you
Yes,
sent this
sir.
to me?
Yes, yes.
Can you repeat it? I don't see. Okay, I have now. All right. Open sharing settings.
Yes.
And okay, one moment. Our system detected unusual traffic from your computer network. Now, what? Open in Google Chrome. Permission to. This could take a few moments. Okay, it says connected suggested party iCloud. No, couldn't connect more apps. I know that one requires permission for this. No, the link that you sent me just now, it is okay. Keynote address, okay. Requesting access to following the keynote address, okay. Click. Can you guide me on this? I have received your email. Just please tell me what I need to do. It says online is requesting access to the following presentation. Okay. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Wait a minute.
Okay. And then when I open it, it says download, connect more apps, try one of the following below to open or edit this item: connected app, Google Slides, iCloud, etc., etc. Here, share, add, rename, find details, manage comments, report. Share, all right.
यस शेयर और एडिटर राइट्स कुछ ऑप्शन दिख रहा होगा सर उसमें.
यहाँ पर ये लिखा है add people and group, so I will add Gopa Sharma. Okay.
एंड एक और आईडी सर मैं जस्ट मेल बॉक्स में डायल ये टाइप कर रहा हूँ, वो आईडी भी डाल दो ना उसमें.
अच्छा. मेल बॉक्स में have you sent it to me? Is it there in the mailbox?
Sir, it is in the chat box.
Chat box में है. Okay.
gnkc.khalsa.
I got it. I got it. I will just add it there. Did you get it?
Yes sir, got it.
Okay, good.
Hello sir.
Yeah.
Can you see the presentation sir?
Yes. Can you put it on the projection mode full?
Yes sir. Now?
Yeah, it's still smaller. Can you?
Sir, you have to pin
That's
that.
right. No, that's right. It's okay. So can you move on quickly, because I don't want to spend time on these things. Yeah, please go ahead. Next one. Next. Yeah, please stay here. Now let us consider what is Indian Gene Center. We are amongst the world's top megadiversity countries. Eastern Himalayas and Western Ghats are important global hotspots. We have enormous variation in the vegetation pattern in our country, as one would find that there is Thar Desert, which is so dry, and when you move to the northeast in Cherrapunji, one of the wettest places on earth, plainlands to high mountain, and all this results in very rich biodiversity. The plant wealth is considered to be 49,000 species, then very high endemism, 26 endemic centers. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about this. Very rich fauna, one-horned rhino, bullock gibbon, pygmy hawk, wild buffaloes, a large number of exquisite butterflies, insect fauna. All this makes our country very rich in multiplicity of life forms, diversity of ecosystems, species and genetic pool within the species. Next one, please. Now, why plant resources are essential for life? Indian economy is predominantly agriculture based. Majority of our food comes from plants. Our people rely on medicinal plants to a very great extent. More than 7,000 plants are medicinally important. And plant genetic resources, as you know, are an integral part of genetic improvement programs. Next one, please. There is a need to conserve crop genetic diversity. As you know, the potato famine, Irish potato famine, or the problem of maize in the United States, entire germplasm was wiped off. Therefore, it's imperative that we conserve the germplasm for future generations. Biodiversity generates economic value. Large number of plant products, compounds, genes, etc., that are required for the need of the industry are provided by biodiversity. Now, one thing very important is that 40% of global economy is based on biological products and processes. So this makes it really very significant in terms of economic development across the globe. Next one, please. The depletion of plant genetic resources is taking place throughout the world. 34,000 out of 270,000 plant species are endangered. In our own country, a large number of both fauna and flora are threatened. Decline in vegetation cover results in serious ecological imbalances. And one would realize that extinction of plant species means loss of opportunity to discover more useful forms. However, people in our country living in the forests, living in the villages knew that crops and forests meant their survival, and therefore they have been able to conserve them over hundreds and thousands of years. Next one, please. Next. The Indian agriculture is very significant, and we are one of the world's 8 centers of crop plant origin. Large number of crop plants are considered to have originated in our country. We have large number of their wild relatives also present in our country. We have 20 agroecological zones with a large number of microhabitats. More than 348 crop plants are cultivated in our country. Next one, please. 50,000 distinct varieties of rice. Can you imagine? I mean, such a rich germplasm we have. 1,000 varieties of cocoa beans. And utilizing these resources, we are producing something like over 300 million metric tons of food in our country, which is a record high now. Next one. While we produce so much of food, there is still a problem of hunger. India is ranked 102 in global hunger index. Pakistan 94, Bangladesh 88, Nepal 73. The African countries, South African countries, the countries in Sahara, they are doing much better than India. We are home to 42% of world's underweight children, whereas our immediate neighbor, Pakistan, has only 5%. 252 million people go hungry every day. 57 million children remain undernourished. So these are the problems which we are facing. Next one, please. Some issues. We have lagged in achieving the Millennium Development Goal, and there is a need to increase the pace of our development. Agricultural revitalization. Taste and quality has been there, and China has done it. But when we talk of GM crops, have we been able to move from fiber to food? No, unfortunately, so far, it's only those crops which are not consumed are allowed to be genetically modified. I think there is still a need for biofortification, combining production and nutrition, and health policy directives need to be there in place. I think we have already talked about it. BT cotton was introduced in 2002, and it is something like $11 million worth of business now. Next one. 11 billion, I'm sorry. I think we'll move on. Please move to the next slide. Now, another challenging issue that lies before us is climate change. It's the single greatest threat to plant diversity. It would drive to extinction large number of plants. Current prediction estimate increase in temperatures from 1.4 to 5.8 degrees C by 50. And 1/4 of all potato, peanut, cowpea species could become extinct if the same rate of climate change continues. 50% of land areas suitable for cultivation could be gone. Mangroves would decrease. Next one. Now, global warming is causing shift in species spatial distribution. We are moving towards the poles at a speed of 6.1 kilometer per decade, 1 meter per decade upward. There is the temperature rise is going to cause sea level rises from 15 to 90 centimeters, threatening about 92 million people with floods. Next one. And then it's not only ends here. More people would be at the risk of malaria. 210 million people estimated to be at the risk of malaria. Up to 3.1 billion more people suffering from water scarcity. 50 million people more people facing hunger. So these are some of the concerns that we have in terms of climate change. Next one. Now, this is just to show how animals and plants are fleeing climate change, are migrating towards the pole. And you see these two, a child and a parent. He says, "Dad, when will we get to Canada?" And he says, "This is Canada." And you can see the situation, the ecology of Canada here. So this is all going to change. Next one. What we need to do is embrace climate change as it is and look for mitigation programs. Conserve plant genetic resources, especially sensitive to climate change. Preserve habitats. Improve our understanding of climate change and biodiversity linkages, and also integrate biodiversity considerations into mitigation and adaptation plans. Next one, please. Now, I'm coming to another aspect, which is a sad reality. This is from one of the employment exchange. You see large number of students standing out there to register for a job. Next one. Now, India's jobless growth is increasing, and what we need to create 150 million jobs this decade alone. Therefore, there is a need to develop skills and infrastructure. Next one. Next. Next, one doesn't know. There are so many candidates who apply for positions, whether one of them would be picked up or not finally, one doesn't know. Next. Now, talking of bioeconomy, natural economy was there when people used to grow for themselves, for their community. There was nothing in terms of monetary exchange. It was in terms of goods that they used to exchange. Then came the fossil economy, and all of us know that fossil fuels are depleting rapidly, and this economy is going to go down. And therefore, what we need is something which we can renew. Bioeconomy. Next one. Now, bioeconomy refers to a set of economic activities relating to the invention, development, production, and use of biological products and processes. Next one. Next. What we get from bioeconomy. The entire biomass could be used for use of fine chemicals, medicines, food, chemicals, bioplastics, transport fuels, electricity, and heat. Next. Bioeconomy is born from necessity. People are forced to alternative to non-renewable raw materials. And due to population growth by 2030, we would need 50% more food, 45% more energy, and 30% more water. Climate change, as I said, is an imminent reality. The scarcity of non-renewable raw materials, etc., has led to think about how we can use our bioresources for economic growth. And India's bioeconomy has already crossed 35 billion. Next one. Next. And you would see here the total bioeconomy, as I said, it's more than 35 billion. And only thing in terms of bioagri, you have BT cotton, which is close to 11 billion now. Whereas in terms of biopharma, diagnostic and its services, vaccines, therapeutics are doing fairly good. Healthcare sector, healthcare IT is doing better. Informatics is not, but then I think it's an important area where one should concentrate. I can give you the example of Surya from Kurude Pharmaceuticals. He has been able to sign 500 million US dollars worth of contract with Roche for designing a small molecular weight substance. So all these are very important. Next one. So what we aim by Mission 2025, that we would have 100 billion bioeconomy from our country. Next one. How do we do it? We have a large number of flowering plants. The international floriculture trade stands at 45 billion, expected to reach 77 billion by 2026. And in our country, we have given a slogan, million jobs with $1 billion. And the floriculture export is moving ahead. In 18-19, it was 18.94 million. Next one. Some beautiful orchids I bring to you from Northeast. These are exotic, beautiful orchids. Next one. Yeah, lady slipper of different kinds. They have a very long shelf life of more than 30 days. Next one. Yeah, again, some beautiful orchids. These are the ones which can be through hybridization, and even if they are used as such, in large numbers, could earn a lot of foreign exchange. Next one. Next. These are all tissue culture raised. Now, we always involved in Northeast the women folk, and I see that we have a large number of students from Northeast present here. I see Vinita Chauhan, Kusum, Gopa, and many others. They would know that at NEHU, many efforts have been done in terms of utilizing the rich bioresources of that region. And I think there is a need to look at this across the country. Next one. Now, we worked on turmeric, the cultivation, the Lakadang turmeric has highest curcumin content, in certain cases more than 11%. So women folk from Northeast have been trained to utilize this resource. And if you see in the next slide, you will see, next. One of the ladies got Padma Shri this year for mobilizing about 800 farmers to set up self-help groups. It has changed the economic scenario of Meghalaya. Next one. Now, I worked for about 6 years at Biotech Park Lucknow, and we used to multiply bananas in large number, more than 25 to 30 lakh plants each year. Next. And then, I mean, the possibilities are enormous. I don't subscribe to this kind of banana production where you have such large bananas. But then the technologies are available where you can design your own crops based on your need. Next one. Now, we have a tremendous, astounding traditional knowledge in our country, which needs to be used for applications of biological resources through the prevalent practices. Now, the purpose of this is to first validate the active principles present in the plants used by the traditional healers, and then look for ultimate development of a drug rather than just cataloging. However, in many cases, one would find that the revenue which is generated through such efforts hardly reach the people who have shared their traditional knowledge. This must be ensured. Next one. Next. Now, herbal products. The global market is 105 billion US dollars, showing an annual increased growth of 7%, expected to be 117 billion by 2024. Look at the India's share, it is just 2.5%. That is 1/4 that of China. And many of the participants from the US would know that on the shelves in the market, you have most of the product coming from China. I think Indian product could also be sold very easily, whether it's the herbal products or nutraceuticals, which is again a very important industry, around 385 billion at this moment, and going to be 671 billion by 2024. So you can imagine how important this area is. We need a strong Indian pharmaceutical industry to meet our local demands and also demands elsewhere in the world. Next one. Please move these, quickly go away. Please, yeah, now stay here. Next one. See, this shows the different kind of variability in chilies in Northeast, and one of my students worked on this, Jolokia, one of the most pungent chilies of the world. It used to be number one in terms of Scoville unit, more than 1 million. But somebody told me that the Mexican claim to have something better than this. Anyway, it's an important plant which has been worked upon by one of my students at great length. Next one. The purpose of showing it here that one can develop these pepper guns, which many women folk and police people use to deter the culprits. Next one. Now, another important bioresource is bamboo. And while we are doing a lot of work on bamboo through its application in handicrafts and also for paper making, etc., we have to look at one important aspect, that is India contributes only 4% of share of the global market. And why this is so, despite the fact that we have the largest area under cultivation, 11.4 million hectares. There is a need to improve our bamboo species if we wish to compete in the international market. Next one. There are a number of programs that have been initiated by our government in the recent past. Startup India, Stand Up India. Next one. We need to innovate for New India. You have to give your ideas a jump start. The youngsters, I'm sure that large number of students, research students, they are participating in this seminar, and they need to, they are the future of this country, and they need to take up such initiatives which will help in national development. Next one. This morning, your principal talked about be different. And here is a slide that I put on. Yes, you cannot be just the same as the case was earlier. You have to be different. Next one. The same thing I'm telling you, thinking out of the box. Next one. Now, here, I put up a slide. First, let me talk about this gentleman. How many of you know who this person is? Akshay Kumar. And he is an alumnus of your college, Khalsa College. I think some of the people sitting there from the Khalsa College would know this. Now, coming to this gentleman, who is known as Padman, Arnachalam Muruganathan. He was concerned about the healthcare of women folk in his family and village with regard to the use of sanitary pads. And he started a small business producing sanitary pads in his for his family and village people. And eventually it has become a big industry. He's manufacturing sanitary pads for less than a third of the cost of commercial pads. Machines are installed in 23 states of India, currently planning to expand the production of these machines to 106 nations. And this commendable effort of this gentleman led to receiving Padma Shri from the President of India. And also a picture called Padman was made out of this effort. Next one. Similarly, there was an Oscar Award 2019 for a small film, Period, End of Sentence. This was a 26-minute film that profiles women in Indian village who helped in manufacture of affordable menstrual pads. Next one. Now, we knew about wheels for hundreds and thousands of years, and it was only in the year 1970 and 72 that the wheels were put to the suitcases. And eventually there was improvement on it, that you have 4 wheels now instead of those wheels at the back of it. Now you have a 360-degree rotation. So there may be large number of things which we know in our country which needs to be utilized now for gainful purposes. Next one. Now, this is a tea which is produced in our country, and there is a company called Organic India. Now, what they are doing is blending it in a way that people like these things, and they are sold in different packings with different names, and it's just the same tea which is sold. So you have to think that something which is already there, how you can sell it to the customers. Next one. Now, the business of memories. These are the four people, Neeraj Kakkar, Neeraj Biryani, Suhas Mishra, and James Nuttall, who founded Hector Beverages. And Suhas Mishra used to bring Aam Panna from his home, and they used to share. And one day they thought that let us try and bring these things to the people. And they went to Mr. Narayan Murthy, got some funds, and established this company called Hector Beverages. And now many of us would be drinking these exotic drinks and so on. Next one. Now, large number of fruits and vegetables, they go waste in our country. I know in northeastern part of India, jackfruit is grown in abundance, but it rots on the floor of the forested area where this is grown or elsewhere. There is a need to process these things, tin them and sell them. Next one. Freeze dry large number of fruits that are there. Next one. So what I wish to tell you is there is a need to boost bioeconomy knowledge in schools, colleges, and universities. And there is a need to start programs in MSc in bioeconomy, which has a component of biotechnology and law, and it is being done in large number of countries now. We have to develop new capabilities and skills. There is a need to organize summer schools for both teachers and students. Next one. Next. What are the objectives of skill development? Support startups and help in entrepreneurship development. Educational programs to create awareness about entrepreneurial and job opportunities. We need to help the farmers to increase their productivity through biotechnological interventions. Next. I will briefly list out what are the different opportunities that exist in our country for setting up of a startup in the area of biotechnology, and also in certain other areas. Startup India, Make in India, Atal Innovation Mission, support to training and employment programs for women, STEP to train women particularly, then BIRAC, Stand Up India, then TREAD, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Next. National Skill Development Mission, Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development, WEB. There are a number of social media platforms for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs. Next one. Why are there still fewer women in science, technology, engineering, and maths? Now, look at the figures. 49.3% female students are enrolled in bachelor's program in our country. 27% in BTech. And what you find, 60.8% in MSc, which is a very good number. But what happens eventually? Only 6% women opt for PhD in engineering and technology. And in science stream, it's only 3%. So large number of our women folk are not able to pursue their studies beyond master's program. And it's a big loss to the nation. Next one. Now, still, we don't have large number of women biotech entrepreneurs in our country. One would find that only 9% of startup founders are women. So we need more women in this area. Next one. If you close the gender gap, you would find that it would lead to 6.8% gain in GDP. And the picture is grim that we rank 52nd out of 57 countries that have been evaluated. From 2005 to 2018, there is a drop in participation of women in the workforce. So what we need to do is harness the full potential of women entrepreneurs that can promote innovation, economic growth, and job creation. Next one. Now, one could be Ardra Chandramouli or Gayatri Thankachi, who are in the manufacturing of biologicals, biochemicals, enzymes, and so on, or could be Sara D'Souza, who has large number of kits at her credit for milk adulteration kit, biochemical analysis and stability testing and so on. Next one. Anuradha Acharya, again, who has focused on preventive health care. She is awarded with Young Global Leader by World Economic Forum way back in 2018. Again in 2018, WPAS Trailblazer for Forbes. Next one. One could even think of aspiring to become Kiran Majumdar Shaw, who has changed the entrepreneurship scenario in our country as a woman entrepreneur. They deal in industrial enzymes, biopharmaceuticals, diabetes, oncology, autoimmune diseases, you name it, and they are into it. And the entire credit goes to this lady. So these are the role models that are there for our women folk to follow. Next one. Next, I think this also talks about there is enormous opportunity in our country that exists now. There is a lot of funding that is available. We need to have the courage to apply for these grants. Also need courage for failures. I think if you wish to become an entrepreneur, the first thing is that you have to forget about fears of all kinds. Think about taking the challenge. Failures may be there 1, 2, 5, 10 times, but ultimately you would succeed, and you would be one of those role models that I showed to you just now. Next one. And the position that exists in our country in terms of entrepreneurship development is something which we need to boast now. It is so good. Everywhere you will find skill development programs, and this is what our Prime Minister said. Skill development of the new generation is a national lead and is the foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have to be self-reliant, and I think all of us who are into this area of the seminar today, in some way or the other, can contribute to this aspect of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I wish this seminar, the conference, all the best, and I now declare it open. Thank you very much for your patient hearing, and I'm sorry for the technical glitch that existed at the beginning of this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I was eagerly waiting to listen to you, sir, after so many years. Sorry for some technical issues in between. On behalf of Botany Department of JN Khalsa College, I would like to thank you, sir, for taking out time to be with us and share your knowledge. I'm really grateful that you have agreed to be a part of this conference. I was really scared with seeing the slides of job scenario you had presented. I'm sure your words and wisdom have inspired the young minds present here. Sir has spoken about all aspects related to our conference and about possible entrepreneurship programs. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Really, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I request Dr. Vibha Gupta to start with the first technical session. Over to you, Vibha.
Thank you, Gopa ma'am. So very good morning and warm welcome to all. We have with us one of the distinguished renowned faculty from Department of Zoology, Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan, Professor Anshuman Chattopadhyay. We truly express our gratitude for accepting our invitation as a chairperson for the technical session 1 Biotechnology wholeheartedly. Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce you to all present here. Sir completed doctorate from Northeastern University, Shillong. He has vast expertise in the field of toxicological studies, metal profiling, signaling, as well as epigenetics regulation, anti-cancerous properties, apoptosis, and so on. Sir received a visiting fellowship from Homi Bhabha Center of Science Education, TIFR 2004, Union for International Cancer Control Fellowship, Institute of Pathology, Munich, Germany 2005. To his credit, Sir has published 65 research papers in national and international journals and has authored 2 books. Anshuman sir is an associate editor of a very prestigious journal, The Nucleus Springer. Under his guidance, 10 students have been awarded PhD degree. Sir is also a life member of UICC, Indian Society of Cell Biology, Indian Association of Radiant Biology, Zoological Society of Calcutta, Association of Teachers in Biology, and so on. In addition, he was also a member of National Academic Committee of the International Biology Olympiad held in Mumbai in the year 2008. He also participated as scientific observer from India in the International Biology Olympiad held in Changwon, South Korea, 2010. So we are glad to have you, sir, for the session. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir. So with your kind permission, let me brief you about the session. Anshuman, sir, are you there?
Yeah, sure. I am here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much. Thank you so
Yes,
much
sir.
for your nice words.
Okay, sir. So we have 4 international plenary speakers for this session. The speakers will be sharing their field of expertise with the participants. We also have invited research presentations under biotechnology theme, and we have received 14 in number. The technical team of biotechnology, Mr. Priyank and Ms. Sakshi, are MSc students. They have compiled the videos of all presentations. In order to avoid glitches, technical glitches, we will be playing all videos after 2 plenary talks. The score sheet of all the 14 presentations, they have been already shared with you, sir. So at the
Yeah.
end of the session, we request you to give your valuable suggestions and remarks for the presentation. So thank you, sir. So with your kind permission, now I request Dr. Babita Rana to introduce the first plenary speaker of the day, sir.
Yeah, but before that, I must express my gratitude to Sir Professor Pramod Tandon sir and Madam Veena Tandon sir, those who were our teachers, and we are extremely delighted to have you sir today with us, and Madam will be with us tomorrow. And I also express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Gopa Sharma, whom I know for more than 20 years. And I really thank Dr. Gopa Sharma for kindly inviting me to chair the session for this prestigious conference. Thank you all. So please start the session with the first speaker.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Over to Babita, ma'am.
Thank you, Viva. Good morning to all. It's our immense pleasure to have Dr. Malavika Sen as a resource person for the technical session in biotechnology. I can see Madam has joined us since morning as per Indian Standard Time. On behalf of Botany Department, GN Khalsa College, Mumbai, and all the participants, I, Babita Rana, feel privileged to introduce Dr. Malavika Sen. Dr. Sen pursued a PhD in biochemistry from Calcutta University. She has a doctoral experience in India and in US as well. Currently, she holds a research assistant professor position in the Department of Medicine at the University of Pittsburgh. Dr. Sen has 27 years of professional experience in health science, including more than 17 years of understanding the hallmarks of cancer, validating biomarker to screen for early stage detection and developing novel molecular targeted therapeutics in different cancer types. Madam has considerable research publication in renowned journals like Cancer Discovery with Impact Factor 43, Clinical Cancer Research, and several others. She has presented her work at many national and international conferences, including American Association for Cancer Research, American Head and Neck Society. Dr. Malavika Sen has accomplished several NIH-funded projects and has reviewed various manuscripts in the esteemed Cancer Journal. With this piece of introduction, I welcome Madam and request you to share your subject knowledge and expertise with our participants. Before handing over the platform to Dr. Sen, I request the participants to keep their camera and mic off. And our participants can interact with the speaker by raising their hands at the end of the session. Platform is yours, Madam.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present the research that we do in the lab. Can the slides be shared? I think I have forwarded the slides to Gopa.
Can you see it? Can you see it? Is it seen?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is visible.
Yes, yes, perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you for the wonderful introduction. So in the interest of time, I will start with the presentation. And the title of my talk is Hypermethylation of Protein Tyrosine Phosphatase Receptor Type T Increases Signal Transducer and Activator of Transcription 3 Activation in Lung Cancer. Next slide, please. So before I dive into the data, I kind of really want to give a little bit of a background on lung cancer. So lung cancer is the most common cancer worldwide and is the leading cause of cancer-related mortality in the United States. According to the American Cancer Society's facts and figures, an estimated 237 new cases of lung cancer are expected to be diagnosed, and 130,000 deaths are expected in the US. The most common or the most principal risk factor for the development of lung cancer is smoking. However, there are many cases of lung cancer where patients have never been smokers. There are three different types of lung cancer, and non-small cell lung cancer is the most prevalent, and it occurs in 85% of all the lung cancers diagnosed. Despite therapeutic advances, the 5-year survival rate for lung cancer patients remain low at only 17%, which is much worse than most other cancers. Thus, there is a tremendous need for biomarker identification and molecular targeted therapy. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that I have taken from the American Cancer Society, and it shows the trends in death rates of different cancers. And for lung cancer, it is depicted in orange. And as you see, there has been a significant increase in deaths arising from lung cancer until 2005. And after 2005, you see there is a decline, but compared to all the other cancers, it is significantly high. So there is definitely a need for early detection of lung cancer, because by the time lung cancer is diagnosed, it is much at a later stage, and hence much of the standard therapy that exists, such as surgery, chemotherapy, or radiation, does not really work. Next slide, please. So why are we focusing on this particular molecule, which is signal transducer and activator of transcription, or a STAT3? Now, emerging studies continue to implicate STAT3 as an oncogene in many different cancers, including lung cancer. STAT3 belongs to a family of 7 latent cytoplasmic transcription factors that are activated in response to various extracellular cytokines, including hormones, growth factors, and many others, leading to recruitment of STAT3 to the activated receptor via its SH2 domains, and finally activating or phosphorylating STAT3 at tyrosine 705, which is the active site of STAT3. Phosphorylated STAT3 then undergoes homo or heterodimerization, which then translocates to the nucleus and binds to the DNA response elements in the promoter region of targeted genes such as cyclin D1 and BCLXL, which are the most common genes which are studied and associated with various cellular processes such as cell proliferation, differentiation, apoptosis, and many others. Next slide, please. Thus, multiple molecular mechanisms have been identified that influence the persistent activation of STAT3 in different cancers. However, STAT3 gain of function mutations are not frequent in lung cancer. And in addition to all the upstream signaling regulation, as I just mentioned in the previous slide, STAT3 is also negatively regulated by several downstream regulators, and deregulation of the negative regulators can lead to constitutive activation of STAT3. Now here is a structure of one of the negative regulators of STAT3, which is PTPRT, or protein tyrosine phosphatase receptor type T. It is a member of the receptor type protein tyrosine phosphatase family. And the way PTPRT works is it negatively regulates STAT3 function via dephosphorylating STAT3 tyrosine at its 705 active site region, and which is known for the activation of STAT3 and finally inactivating STAT3 to carry out all its downstream activities. Thus, of all the members of the PTPR family, PTPRT is one of the most frequently inactivated genes across all human cancers. Thus, next slide, please. This is just kind of a schematic of what I have just mentioned, where how STAT3 gets activated by its upstream kinases, and once it is phosphorylated, that is where exactly PTPRT starts acting to dephosphorylate STAT3 and leading to its inactivation in the normal cells. Next slide, please. Thus, PTPRT has been shown to be mutated in a small subset of tumors. And since the scarcity of PTPRT mutation is inconsistent with the frequency of STAT3 activation in lung cancer, other mechanisms, including the epigenetic alteration of the negative regulators of STAT3, may play a role. So therefore, the present study was aimed at assessing the gene promoter methylation status of PTPRT in lung cancer. And this is just kind of a little bit of an overview of how or what happens in DNA methylation. The schematic kind of shows that in the process of DNA methylation, there is addition of a methyl group at the 5-carbon of the cytosine ring, resulting in 5-methylcytosine. These methyl groups project into the major groove of DNA and inhibit transcription. And previously, some work on PTPRT methylation has also been done in head and neck cancer, where frequent promoter hypermethylation of PTPRT has been shown to increase STAT3 activation and sensitivity to STAT3 inhibition. However, nothing has been done in the context of lung cancer, and hence we got really interested to understand and see if PTPRT could be a mechanism of action for STAT3 activation or upregulation in lung cancer. Next slide, please. So the rationale for this work is PTPRT promoter methylation may serve as a predictive biomarker for responsiveness to STAT3 inhibitions in clinical development. Next slide, please. So this is a very heavy slide, but I'll kind of keep it simple. So what we have done here is we have taken the methylation data for PTPRT from the TCGA, and we wanted to understand what if PTPRT methylation is there is PTPRT methylation in the two different types of lung cancer, which is the squamous cell and the adenocarcinoma. And as we can see, TCGA data demonstrated that PTPRT promoter is methylated in 157 out of the 452 lung cancer cases that have been tested. For adenocarcinoma, and in squamous cell carcinoma, 14 out of the total of 227 patient samples have shown positive for PTPRT methylation. However, in the same set, normal lung cancer cells were also included in the analysis, but they did not show methylation in this region. Figure D kind of shows that we also tried to extend this work to a set of patients from the Pittsburgh lung cancer cohort, and we found that 36 out of the 80 tumor samples that were tested demonstrated hypermethylation of the PTPRT promoter region. And this regional methylation increase was again associated with diminished mRNA expression of the PTPRT. Next slide, please. So next, we wanted to evaluate PTPRT status using a methylation-specific primer to confirm the methylation status of PTPRT promoter region in non-small cell lung cancer tumors. So we were able to obtain a total of 12 tumor samples, and we tested them for PTPRT methylation. And out of the 12 samples which were tested, 6 tumors had detectable promoter region methylation, confirming PTPRT promoter methylation might be a frequent mechanism for STAT3 activation in lung cancer. The primary tumors allowed us to determine if PTPRT promoter methylation was also associated with upregulation of STAT3 target genes. And so what we did was we took the first 3 tumors as we had enough mRNA or rather RNA sample from those 3 samples. And we examined mRNA expression of the STAT3 target genes in these 3 samples. And we found that cyclin D1, which is figure 2B, and BCLXL, which is figure 2C, showed increased mRNA expression in the tumor with methylated PTPRT promoter region, which is patient number 2, which was much increased compared to the other 2 tumors, which were patient number 1 and 3, where PTPRT was unmethylated. So we further extended this analysis to lung adenocarcinoma in the TCGA, and we identified similar higher BCLXL, which is figure 2D, and cyclin D1, which is figure 2E, mRNA expression with higher PTPRT methylation, again suggesting an association of PTPRT inactivation with STAT3 activation in lung cancer. To extend our studies, next slide, please. So to extend our studies beyond the TCGA, we examined lung cancer cell lines for this epigenetic change. So we took a total of 7 cell lines, and out of the 7 cell lines tested, which were A549, H23, H1435, H1650, H1793, and H1703, determined PTPRT promoter methylation. So I have not included the data, but this is in continuation to what we have observed for PTPRT methylation. So next, we wanted to correlate PTPRT mRNA expression with respect to methylation, and figure 3A shows that of all the 7 cell lines tested, the first 6 cell lines correlated positively between PTPRT mRNA expression and PTPRT methylation, and the only cell line which showed increased mRNA expression for PTPRT was H520, which correlated very well with PTPRT methylation, unmethylation as well. So further down, we wanted to test the phospho-STAT3 expression levels in these cell lines, and we found that, as you can see in figure 3B, all the 6 cell lines which showed PTPRT methylation demonstrated increased STAT3 activation. However, H520 was the only cell line which showed unmethylation for PTPRT, and as you can see, there is almost negligible level of phospho-STAT3 activation in H520. Next slide, please. So based on our hypothesis, the PTPRT promoter hypermethylation may lead to increased phospho-STAT3 levels, and the non-small cell lung cancer cell lines with PTPRT promoter methylation demonstrated increased pSTAT3 expression. However, in 520 cell lines, which showed unmethylation of the PTPRT promoter region, there was reduced expression of phospho-STAT3. This is just kind of a summary of the previous slide. So in continuation with this slide, we wanted to test whether PTPRT function. Sorry. Yes, so we wanted to test whether PTPRT function is directly controlling STAT3 phosphorylation. So what we did was, if you can go to the next slide. Right. So what we did here was We knocked down PTPRT by siRNA in H520 because that was the only cell line which showed expression for PTPRT. And what we found is that in figure 4A, transfection of siRNA against PTPRT inhibited PTPRT mRNA expression compared to the cells which were transfected with scrambled siRNA or vehicle at the end of 72 hours, which is figure 4A. Further, inhibition of PTPRT mRNA expression using siRNA correspond to increased mRNA expression of the STAT3 target genes such as cyclin D1 and BCL-XL compared to which correspond to increased mRNA expression of the STAT3 target genes as we see in figure 4B and figure 4C. In addition, effect of PTPRT knockdown on STAT3 and STAT3 target protein expression showed that in H520 cells transfected with PRT siRNA, inhibition of PTPRT results in increased expression of phosphorylated STAT3 and activation of STAT3 target genes such as cyclin D1 and BCL-XL at the end of 72 hours, as we can see in figure 4D and in figure 4E, which is at the end of 96 hours, thus providing mechanistic indication that PTPRT methylation is an important epigenetic event that drives upregulation of phospho-STAT3. Next slide, please. So next, we wanted to assess whether PTPRT promoter methylation may increase sensitivity to STAT3 inhibition. And what we have done here is we have taken some compounds which were previously identified in a screening assay where we had screened about 97,000 compounds, and these were the few leads that were identified from the screen which were found to target a STAT3 pathway. So we used the same leads to see if there is a differential effect of these inhibitors on the three cell lines which were H520, H23, and H1703. And the reason we took this cell line was because H23 and H1703 had high phospho-STAT3 activity and H520 had almost negligible, and we wanted to see if there is a differential effect. And we found that in the two cell lines, H23 and H1703, both 864,669, which is figure 5A, and 424,8543, that's another STAT3 pathway inhibitor, which is figure 5B, was able to selectively inhibit phospho-STAT3 activation. Or rather, the readout was cell kill compared to H520, which was unmethylated for PTPRT. And there was the third compound that we had tested was figure 5C, which was 10205, and that showed a similar trend as well. And figure 5D was the only compound which was used as a negative control because it did not show activity in any of these screening studies that we had previously done. And we wanted to see in these cell lines if 10381 was able to kind of show that there was absolutely no effect on any cell lines. So as you see that, none of the three cell lines that were tested against 10381 showed any effect, or rather showed any selectivity pattern. Next slide, please. So further, we tested the effect of one of the inhibitors, which was the first one, 864,669, on the mRNA expression of STAT3 target genes. And for STAT3 being a transcription factor, the readouts are always downstream STAT3 target genes, which are cyclin D1 and BCL-XL, which we have looked at here as well. And our results indicate that 864,669 inhibited cyclin D1 and BCL-XL mRNA expression in H23 cells, although the effect was modest, and also in H1703 cells at all the concentration tested after 24 hours. Next slide, please. And however, in H520 cells, which was the only cell line which was found to be unmethylated for PTPRT, 864,669 did not have any effect on the mRNA expression of the STAT3 target genes, suggesting that phospho-STAT3 tyrosine 705 expression might predict sensitivity to STAT3 inhibitors. So these cumulative data definitely suggest that epigenetic silencing of PTPRT may play a critical role for STAT3 activation in lung cancer, and that by identifying tumors with this pathway addiction, selection of patients who will be most likely to respond to STAT3 pathway inhibitors may be possible. Next slide, please. So here is the acknowledgement slides, and I would like to thank Dr. James Herman, who I work with, who is a hematologist oncologist, and we work together on this project. And I would like to thank all our collaborators and National Institute of Health for funding. Next slide, please. And I just want to talk about a little bit about this special issue which targets stats for anti-cancer therapy. And I have included this here because this is an issue which has just been released, and it kind of goes very well with my presentation. So we encourage investigators who are working on STAT or any other related pathways to submit their scientific, like original scientific work and help us publish to, share their work with the scientific community. Thank you, and I am open to take any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. I request participants interact with our resource person, Dr. Malavika Sen. If they have any query, they can turn their mic on and directly interact with the resource person. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, Dr. Sen, congratulations for your excellent talk, which is really a very nice piece of work. I was just wondering that this is the data which you have got from your in vitro experiments, and how you are thinking that when in real case scenario, that how this type of STAT3 inhibition and that PTPRT methylation, how this concept can help in the real cancer therapy in real patients, for cancer patients.
Correct. I think one of the critical, that's a really good question. I think one of the critical issues that we have right now is that, as you can see from my data, that STAT3 is activated in many cancers, in almost like 90% of all cancers, including lung cancer. But however, as in the case for most cancers, patients, even with increased STAT3 upregulation do not respond to treatment. And also primarily because there is no STAT3 inhibitor that is available right now that can actually be used for any clinical purpose. So one of the key point here is we are trying to use PTPRT as a way to use it as a biomarker for patient selection, first of all. And once if PTPRT is found to be methylated in patients, then, we expect that STAT3 will be upregulated and they will respond better to the treatment. That is one aspect. And second aspect is we are also working on the therapeutic side. We are trying to come up with a better STAT3 inhibitor, which can be very specific to STAT3, because STAT3 belongs to one of the is one of the 7 members of the STAT pathway, and there is another molecule which is STAT1, which shares a very high sequence homology to STAT3. And so any molecule or inhibitor that is found to target STAT3 also targets STAT1. However, in the context of cancer, STAT3 and STAT1 share a very different function, where STAT3 is an oncogene and STAT1 is a tumor suppressor. So identifying, or rather screening or developing a molecule that is very specific to STAT3 has been a big challenge, and we have been working towards developing a molecule that can be specific to STAT3. And I think based on your question, PTPRT methylation would be a great way to identify patients for efficient or increased effectiveness of any STAT3 inhibitor or inhibitors that might be available in the future that can go to the clinic.
Thank you, Dr. Sen. One more thing is that you have concentrated on lung cancer. And I just wondered whether in case of breast cancer, the similar approaches can be also made.
Absolutely.
Do you have any idea?
Absolutely, it can be made, I think, because STAT3, as I said, it's very, it's highly activated. And previously, I have worked in the area of head and neck cancer, and I have almost spent 9 years working on STAT3 in head and neck cancer. And we have also developed a very specific STAT3 inhibitor, which is called the STAT3 decoy, and that is at the point of going for a clinical trial. And also, a company has been started called STAT3 Inc. here in California. So definitely it can always be extended to many other cancer types.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sen. If there is any other questions from anybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any question for participants? So I think participants are fully satisfied with the Madam Strong. I don't know.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, Madam. Our entire Khalsa College team and participant extend our gratitude for your enlightened knowledge and presence. Your endeavor in the area of the cancer biology is really creditable. And thank you, Madam, for joining us from the Pittsburgh at time when you have the sleeping time. At that time, you are enlightening our
Not a problem. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me as well. It was a pleasure.
So our moving to the next talk, our next resource person, Dr. Indira Laisaram, has joined us. Our entire Khalsa Botany Department and participants extend warm welcome to Dr. Indira Laisaram. And beginning with the formal introduction, Dr. Indira is Senior Scientific Technical Writer at the Illumina at San Diego, California, with business acumen that has worn different professional hats in her career. Dr. Indira has acquired master's degree in biochemistry with specialization in immunology and PhD in tumor immunology with a fellowship from CSIR-NET. Indira's initial professional experiences include teaching at the St. Anthony's College. While here, Madam acquired research funding from the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and set up a research lab to support PhD as well as postdoctoral research under her supervision. She is visiting scientist at the National Institute of Health in the USA to study aspects of T-cell signaling, a visit that was funded by DBT again. She pursued MBA from the University of San Diego, USA. Subsequently, she joined Roche in their molecular diagnostic division, where she lent her expertise to developing and testing companion diagnostic products for the clinical use in the cancer diagnosis and treatment. I request Madam to deliver her illustrated talk and share her experience with our participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Babita, and thank you, Gopadi, also for reaching out and inviting me for this conference. I'm very happy to be here. In fact, after leaving India, this is the first conference in India that I am participating in. So yeah, this is kind of a milestone. All right, so let me start by sharing. Just give me a second. Just a second. Okay, it is taking a little longer than a second, I agree. All right, I think now we can go. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's appearing.
Okay. Yeah, I have to share in a slightly different way. I hope it is not overlapping with any sections that I want to display. Okay, so I have chosen the topic of precision medicine, and I will be keeping this topic fairly general. It is a new interest of mine, and definitely it is related in a large part to the work that I do. So the topics that I'll be touching on are, first of all, what is precision medicine? I will talk about a brief timeline. What is big data in precision medicine? Artificial intelligence, again, all of these topics in relation to precision medicine, data security, decision support systems, and the future of precision medicine. So what is precision medicine, right? And as the name suggests, it must be something to do with pinpointing a disease and tailoring a treatment to that particular disease. Well, yes, from the website at the NIH, you can find this exact definition within quotes, and it says it is an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention that takes into account individual variability in genes, environment, and lifestyle for each person. Okay, a lot of words there, and I just want to explain it in a little simpler way. Let us say there are patients A, B, and C. Let us take the example of a simple disease, say diabetes, a very common disease. So patients A, B, and C all come in with diabetes, but the traditional form of treatment or traditional medicine would prescribe probably the same exact treatment to all three patients. In case of precision medicine, many other aspects of that person are taken into account, like it says in that definition, the genes, the environment, lifestyle, family history. There's so many things that are taken into account. And after crunching down the data, there is a tailor-made treatment that is advised for each of these patients. In fact, it can be patient populations also. It doesn't have to be an individual. That there is another topic on personalized medicine, which sometimes is used. The term personalized and precision medicine is sometimes used interchangeably, but the differences are, maybe we can talk about that at another time. For the interest of time, I will move on. Okay, so this is a very brief timeline. I have picked just 3 points of time. One is a very long time ago. In India, we know the practice of Ayurveda in medicine, and that the aim or the goal of Ayurveda is to bring a balance, or the treatments that are advised in Ayurveda is they try to bring a balance between mind, body, and spirit. And while doing so, we know that they take into consideration the whether the person has a pitta body, a vata, all those. I don't want to get into the technical part of that, but the main thing is that the treatments were again tailored, designed according to a person's constitution. So perhaps that was the very first beginning of precision medicine that we can talk about a long time ago. Then in really fast forward to 1998, we have the first FDA approved biomarker plus drug combination. So this is like matching a drug to a biomarker. The drug was called trastuzumab, AB for antibody. Anyway, so this was a milestone again in precision medicine, again, the early stages of modern precision medicine. Again, fast forward to 2003, the Human Genome Project was completed, and first complete sequence of the Human Genome Project was published. And that is what really set off the chain of events, I would say, and the interest of precision medicine. Excuse me. To continue with the topic of what is precision medicine, really, what can it do? So what? Yeah, right. So what it can do is it can predict and prevent. It can be used to treat the disease. It can be used to manage the disease. Um, under prediction and prevention, for example, the physician may take into account your family history. I won't say your patient's family history. Let us say, and usually these are chronic diseases like diabetes, heart disease, or cancer. If it is running in the family, how many close relatives have had that. So all of those may be taken into consideration. Then the other devices, so to say, that are used are smart wearable devices. I wear a Fitbit where I track my heartbeat. Right now it may be a little higher. I may track how much sleep I'm getting every day, how many steps I'm getting every day, how much water I'm having, how hydrated I am. Anyway, so a lot of that can be recorded by using these wearable devices. There are also medical, like prescribed wearable devices, like a glucose monitor, which are where a patient doesn't have to keep taking blood samples and keep reading from a finger prick in the morning, every day in the morning, or some have to do it multiple times in a day. So having to do away with that, a person can wear a device on the arm or just below the skin in another part of the body, and that'll real time keep feeding the data to a computer near the physician or wherever they are collecting the data and observing. So, okay, just moving on. Social media can help track disease outbreaks. And we have seen this example very recently during COVID-19 pandemic. Newborn screening can help early detection and intervention. It has saved many newborn lives and extended their life expectancy, has helped them grow into adulthood and beyond. Okay, it can also help form treatment. One of the steps which will be involved is tumor profiling. And in this case, two patients with the same disease, two patients with the exact same disease, say diabetes again, or some kind of cancer, there may be alterations within that gene that is responsible for that disease. And so that is part of tumor profiling. Pharmacogenomics in this case, the drug, whether a drug will work well in a patient, how the patient responds to the drug, whether the patient will have adverse effects, whether the drug will have adverse effects on that patient, all of that is taken into consideration in pharmacogenomics. Management, how does precision medicine help in management? Again, the diabetes monitoring devices, here it is. This is exactly what I was talking about. And besides the level of blood glucose levels, it can also report what time it can not report, but it can advise a person, okay, you need to eat now because glucose levels are really high, or that kind of a hint or an alert. All of these can be provided by these real-time devices, by monitoring through these real-time devices. We also, besides wearable devices, we also have apps available which we can download on our phones, which can do all of the things that a Fitbit or an Apple Watch can do. Okay, I'll move on. So as we can see, precision medicine depends on data. It is data-driven. There may be 3 general types of data. One is biological, electronic, or biometric. And what we see here is a very broad grouping of these data. In biological, it may be lab specimens. There may be the data can come from biobanks. It can come from samples collected by industry. In case of electronic, it may be electronic health records. These are kept in hospitals. It may be RNA, DNA sequences that, in this case, someone may just want to sequence their DNA to see their ancestry or to see if they are susceptible to a certain disease, for example. Anyway, so that can be an electronic data. And there are many other medical apps also, not listing that here. Some data may be biometric, and it may be pulmonary function, cardiovascular function, blood pressure, all of these. And all right, so there are overlapping sources also, like imaging, FAIR data and specimens, wearable devices, and all of this together feed the big data in precision medicine. Talking a little bit about the artificial intelligence that is used in precision medicine. In this case, what happens is the data that we just saw in the previous slide, all that data is combined with clinical, say, pharmaceutical, even socioeconomic information from the patient, and it is analyzed, crunched down, analyzed, and a lot of information extracted from it to make some sense, to retrieve some sensible information from them, because the data we're talking about is very, very large. It will be difficult to be able to bring that together and extract meaningful information from them if we don't use the data analytics tools and the AI help that we can get. All of these then feeds into a decision support system, and that can help physicians make a decision on what is the path of treatment for that patient. What are the advantages of AI-assisted decision-making? As we can see, this will save time. It'll save lives. It'll save expenses, definitely. Time is the most important there. When it saves time, we are saying that the patient is not going to wait too long to receive the correct treatment. The shorter time a patient waits to receive the correct treatment, the better chance in good health and life that the patient has. Definitely saves lives. And by reducing the time required, it will also save expenses, because we have seen in many cases where someone gets sick and spends a lot of money in diagnosis, visiting different hospitals, changing clinics, trying to find what is wrong with the person, even medication, taking the medication, different types of medication for different diseases, hoping it'll help. But also, it is a lot of expense there too. So we can see the advantages of AI assisted decision-making systems. Wherever there is data, there is a problem of security now. And I'll just touch upon that. There is a threat to data security, definitely. And this threat, or I should say, the data to be guarded at different stages, at every stage of this process that we can see here. And we can say that kind of the data is dynamic. It moves from one system to another system. For the first is data collection, then it has to be transferred to somewhere else. Maybe it has to be analyzed in another system. Maybe the results will have to be stored somewhere else. Anyways, it may take a very long path. And it is during these transition times that it is most susceptible to an attack or a loss of data. So here it is. What are the risks that can happen? What are the risks that exist? There can be theft of data. There can be a loss of data, or there can be the corruption of data. Now, the corruption of data may be a human error, or maybe the machine has crashed, or it can be external, like a hacking incident. Okay. We mentioned data loss in that middle there. We mentioned data loss. Now, when there is data loss, of course, there is a loss of the threat of loss of data privacy. When that happens, the patient who is affected by that loss of data privacy may sue the company, who has lost that, a company or institution, organization that was responsible to keep that data safe. Maybe that person did not consent to sharing that data. And as a result, the company may face fines, litigations, etc. So here I just want to touch upon the point of, or the importance of transparency. Many patients and relatives, caretakers, they do not most of the time read everything that is written in papers, let us say, to keep it short, the consent forms that they are asked to sign when receiving a treatment, especially if it runs into several pages. They may read the front few pages, and then they will not read maybe page 30, 31, something like that. They'll just sign that paper. But somewhere there, while signing, they perhaps will agree to sharing that data with anyone, as in within that company, or selling of that data to a third company. So in that way, sometimes it is I should say, a mistake on the part of the patient or the person who has provided consent unknowingly. They may do that. Happens. Just want to, we had mentioned decision support systems, and just wanted to touch upon what is this tool, how does it help, right? So it processes enormous amounts of data. And the amount of data we are talking about is, I cannot imagine how big that data is. It is humanly impossible to analyze that data and process it and get information out of that. Okay. The other thing that decision support systems does is it can suggest the next steps for treatment. And this we have seen will save time and resources, and the patient can start receiving treatment sooner. The third is it can identify potential problems like harmful medication and interactions. Harmful medication interactions, in this case, where the patient, if there is a combination of drugs that the patient is suggested to take, the system can warn the physician that, okay, this combination will cause the patient some toxicity or something. So it can, this advising can help avoid adverse events. All right, coming towards the end, I just have 2 more slides, I think. Looking forward to the future, in precision medicine, people are working in silos. So government agencies, they need to collaborate. There is a lack of collaboration and coming together of these groups. Government agencies keep, they have to be there to regulate how the data is handled. Manufacturers, companies, they keep a lot of data to themselves. They don't share. So also researchers, I'm just listing a few here, and there are hospitals, and there is a long list. So sharing of data has to be a little more, has to step up so that people have access to data, and precision medicine can advance faster, and as we can see the benefits that it can bring. This has to be approached also with a first do no harm goal. Now, what is a first do no harm goal? In the current understanding of that term, it just means that while a patient is advising treatment, while a physician is advising treatment to a patient, that advice should be such that he or she should think that the benefits are going to outweigh any risk to that treatment. So that is the first do no harm goal. Then the last of all, the common goals of all stakeholders. Now, who are the stakeholders here? It is not just the government agencies, it's not just the manufacturers or the researchers or the hospitals. It is really everyone, not just patients also, it is just healthy people. All of us are stakeholders, and we should understand a little, I won't say understand, I should say that there has to be a little more knowledge sharing about data security, transparency, and what precision medicine can bring in the future. That is it, and I just have a few references that I listed. Yep, I will stop sharing. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you have comments, I welcome that too.
Thank you, ma'am. Any query from the participants? As we said earlier, the participants can raise their hand or they can directly interact with the resource person by turning their mic on. I think there is no query from the participant side. So, proposing with the vote of thanks, I extend my deep gratitude for sharing the vast experience in the area of the precision medicine. Madam, the way you have developed medical model for customization of healthcare of a group of patients is really commendable. I think this is one of the innovative field where people can work on it in the larger interest of the human health. So once again, thank you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise and knowledge with our. Thank you. Now I hand over the session to Pallavi for the next our presentation session in the biotechnology. Over to you, Pallavi.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Anshuman sir, we are now proceeding towards paper presentation.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
I brief you about the rules for the presentation, as we have invited the videos in from the participants, and these videos will be played in a single stretch. So there will be the 3 seconds gap in between two videos, two presentations. And sir, there is a request that if you have any questions, so or any necessary feedback, we will be welcoming it at the end of the session.
Sure.
Yes, sir. So over to the technical team of biotechnology.
Just a minute, Priyank. Please make sure that the video is not audible, please. Priyank?
Good morning, one and all. My name is Aditi Saitarekar. I'm a research scholar and I'm going to present a small presentation on biosynthesis and characterization of silver nanoparticles mediated by extracellular fungal filtering. Now, we all know that nanoparticles are very well aware, which comes from the most emerging field, nanotechnology, which ranges from 1 to 100 nanometers. And these nanoparticles can be synthesized from different metals like silver, copper, gold, manganese, etc. Synthesis of these nanoparticles can differ from shape, size, structure, crystallinity, and their synthesis can be done in 3 different ways, that is physical, chemical, biological. When we talk about physical and chemical, they sound good to synthesize nanoparticle, but equally they have some hazardous to the environment. They are toxic to environment as they contaminate as they are made from the chemical solvent. If we talk an alternative to these hazardous method is one of the biological salts that is called as green synthesis of nanoparticle, which is not only eco-friendly, but it is cost-effective. And since it requires precursor, which are the biological sources, such as plant, fungi, bacteria, they are abundantly found in the nature, so it becomes easy to prepare such sample. And therefore, we, our topic of interest, we have made a green synthesis as a source taken as a fungi, as a precursor, and from this fungal extract, we have synthesized the nanoparticles, and the nanoparticles which are synthesized from this fungal extract are nothing but a silver nanoparticles. So, as I said, how to synthesize these silver nanoparticles, let me just tell you in short that Aspergillus flavus was the concerned topic of interest as a fungal which we have selected. Since I stay in Mumbai, and Mumbai is a humid climate, and therefore the most favorable condition for a humid climate is for the fungi, and that is why we have morely taken Aspergillus, because Aspergillus is commonly found in Mumbai region. So Aspergillus culture was being taken and mycelium was being inoculated in the PD broth, and it was kept in the shaker for 24 hours. So to develop the mycelium, after 24 hours, the mycelium was being separated in the PD broth, washed 7 to 10 times with the distilled water to remove the unwanted components from the PD broth. The mycelium was again kept in the shaker, rotatory, for 24 hours. So to extract the fungal filtrate into the solution, and this is how fungal filtrate was being made. Apart from that, talking about the silver nitrate, 1 millimolar solution of silver nitrate was being prepared, and with the different concentration, both the mixtures was being mixed out. That is, the mixture of silver nitrate 1 millimolar and the fungal filtrate was mixed with the ratio of 10:90, 50:50, and 70:30, where minimum concentration was of silver nitrate solution and highest concentration was of the fungal filtrate solution. After this, what exactly was being done was, as you can see, once the solution was being mixed, it was a turbid in color, and later on, as after 5 minutes, exposure to the sunlight of this mixture was being done to the sunlight, and therefore the color change was being observed. As you can see in the third image, the color changed right from turbid to dark orange due to exposure of sunlight. And now when the color change was observed, from here we got an indication that something is getting synthesized. To check that, the confirmatory was being done with the help of certain characterization, and those characterization techniques which was being used as UV spectra analysis, XRD, FTIR, NTA, and TEM. So when the color change was being observed, the first characterization technique which was carried out was the UV spectra analysis to study the absorption of visible light and its wavelength intensity. Absorbance was being observed at 426 nanometer, and this gave us confirmation due to the color change. Since we all know that after mixing the silver nitrate and fungal filtrate solution, the color change was being observed, and there was slight orangish color which was being seen. After 5 minutes, the color got even more dense, and based on that, when UV spectra analysis was being done, you can see it in the graph. The first two graphs are of the filtrate and HNO3. Rest all the peaks which you can see was being taken after every 5 minutes of exposure, and the peak was just above each other, where the common wavelength which was being observed, where the peak was seen, was at 426 nanometer. From this, we indicated that yes, nanoparticles has been formed. To confirm it more, we went for the second characterization technique, that was in FTIR. So FTIR was being studied over here to check it out based on metal ion, fungal extract, and nanoparticle ion which was opted, and the peak observed were seen in the nanoparticle. They play a dual role, not only to stabilize nanoparticles, but they also form nanoparticles. So to study the functional group, technically we have just compared over here the graph of FTIR of Aspergillus flavus and the graph of the silver nanoparticle. So the functional group which was seen in the fungal extract was exactly seen, the functional group was the same functional group which was seen in the silver nanoparticles solution. So as you can see over here, the graph where we got the peak was at 2976.95 centimeter, where we actually got a carboxylic stretch. Second was a carbonyl group which was being shown over here. Therefore, nanoparticle which was synthesized are surrounded by the proteins and metabolites which are having the functional group like aldehyde, carbonyl, and carboxylic group, and that plays a biological functional group that is playing a dual role in forming the nanoparticle. The next one was X-ray diffraction, which actually talks about the crystallinity of the nanoparticle. It determines the average size of the nanoparticles using the Square equation. So the average size which was being found in the XRD was 22 nanometers, which we actually got to see in the XRD result using the Square equation, and to study not only its metallic nature of the particle, which gives information about its symmetrical shape, size, and peak position. Last is the transmission electron microscopy, which studies to determine the morphology of the nanoparticle. Majority nanoparticle was spherical in shape, and they were found, the average size was found as 22 nanoparticles. 22 nanometers of nanoparticles was being searched. The third image is about the diffraction of pattern. The last one is NTA, that is performed to acquire data pertaining the size distribution of the liquid suspension of solution. An advantage of this technique, you get to know the visual analysis of sample, like motion of particle, graphics, images can be seen over here. So again, here it gave the confirmatory test of presence of the average size of nanoparticle which was being seen was at 22 nanometer. So all these characterization technique give us a confirmatory test that yes, nanoparticles was being synthesized, and average size which was found was 22 nanometer, usually ranged from 7 to 80 in temp, but we got as 22 nanometers in size, which was the appropriate size for the nanoparticle. Now, when we studied about nanoparticle, let me tell you what can be the application. We all know silver acts like an antimicrobial activity. So when we make this as used in pesticides, these chemical pesticides are definitely hazardous to the humans, to the animals, etc., for the grazing animals, for us also when we consume. So, in spite of using this chemical hazardous pesticide, we can go with these green synthesized nanoparticles. Since it acts like an antimicrobial activity, we can spray them in the agricultural sources, and definitely to check that we went for the antifungal activity, whether to see it was an antimicrobial activity or no. So here are some results where we check our silver nanoparticle solution against the Babiston, which is a chemical fertilizer, and we got the best result using a diffusion method against Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus flavus, and we got the best result at 50 ppm as compared to the Babiston. So from this we conclude that in spite of using these heavy pesticides, chemical pesticides, which can be dangerous to humans, to animals, to grazing animals, we can go with the green synthesized nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles synthesized from the fungi, and we can spray them on the fruits, on the grains, and we can protect these grains from getting infected from the any other fungal source. So this is all about my project work. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share my presentation. Many more work has been done, but the time is not permitting, so I have explained it in short. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
And myself, Dr. Kusum Rupal, I'm here to present my research topic in silico studies for the inhibition of pro-protein convertase purine using synthetic compound databases to see the effectiveness against SARS-CoV-2 transmission. COVID-19 is a global crisis, so we need a global solution for it. Researchers thought antiviral drugs to be the solution for the same. We discussed a new feature of SARS-CoV-2 which was entirely unexpected. It links physiology, the disease, and the virus itself. It enables us to rethink strategies and come up with a new approach to combat and defeat the virus. In our studies, we focused on discovering a new drug target in the fight against COVID-19. During the lockdown, our department was trying to figure out what's going on with this new virus threatening us all. SARS-CoV-2 is the virus which causes the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is the virus which infected us and causes this terrible disease which has caused countless deaths. We know a lot about the structure of the virus. We don't know a lot about the mechanism and why it is so dangerous and what makes it different from the other coronaviruses. The spike proteins are the ones which attach to the host cells, to the A2 receptor cells, and they transfer the genetic material into the host cell. Once the virus enters the cell, the viral RNA is released. Viral RNA is replicated and structural proteins are synthesized, assembled, and packaged into the host cells, after which viral particles are again released out. The spike protein on the virus surface serve as a key for the virus to enter the host cell, which we just saw in the previous slide via ACE2 receptor. This event to occur, the sequence of the spike protein needs to be used by cellular enzyme called proteases. The spike 2 protein of the SARS-CoV-2 carries an activation sequence at the so-called S1, S2 cleavage site, which is similar to that observed in highly pathogenic influenza viruses, but which has so far not been found in viruses closely related to SARS-CoV-2. The importance of the sequence for the virus was so far unknown. Researchers have shown that the S1, S2 activation sequence of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein is cleaved by a cellular protease purine, and that this cleavage event is essential for the infection of the lung cells. It is also important for the fusion of infected cells with non-infected cells, which might allow the virus to spread in the body without leaving the host cell. In short, we can say that inhibition of furin should block the spread of SARS-CoV-2 in lungs. Through literature review, it was found that this may be one of the important reasons for high infectivity of SARS. It has a reluctant furin cleavage site in its spike protein. Through ligand-based virtual screening, the antipyretic drug diamazine was obtained. In our study, we found some similar molecules from TUPChem and Swiss similarity databases with similar activity to inhibit furin protein. So the methodology, we selected the target protein, the ligand, we did the energy minimization, molecular docking, we did the curation of data, we did the Swiss ADME studies. Next step was selection of potent proteins using PDB databases. Many effective host proteins were found by literature search, which were involved in virulence activity of the SARS-CoV-2. Furin protein was selected on the basis that furin inhibition may be a favorable approach to block severe infection nature and transmission of SARS in the receptor stages. There were 36 different structures of furin in PDB databases. Selection of ideal protein structure from PDB databases was concluded based on the different stipulation. In the figure 4, you can see the protein that is selected at 5JXH. Next was selection and validation of lead compound. While performing the similarity search for diamazine, we got 846 hits in the PubMed. Literature review told us antiparasitic drug diamazine will inhibit furin competitor binding between diamazine and the spike protein, and which will show inactivation of SARS-CoV-2. We did the redocking and we got affirmative result. So diamazine was then compared to the components listed in the Swiss similarity databases, and also structural similarity search was done. The next step was docking. Docking studies were focused on furin catalytic site. The selected molecule for docking studies correlates to synthetic molecules that, based on their similarity to lead ligand, are very likely to bind to the catalytic site of the enzyme. In addition, every molecule was docked showing key features of lead molecule. You can see over here, nifamostat has shown us a very good results for the binding energy. So among the 4 molecules that were selected in the study, nifamostat was the best as compared to TAPI, promethazine, and hydrosilbamide. You can see over here the docking result, where yellow color structure is the nifamostat docked with diamazine. You can see here again for the TAPI, the yellow color is the TAPI and the red one. For hydrosilbamide, you can see the yellow color. Next we did was drug likeness activity test using ADME. In here we try to study the blood-brain barrier, human intestinal absorptivity, and try to find out whether these lead molecules were carcinogenic in nature. To was surprised they were not in nature, and they were giving positive results even for the blood-brain barrier crossing and for human intestinal absorption also. Amongst the 4, nifamostat showed us the best results. Only one molecule, that is hydrosilbamide, disobeyed the Lipinski rule of 5. Rest all obeyed the same. So nifamostat was studied to be the ideal drug. So we can conclude that SARS-CoV-2 is creating a havoc throughout the world by infecting a large amount of people. Literature has mentioned that one way the virus can get attached to the host cell is through purine, a substance like pro-protein convertase. Virtual screening for the drug that can inhibit the activity of purine was carried out, and we found the potential lead molecule to be diamazine. And again, through our studies, we found out similar lead molecules which were similar in structure with diamazine. And among the four which we selected, propamidine, nifamostat, dapine, and hydrostilabide, nifamostat was the ideal one. In the generated docking model, nifamostat was well fitted in the binding pocket of substrate and adopted similar conformation as a lead molecule, diamazine. In silico ADMAX properties was analyzed for compounds showing highest docking scores, which also has favorable ADMAX results. These compounds can be potential inhibitors, but just on the basis of in silico method, the compound cannot be used as drugs. Further, in vitro drug designing, analysis and testing is required to assure their safety and efficacy. These are my references. Thank you. Prevention is better than cure. Wear your mask. Wash your hands.
Hi everyone, myself Hanumantra Peche, PhD scholar, Department of Botany, Bangalore University from Bangalore. I am presenting my part of my research work under biotechnology. The title of my presentation is Isolation and Comparative Analysis of NBS LRR Resistance Gene Analogs in Wild Medicinal Plant Drimia vitae. Contents of the presentation: Introduction, Objectives, Methodology, Results, and Conclusion. Introduction. The majority of the plant disease resistance genes and proteins falls under NBS LRR family proteins. This is a large protein family encoded by hundreds of diverse genes per genome. Functionally, it can be subdivided into TAR domain containing TNS and CC domain containing CNS. The function is partially known, however, these genes thought to be involved in targeting pathogen effector molecules. The leaf and bulb extracts of Drimia plant have been confirmed for having broad range antimicrobial activity. The insight of broad range antimicrobial activity of this plant may have well-established defense mechanism that may differ from other crop plants. Importantly, the Drimia genetic and chromosomal variations are a good topic to distinguish plant population systematically. Objectives: isolation of NBS encoding DNA sequences from Drimia vitae and diversity analysis. And finally, comparative analysis of NBS encoding sequences between characterized NBS cellular disease resistance genes available in database. The research workflow chart involved in combination of bioinformatics and molecular biology experiments such as degenerate primer design, polymerase chain reaction, TA cloning, and Sanger sequencing. The slide showing the agarose gel electrophoresis with Drimia vitae amplified bands in lane 1. And the lane B is no template control. The size of the specific PCR amplified bands were identified by running 10 kb marker along with the sample. It is documented in previous studies that the primers used in this study yield 400 to 550 base pair, which is NBS specific amplification. However, in this study, we obtained the 3 prominent PCR bands in Drimia vitae at 500, 600, and 1000 base pair. Further, both 500 and 600 base pair bands were excised and the legally with TA cloning vector 1000 base pair band is ignored. Results of TA cloning. Total 26 colonies selected based on the blue-white colony screening. Finally, 17 plasmids selected for sequencing after insert confirmation and quality control. As a result, we have obtained 10 diverse sequences, 3 600 base pairs and 7 500 base pair sequences in length. Further, to check the homology of obtained sequences against database, we performed BLASTX search. The results shown that 500 base pair sequences match with known disease resistance proteins. Table showing the BLASTX results of 500 base pair sequences. Similarly, 600 base pair sequences homology was also performed using BLASTX, but sequence did not match to any disease resistance proteins. Conversely, 600 base pair sequences matched to some uncharacterized proteins of wild plant species. Further analysis of 600 base pair sequences by using Translate XPAXI tool revealed that the DNA sequence contains irregular stop codons and absence of good open reading frame. Therefore, the 600 base pair sequences were not selected for polymorphism and phylogenetic analysis. The slide showing the results output of DNA-HT software for 500 base pair sequences. It is confirmed that within Dreamia YT, the isolated NBS encoding sequences showed good homology and only 13 single-nucleotide polymorphism was identified. In addition, one parsimony information set also identified. The important part of this study is comparative analysis. The Dreamia YT NBS encoding sequences were compared with non-qualified NBS type 8 disease resistance genes. In this study, 6 qualified R genes are selected, 3 genes are TNL subtype and 3 genes are CNL subtype. This slide showing the protein motif analysis generated by Custal Multiple Sequence Tool and Jarvie program. The highlighted box in the alignment is different motifs. The alignment shows that good conservation of amino acid sequence at P-loop, kinase 2 and GLPL motifs. Further, it is confirmed that the last residue of kinase 2 motif in Dreamia YT sequence contain amino acid code W or tryptophan. Based on the last residue of kinase 2 motif, the NBS LRR genes can be classified into 2 subclasses. For example, the kinase 2 motif with ending residue D or aspartic acid are TIR NBS LRR protein, and the kinase 2 motif with ending residue W or tryptophan are classified as non-TIR NBS LLR protein or CC NBS LLR protein. The final component of the result is phylogenetic analysis of amino acid sequences. The phylogenetic tree was generated by using MegaX software. The tree shows that 3 distinct groups. Both qualified TNLs and CNLs have separated into 2 groups. The Dreamia YT NBS type resistance gene analogs group distantly within the CNL type R gene group. Conclusion of the study. Based on our study, the universal degenerate primer used are successful in amplifying NBS encoding genes in wild medicinal plant Dreamia YT. The Dreamia plant NBS genes classified as CC NBS LLR subtype based on the kinase 2 motif. Compared to other sequences, the parsimony information site containing 2 sequences of Dreamia YT have shown good homology with disease resistance proteins of Asparagus officinalis plant, which further support the current classification of Dreamia species because Dreamia plant placed under the Asparagaceae family. The absence of TNLs in monocot genomes were confirmed previously in cereal crop plants. Our study further confirmed this in wild monocot plant. References. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Today I am going to present on development of an efficient sterilization procedure for explosives from the device capsule using centrifugation method and successful asymbiotic seed germination in Pius centrifugation. Now, Orchidaceae is the second largest group of flowering plants, representing about 800 genera and 26,000 species worldwide. In India, the orchid diversity is represented by 1,378 species under 186 genera, and the northeastern states have highest number of about 876 species under more than 150 genera. The genus Pius, with about 40 species, is mostly comprised of terrestrial orchids with large and spectacular blooms. They are distributed across East Africa and Madagascar, extending from tropical Asia, Indonesia to Himalayas. In India, it is found in Andaman and Nicobar Islands and in northeastern states. Most of the species of Pius are valued for their aesthetic and medicinal properties. The flowers of Pius centrifugate often successively on maturity, creating a spectacular display that remains viewed for a long period of time. Habitat destruction, illegal and indiscriminate collection from the wild resulted in a drastic decline in the natural population of this species. Where the species has been categorized as endangered under Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act and also brought under the Appendix 2 of CITES. Therefore, the current state of conservation demands the adoption of integrated conservation approach of in situ and ex situ measures. Tissue culture is an excellent technique through which conservation and recovery of species have been achieved in different genera. Seed germination is an important step in orchid conservation and commercial orchid production. In nature, only 2 to 5% of the orchid seeds germinate assisted by mycorrhizal fungi, which provides the essential nutrients during germination, and any sudden disturbance in the environment may completely wipe out the whole population. Maxim for the first time introduced a synthetic seed germination using tissue culture technique. Cupcake seeds are extremely small with little or no food reserves. They are dust-like, and a single capsule may contain 1,500 to 3 lakhs rudimentary embryos. Sterilization of minute dust-like cupcake seeds has been a major issue that ultimately determines the success of the in vitro technique. We recommended sterilization of intact capsules. It is much easier to sterilize intact capsules than to sterilize individual seeds, which effectively reduces the contamination rate as well as eliminates the direct contact of delicate seeds with the sterilizing agents. Cupcake seeds are hard, dignified, covered by liquid cuticle, which makes it difficult to wet the seeds during sterilization. Wetting and water infiltration plays a critical role in germination of the seeds. Successful establishment via in vitro seed culture of peat and tubercular was reported earlier, but all these studies involve sterilization of immature intact capsules. The present study for the first time describes an effective and a reliable sterilization and wetting protocol of the exposed seeds from the revised mature capsules and successful symbiotic seed germination in Piast and tubercular. Materials and methods. Sterilization of exposed seeds and isolated seeds. The has mature capsule of peat and tubercular were collected from SBN Shillong. The capsules are wrapped with aluminum foil to avoid the seeds from falling and to protect them from further contamination. The capsules are taken inside laminar flow and seeds were removed on sterilized filter paper. Exposed seeds of about 20 mg were transferred to microcentrifuge containing 1.5 ml of sterilizing solution of different concentrations. It was observed that the sterilizing solution remained over the seeds without drenching and wetting the seeds completely. Therefore, with a sterilized glass with rod, the solution with the seeds were mixed gently and kept for different time intervals from 4 to 6 minutes, 16 minutes. Thereafter, the tubes were centrifuged for different times from 2 to 6 minutes and at different speed of 2000 to 8000 RPM in refrigerated centrifuges at 4 degrees Celsius. Supernatant was removed and the seeds were washed 3 times with sterile distilled water following the same centrifugation conditions. Finally, each tube was resuspended with 1 ml of sterile distilled water and the seeds were inoculated using 1000 microliter micropipette in a gem bottle containing 20 to 30 ml culture medium. Each treatment for sterilization was maintained separately and data were recorded quickly. MS medium supplemented with 30 gram per liter of food was used for symbiotic seed germination. MS medium supplemented with DAP, carnitine, and NA used either singly or in combination for a range of 0 to 2 mg per liter concentration for culturing and proliferation. All the media were solidified using 6 gram per liter agar and fuels adjusted to 5.8 before overflowing at 121 degrees C for 20 minutes. Cultures were maintained at 25 plus minus degrees C and at 16 by 8 hours per period at a flux of 50 micromole per meter square per second provided by required fluorescent tubes. Data presented were analyzed for significance of variance and the differences contrasted by PP speed gas using 1 way ANOVA at 0.05% level. Results. Stabilization of exposed and isolated seeds. In the present study, NaOCl 5% exposed for 8 minutes exhibited 100% disinfection and 100% germination. This was followed by NaOCl 10% exposed for 8 minutes that resulted in 100% disinfection but on this 70% germination. Although other techniques like NaOCl, then CH2, C2H5OH, NaOCl, HgCl2, etc., exposed for 16 minutes gave 100% disinfection efficiency, but the germination percentage declined drastically from 50 to 0%. The optimum centrifugation speed and time was found to be 4000 RPM for 10 minutes, which gave 100% stabilization as well as 100% germination. Higher concentration of stabilizing agent and exposure time along with higher centrifugation RPM and time showed adverse effect during seed germination. Symbiotic seed germination, MS medium showed the formation of PFS at different time intervals based on sterilizing treatment given. first sign of soil PLPs was observed at the 5 weeks on medium when the seeds were treated with NaOCl 5% followed by NaOCl 10%. The germination started after 6 weeks of culture, and the longest period of 10 weeks required for PLP formation was observed in seeds treated with HgCl 0.1%. PLPs obtained from the mature seeds after each treatment were subcultured on MS medium with or without PGRs. Subculturing of PLPs on MS medium without PGRs resulted in very slow growth, and the cultures entered a long dormant phase of 90 to 120 days, after which they started forming root initials. However, MS medium supplemented with different PGRs exhibited rapid proliferation and multiplication of shoot. The initiation of first shoot phase took place within 45 to 60 days of culture. The best shoot development was observed on MS supplemented with DAP and kinetin at 2 mg per liter each. However, the medium supplemented with 2 mg per liter each of kinetin and NA resulted in best overall shoot as well as root development. Subculturing of the shoot was carried out every 8 weeks in the same proliferation medium until the developed complete complex with well-developed fruits. The process of hardening of well-developed in vitro complex is under progress in the greenhouse. Conclusion: the present investigation reported a simple and effective sterilization involving protocol using centrifugation technique to disinfect mature explosives of feed and tubular from the device capsule. The seed shoots 100% disinfection as well as 100% germination efficiency with 5% NaOCl for 8 minutes exposure and at 12,000 RPM for 4 minutes centrifugation. Optimal use of CAN and NA on Dassan medium provided effective in production of well-developed in vitro planters from PLPs. The protocol developed is quick, easy, and very efficient, which might be useful for mass-scale propagation and ex situ conservation of these derivative orchid species and other orchid species from the device exports seeds as well. Now in the table, we can see the best result in NaOCl concentration of 5% and exposed for 8 minutes and centrifuged at 4,000 RPM for 4 minutes with 100% disinfection as well as 100% germination. This is the best result in the experiment. And the second table shows that kinetin and NA at 2% 2 mg per liter concentration each provided the best result of fruit and root development. This is the tissue culture photoplate. The orchid will grow in orchidarium. The seeds inoculated showing sign of germination, PLP formation, then shoot initiation from PLPs. This is the complete plantlet growing multiple plantlets from PLPs. This is complete plantlet showing initiation of root formation. So the authors would like to acknowledge the fellowship provided to JRF by the University Transformation Government of India. The authors also expressed their gratitude to the Department of Basic Sciences and Social Sciences, including Shillong, for providing laboratory facilities. The authors also convey their appreciation to Botanical Survey of India, Shillong, for providing the samples. Thank you.
A very good day ahead to the chairman of this session and to all the respected judges. My name is M. Wannampok Sandan from the Department of Botany, Northeastern Hills University, and today I'll be presenting a paper entitled Effect of Sodium Nitropeside and L-arginine on in vivo seed germination, growth and development of Citrus indica euthanaca, an endemic progenitor species of Meghalaya, India. Coming to introduction, the family Rutaceae, otherwise popularly known as the citrus family or the rue family, is one of the largest family of flowering plants consisting of around 160 genera and about 1,700 species that are distributed throughout the world, especially in tropical and in subtropical regions. In India, the family is represented by 23 genera and around 80 species, most of which are distributed in the subtropical Himalayan as well as in the Western Peninsula region. The northeastern region of India is considered as the center of origin of citrus fruit. It is also considered as one of the natural home and reservoir of citrus species. According to Sharma in 2004, there are 22 species of citrus, 1 subspecies and 65 varieties in the northeastern region of India alone. Meghalaya is the leading state in both area and production of citrus, followed by Manipur, Assam, Tripura, Mizoram, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim. Some of the problems that we are facing in our effort to conserve citrus genetic resources in the state of Meghalaya is the social cultural difficulties, because of which peoples do not prefer the consumption of endemic and endangered citrus species. They do not prefer commercialization of the species, and because of this, conservation of such species by natural propagation is extremely difficult, because no care is exerted to ensure that the dominance and proliferation in natural habitat is achieved. In addition to the social cultural problems that we are facing in our effort to conserve citrus genetic resources, citrus indica also has certain physiological characteristics that make conservation efforts extremely difficult. It has been found that the seeds of citrus indica do not perform well in natural conditions. This may be due to a number of reasons, one of which being allelochemicals that are used by other plants. It may be due to microorganisms or the competition from nutrients and other needs with other more established plant species. Coming to why we have chosen citrus indica as our plant species in this conservation studies using chemicals, there are many two reasons for this. The first reason being that the species is endemic to the state of Meghalaya, and the second reason being that as per the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, citrus indica has been grouped or has been given the status of an endangered species. Although sodium hydroxide and L-arginine has never been used to treat seeds prior to the sowing, it has been shown by many authors that in a number of plant species, foliar application by these two chemicals have helped plantlets that are experiencing stressful conditions to proliferate and develop themselves even when the conditions are not favorable. Keeping all this in mind, the objective of this investigation is to study the effect on treatments on indigo seed germination, growth, and development of citrus indica, and to see how this changes, if any, affects the membrane stability in view of indigo-based plantains or other species. I will not go into the detail of this, but this is the methodology that we have devised for this study. This slide shows the different stages of development of the seeds of citrus indica that has been treated with the two chemicals right after they germinated, up to about 6 months after sowing. Coming to the results, the germination percentage was highest in those seeds that has been treated with 400 parts per million of sodium hydroxide, while it is least in those seeds that has not been treated either of these chemicals. The number of leaves has also been observed to be maximum in those plantlets raised from seeds that have been treated with 400 parts per million of SMP, and the least number of leaves has been observed in those plantlets that are raised from seeds that have not been treated with either of the chemicals. Coming to shoot length. Shoot length is maximum in those plantlets that have been raised from seeds that has been given treatment with 150 parts per million each of sodium hydroxide and L-arginine, and is used in control of those plantlets that have been raised from seeds that has not been given any chemical treatment. The estimation of electrolyte leakage has shown that the amount of electrolyte that is leaking from the leaves of plantlets raised from seeds that have been treated with 150 parts per million of sodium hydroxide and L-arginine is the least, suggesting that the membranes of these leaves are stable. These are the major findings of this study. It may be concluded from this study that sodium hydroxide and L-arginine can be efficient chemicals for the successful germination, growth, and development of vulnerable plant species. What are the future perspectives for the future plan with concrete technologies like sodium hydroxide and L-arginine help the seed to germinate well, establish themselves well within stressful environmental conditions and the competition. Seeds of vulnerable plant species and feed species can be mature and mass produced in the future. This ability of chemicals to determine seed growth and maturity and harvest genetic increase genetic diversity of species across pollinated capability. This is the acknowledgement. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. My name is Maman Mehu, research scholar from Department of Botany, Nagaland University. My oral presentation is on the topic symbiotic competency in rhizobial isolates from nodules of Neusona leucocephala and their biochemical characterization. The importance of legumes have long been known to us because of them being a great protein source, a forage crop having medicinal properties, and many others. Not only that, but the legumes are capable of forming a symbiotic association with microbes for rhizobia in their nodules. The nodules are the site for nitrogen fixation by the rhizobia and thereby help in improving the quality of soil. Legumes are a common occurrence in almost all type of environments from rainfall to extreme heavy. There has been studies that reported that rhizobia in these nodules might be one of the key factors for their survival in this type of habitat. Association in so many ways benefit the host by keeping them healthy, disease resistant, while fixing nitrogen and improving the quality of soil. That is why the study of this association can be very significant in order to develop sustainable agriculture methods. One very characteristic property of the association is that they are very host specific and hence their applicability becomes very narrow. And therefore, the host range of the rhizobia are being widely studied. The focus of my work was on Neusona leucocephala, which is a wild legume belonging to family Mimosaidae. Neusona is referred to as a miracle tree because of its exceptional capacity to produce biomass and protein. It is also used in agroforestry, soil improvement, and reclamation of soil. They have indeterminate type nodules and are reported to be formed after successful association with rhizobium, Mesorhizobium, and then Cynorhizobium species. My work was to study the symbiotic competency of these isolates, which may then provide us information about the possible post-inoculation groups formed by them. Materials and methods of my work included isolation of bacteria, molecular work, and then performing biochemical analysis. For isolation of bacteria or rhizobia, fresh nodules were procured for uprooting the saplings of Neusona leucocephala. The nodules were then washed and drained with water in order to remove the dirt and soil particles. The nodules were then taken in the laminar hole, where they were washed with 90% ethanol, followed by baby skin, and then mercury chloride. The process of mercury chloride was then removed after repeated washing with distilled water 5 to 6 times. The nodules were then crushed with a pair of sterile forceps, and the exodus of the root nodules was then stripped on the freshly prepared yeast extract mannitol agar media. The plates were then incubated for 8 to 10 days till the colonies were formed. Repeated stripping was done in order to obtain pure colony. DNA of the pure cultures were extracted, and then RPT of them was done using RP1 primer, which is a leaf detector primer. The bending polytron was then studied in order to identify the unique isolates. The presence of nitrogen fixation activity was confirmed after doing PCR of the isolates with NIFT-H gene, which is a nitrogen fixation gene. Isolates that could amplify NIFT-H gene were then subjected to 16 rRNA and then sent for sequencing for further identification. A total of 6 isolates were confirmed to be rhizobial species belonging to genera Rhizobium, Mesorhizobium, and then Cynorhizobium. Biochemical analysis of the isolates were also done by performing catalase test, citrate test, starch test, and then carbon utilization test. For the plant growth promoting activities, isolates were targeted to indoor acetic production phase, and then phosphate solubilizing activity was tested. This slide shows the comprehensive results of the tests which I performed. These are the images of biochemical tests. This shows the PCR amplification. This is for RAPD, R21 primer, and then this one is for SysNF, and then this is for NIF-HG. Symbiotic gene phylogeny based on sequence similarities for the rhizobial isolates were also built. Of the 6 isolates, Allium LL6, Allium LL8, Allium LL11 were found out to be mesorhizobium. Allium LL9 was a rhizobium, and then Allium LL12 and Allium LL13 were cynorhizobium. Based on the similarity of the sequence, the respective hosts of the other isolates, I could conclude that although the similarity was not 100%, but still the rhizobium strain Allium LL9 was found out to be the most versatile, as it was found out with similar sequence to rhizobia isolated from top legumes like Phaeolus and Arachis. Thereby, I could confirm that there is a possibility of cross-inoculation group which can be formed among them. Formation of successful cross-inoculation group can be helpful in forming a consortia of compatible rhizobia which, when inoculated in legume in the fields, can support their survival in different environmental conditions. These are the references. My heartfelt thanks goes to Biotech Lab, my supervisor, DBT training project, without whom this work would not have been possible. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I am Ramkrishna, research scholar in CSIR, Shimea, Lucknow, and I am working under the supervision of Dr. A.K. Shakshni, Director, NIPB, Usha Campus, New Delhi. Today, my topic for the presentation is identification, cloning, and expression profiling of a key terpene synthase gene involved in Cushimol biosynthesis in rhizopogon zoonoids. First of all, introduction. Vetiver is a robust perennial rhizomatous densely tufted and earthy scented roots belonging to family Poaceae. It is native of India and introduced in many tropical and subtropical countries including Haiti, Java and Brazil. Vetiver primarily used for water and soil conservation, swamp stabilization, ecological restoration and phytoremediation. Vetiver oil consists of complex mixture of sesquiterpene hydrocarbon, sesquiterpene glucose and sesquiterpene ketones. These are cusimine, gisane, pyrazine, cusimol, cusinol, beticinenol, udasmol, cusimone, alpha-betimone, beta-betimone, etc. These sesquiterpenoid, the alpha-betimone, beta-betimone and cusinol are considered fingerprint of vetiver essential oil. Vetiver is a complex sesquiterpene resulting from a cytosolic NDA pathway triggered by association of two acetyl coenzyme A units. The precursor in this pathway are isopentyl diphosphate IPP and its allylic isomer dimethyl allyl diphosphate. Then cloning of key terpene synthase. First of all, collect the root from the mother plant, mature plant, and isolate total RNA, then prepare cDNA library with the help of cDNA kit. The isolated terpene synthase from the transcriptome data amplified with the help of specific primer and amplified product check on approach then ligated in TA cloning vector PGMP and positive clone confirmed through restriction digestion and center sequencing. In this slide show correlation of oil content and differences in expression of terpene synthesis in various stages of vetiver. First of all, GCM is done of various stages root sample and calculate area percentage of Cushimol. And area percentage correlate with DG value of terpene synthesis in various stages, so similar pattern according to amount of Cushimol. Then subcloning of terpene synthesis in expression vector PAT28E and positive clone confirmed through restriction digestion and sequencing. SGS-based analysis of the expression of stacked terpene synthesis gene in E. coli. In this experiment, both the induced and uninduced host protein were isolated to analyze on SGS space. Approx 96 K Dalton protein encoded by terpene synthesis confirmed by running SGS space and comparing with protein marker future prospect of this study. Differences in expression of terpene synthesis varied with real-time PCR. Next is functional characterization of CRTPS and enzymatic kinetics of T gene of vetiver. Acknowledge. A special thank to Dr. Cheshire Seamer, Lucknow and my supervisor. This work funded by SCP-007 project and fellowship was provided by thank you.
Hello sir, this is to inform that half of the presentations have been done.
Do you know, according to the new tally report carried out by the Royal Botanic Garden, Kew, there are around 390,900 plant species, but only around 50,000 to 80,000 plant species are used for their medicinal properties. A very good morning to one and all. Myself, Ruchika Dani, and I am immensely pleasured to get an opportunity to present on this platform. My topic for the presentation is in vitro studies and multiple shootlet induction in cytokine purpurea. Since time immemorial, plants have played a major role in treating many diseases due to the presence of phytoconstituents. One such plant that can be used for this very purpose but is least concerned is cytokine. Due to the presence of phytoconstituents including flavonoids, alkaloids, phenolic, steroids, and etc., this plant can be utilized industrially for curing many diseases like cancer, inflammation, arthritis, and etc. These are some of the images of the plant in its natural habitat. The methodology that was followed during the project work include sampling, phytochemical screening, sterilization, micropropagation, antibacterial assay, and antioxidant assay. Let's see what were the results. Sample collection was done from Mathेरान, since this herb could be found only at less polluted places. And this is a picture that shows from where sample was collected. The phytochemical screening, the plant was further dried and powdered for phytochemical screening, and the powder was then soaked and infused overnight in three solvents, namely acetone, ethanol, and petroleum ether. It was observed that the plant extract showed presence of alkaloids, flavonoids, phenolics, and steroids. Sterilization. Sterile conditions are highly important for micropropagation. Hence, all the glassware as well as media was autoclaved. Moreover, the laminar airflow and the PTC lab were cleaned using alcohol, and the lab was even fumigated. Also, 15 minutes prior to the inoculation, ultraviolet light was kept on. Micropropagation. Murashige and Skoog media was used for inoculation with 3 different hormonal concentrations, namely 0.5 mg per ml naphthalene acetic acid, 0.5 mg per ml benzyl aminopurine, and a combination of both of these hormones. Also, 2 different explants were selected, namely the nodal region and the leaves. Out of these, callus induction as well as shooter induction was observed in the culture tube that was inoculated with nodal region having a combination of NAA and BAB. This image shows callus induction, and this image shows the shooter induction that was observed after 3 weeks of inoculation. Antibacterial assay was performed to check the action of plant extract against E. coli, and it was observed that the plant extract showed resistance, and every zone of inhibition was observed to be 1.6 centimeter. These petri plates show the zone of inhibition. Antioxidant assay. Results showed that with the decrease in the amount of plant extract, there was a decrease in the absorbance as well. Moreover, by calculations, it was found out that the methanolic plant extract showed 23.12% anti-radical activity, which is quite high. This is a graph that is concentration versus absorbance. I would like to conclude by saying that the experiment was successful since micropropagation was performed in controlled conditions. Secondly, since it is a least concerned plant having various therapeutic properties like antibacterial, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, etc., it can be grown inside a laboratory in a very short period of time and in very less space. Also, at a given point of time, multiple shootlets can be induced. The antioxidant activity came to be positive due to the presence of flavonoids, which are used in gels, creams, masks, serums, and even supplements. The antibacterial activity that was present, it was due to the presence of these 2 chemicals, that is beta-alanine and thiamhydroquinone. The future scope for the present work is as follows. Since there is a need to grow more and more such plants, micropropagation is the best way wherein multiple plantlets can be grown in a controlled environment and in a very short period of time. The use of phytoconstituents present in the plants grown via PTC can be made at industrial level for making various drugs, such as the ones having anti-cancerous, anti-inflammatory, anti-arthritic properties. Even this can help the future researchers who wish to work on the same genus or species. As this plant is not being explored much, many other properties can be found out, such as the presence of elicitors. Also, the plant can be researched for phytoremediation to check if it absorbs some heavy metals or it produces certain chemicals under stress. Last but not the least, Since the plant was found at a least polluted place, it can be used as a pollution indicator. These are some of the references I've used. Thank you so much.
Greetings one and all. This is Sandra Balakrishnan. My topic here is analysis and evaluation of bioenzymes derived from fruit peels of lemon, orange and pineapple. Bioenzyme was first introduced by Dr. Roscoe by adding jaggery, kitchen waste and water in the ratio of 1:3:10 and fermenting it for a period of 3 months. The liquid that was obtained after the period of fermentation and filtration was known to have different concentrations of enzymes, acetic acid, alcohol, and helpful microbes, which justified its use as a cleaning, disinfecting, and fertilizing agent. In my study here, I have taken lemon, pineapple, and orange peels with a pinch of yeast as my raw material for the production of bioenzyme, and the yeast in this solution was used to accelerate the period of fermentation. After a period of 45 days, the bioenzymes were filtered. The physical characterization was carried out. The pH, the odor, and the color of all the 3 solutions were noted. You can see that the pH was in the acidic range. Then the phytochemical screening was carried out. Here you can see the presence of saponin, tannins, and flavonoids present in the solutions. The protein estimation was carried out by using the Lorry's method. The sugar estimation here was carried out by using DNSA reagent. Both protein and sugar estimation was done with the help of standard graphs. The bovine serum albumin was used as a standard in protein, and dextrose was used as a standard in the sugar estimation. Acetic acid estimation was carried out with the help of titration against NaOH. The presence of enzymes was checked indirectly by checking for the presence of the substrate. Here, in the protease test, the PSA was taken as a substrate and pyruvate reagent was taken as the indicator for the presence of the substrate. Here, you can see in the enzyme blank, you can see that there is purple coloration. And in the samples that were treated with the pineapple, orange, and lemon bioenzyme, no purple coloration is seen, indicating the presence of protease. Similarly, in the test for presence of amylases, starch was used as a substrate and iodine was used as an indicator. In the enzyme blank, you can clearly see the dark coloration, whereas in the treated samples, there is no dark coloration, indicating the digestion of starch that ultimately indicates the presence of amylase. In the lipid test, full fat milk was taken as a standard as a substrate, and phenolphthalein was used to indicate the change in pH. The lipase present in pineapple, orange, and lemon was helping in the breakdown of the fat into fatty acid, thus changing the color of the phenolphthalein present in the solution, hereby indicating the presence of lipase. The bacterial and the fungal composition of the enzyme was carried out using the spread plate method. The bacterial colonies were spread on nutrient agar, and in here you can see that the orange agar plate is having a lot of bacterial colonies compared to the pineapple and the lemon. Similarly, even in the fungal composition, YEPD plates were used. Here as well, you can see that the orange spread agar plate is showing more number of fungal colonies compared to pineapple and lemon. The reason for it can be that the presence of the content, acetic acid content in orange bioenzyme is less compared to the pineapple and lemon bioenzymes. The smear preparation was done from the bacterial colonies and was treated with the was subjected to gram staining. Here you can see different coccus and rod-shaped bacteria, which can be tentatively identified as bacillus. The fungal composition test can be shown here, indicating the presence of Rhizopus and Aspergillus seen under 40x power of compound microscope. The microbes present in the bioenzyme can be seen as the ones responsible for the production of secondary metabolites and enzymes. The saponins here has the ability to form foam, thus can give a thorough cleaning activity. The acetic acid can be used in disinfecting the floors. The protease enzyme can be used in here to remove the protein stains from the floors or the clothes. Thus, the bioenzyme has so many bioactive components that can be used in our day-to-day lives. The bioenzyme is also being used as fertilizers, as it is having a rich source of nutrients for the plants and the soil, as probiotics, as it is having a lot of antioxidant activities, as antibacterial agents, as the research has shown that it is having antibacterial activity against different bacteria like Streptococcus and Staphylococcus. Also as in composting agents, because it can be easily degrading different complex materials in the soil. Thus, bioenzyme indeed is a living liquid which has so many uses. It can be seen as a natural, organic, healthy, and an eco-friendly alternative to the harmful synthetic and toxic chemicals that we use in our day-to-day lives. These are the references. Thank you.
Research scholar of the Birla College, the chemistry department. My guide is Dr. Pranjali Maskar. My research title, my paper title is the role of nanoceramics on the damping behavior of engine oil or lubricating oil or non-dry vegetable oil. And the abstract of my work is mechanical and chemical properties and thermal degradation of natural rubber by compounds containing bioplasticizer has been studied to evaluate its suitability as a plasticizer or oil. So, engine oil or lubricating oil, or it may be non-dry vegetable oil, was used as a reference plasticizer. And higher the fatty acid, higher the free fatty acid, higher is the oxidation number of plasticizer or oil. The adverse effect of fatty acid on the bioplasticizer indicates loss of it during the processing. In order to prevent this problem, metal ceramics were added in the bioplasticizer or oil. Next point is saponification number and acid number. Flash point of plasticizer or oil considerably lower, and viscosity does not alter significantly due to the addition of metal ceramics of magnesium and iron in bioplasticizer or oil like castor oil. Combustion method is a very suitable method for synthesis of the metal ceramics. We are using the citric acid itself as a fuel and in the processing of the combustion method. And ceramic powder obtained by this technique generally has the highest degree of base purity with improved powder characteristics. And this powder and the improved properties are narrow distribution of particles, higher surface area, and better integrity. And resultant ceramic powder having required phase purity and considerable amount of carbonaceous residue depends upon the nature and amount of fuel used in the process. And my objective is to prepare the ceramic powder by combustion method, to investigate the effect of ceramic powder on the bioplasticizer or lubricating oil, ceramic or engine oil or non-dry vegetable oil, and to investigate the factors which influence the sustainability of bioplasticizer or engine oil. Methodology. First step is combustion of precursor. The transparent aqueous solution containing mixture of salt of iron and salt of magnesium converted into the viscous liquid by thermal dehydration at about 70 to 110 degrees Celsius. The reaction was exothermic. Tremendous heat generated with decomposition of the fuel oxidant precursor and with association of evolution of gases and formation of ceramic powder. A ceramic powder is incorporated in bioplasticizer or engine oil or lubricating oil. Methodology. nitrate salts of metals of magnesium iron. There is preparation of fuel oxidant, viscous gel, autoignition, amorphous powder, and there is product development of engine oil. Images are like that. And value, total acid number, taken at various temperatures, acid value of plasticizer or oil. Acid value of plasticizer is tremendously decreasing after incorporation of the ceramic, as shown in the chart. Aging or stability study also shows that acid values is stable from first hour to 8th hour. A plasticizer as well as incorporated ceramic in plasticizer is also acid value decreases up to the 8 hours. Temperature versus time. Temperature is at high temperature, acid value of plasticizer is higher than that of the acid value of plasticizer plus ceramic. It means that ceramic with bioplasticizer or oil is reduced after incorporation. Saponification value taken from 30 to 90 degrees Celsius. It is also observed that saponification value is also less after incorporation of ceramic in the oil or plasticizer. Bar chart indicates that saponification of the pure oil and incorporated oil. Viscosity indicates that with increasing temperature, viscosity decreases in blend 1 and blend 2. Slightly decreased, slightly increased in viscosity, but there is no significant effect of the viscosity of the bioplasticizer or oil. Viscosity, it is shown in bar chart. Viscosity decreases with increasing temperature. Results. It has been observed that viscosity value of the bioplasticizer does not alter due to the incorporation of ceramic in it. Acid number and saponification number of the plasticizer significantly reduces due to the addition of ceramic powder. Flash point of plasticizer increases with addition of ceramic powder. Conclusion: in order to prevent loss of castor oil, lubricating oil, or non-drying vegetable oil as a bioplasticizer during the processing, ceramic was incorporated. Lower acid number, saponification number indicates that less oxidation and esterification value of oil. Oxidation of oil reduced due to the incorporation of ceramic in oil, and sludge formation avoided due to the less fatty content, so pitting corrosion of engine parts prevented. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sharmali Painse, PhD scholar from G.N. Khalsa College, pursuing PhD under Dr. Ajita Rani. I will be presenting my work on screening of potential candidates for the development of diagnostics for MTB with the help of bioinformatics. 1/3 of the world's population is latently infected with tuberculosis. It is one of the oldest diseases known to humankind. Approximately 2 million people die each year due to this disease. Progress with years of R&D for developing newer vaccines, diagnostics, and treatment for TB has taken a backseat due to the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic. In such situation, to meet the new TB goal of reduction in TB deaths by 95% and 90% reduction in TB cases, newer, faster, and sensitive diagnostic tools are required. Many people remain undetected for TB, or they are diagnosed at a late phase and it becomes the main cause of transmission of disease. To achieve the new TB goal, there is a need for development of effective routine screening method for early detection of tuberculosis. For developing the new diagnostic test on TB, we can take the help of Genome of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which was first published in 1998. It consists of approximately 4,000 genes. This plethora of antigen can be used for the detection of tuberculosis. In our study, we have selected 6 immunodominant proteins from literature. We have selected secretory or surface proteins of MTB as they are the first targets which come in contact with the host immune system. In current study, we have selected AG85B, PSTX1, MPT64, MPT63, GLCB, and PTRB proteins of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. In previous studies, it has been found that there is a variation in immune response of different individuals towards different antigens. To develop an immunodiagnostic method which will encompass all the variations in immune responses of vast population, we need to combine several antigens. Antigens selected from the literatures were further screened for antigenicity using bioinformatic tools. Various physiological parameters, solubility predictions, functional analysis, structure prediction, and antigenicity predictions was carried out using different prediction tools. Here you can see the kind of data which can be generated with the help of bioinformatic tools. AntigenPro, Vaxygen, and the Vaxygen tool was used to score the antigenicity of the peptides, proteins. The shortlisted antigens were studied further. Out of these 6 proteins, after antigenicity prediction, 4 of the antigens were shortlisted for epitope prediction, which were AG85B, TSPS1, MPT64, and PTRP. B-cell epitopes play a vital role in development of peptide vaccines, in diagnosis of diseases, and also allergy research. The entire protein is not the target of the antibodies generated by the host immune system. The B-cell epitopic regions are the targets involved in antigen-antibody interaction. As we have a pool of multiple immunodominant proteins of MTV for covering the bulk population, we have to take smaller epitopic regions of proteins as the representative parts of the proteins to pull them together. With the help of B-cell epitope prediction tools, the representative smaller stretches of these proteins can be taken up for the further study. We have used several tools for B-cell epitope predictions like ABC-Pred, BC-Pred, BEPI-Pred, Discotope, and IDB prediction tools. The top scorer peptides were marked from each of the tools, and peptide regions which was found common in multiple tools were taken ahead for the study. From 4 selected antigens, we have shortlisted 14 top scorer B-cell epitopic peptides. These 14 B-cell epitopic peptides were then subjected to antigenic index prediction, probable allergenicity, and toxicity prediction. With the help of the results, we have finalized some of the peptides for the final conclusion. Selected B-cell epitopic peptides were further subjected to docking. The docking was carried out with toll-like receptors as they play a major role in mediating innate immune response against the pathogens. Docking scored with the toll-like receptors with B-cell epitopic peptides were useful in understanding the kind of immune response an epitope is able to initiate post-infection, which will be useful for a selection of potential candidates for the development of diagnostics for Mycobacterium tuberculosis. These are the 5 epitopes which showed a very good docking score with the toll-like receptors and hence can be used for developing an ELISA-based diagnostic tool. For concluding my study, we have selected immunologically important proteins from literature. These proteins were subjected to can be taken up for the development of ELISA. These are my references. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Shivani Priya, PhD student registered in Department of Biochemistry, Mehu, Shillong, under supervision of Dr. Rapat Kaur. My topic of presentation is erythropoietin producing hepatocellular carcinoma receptor Indian induced mice. objective of my study is to establish the mice model of hepatocellular carcinoma and to check the protein expression of EPS7, phospho-EPS7 in mice. Introduction. Hepatic cancer have the second highest mortality rate. Means among the out of 4 cases, 3 will be hepatic cancer cell have the highest mortality rate, and in these cases, out of 4 cases, 3 will be the HCC. Incidence of HCC, occurrence rate in HCC in India is for male is 0.7 to 7.5 and for female 0.2 to 2.2 per 1 lakh population per annum. Erythropoietin producing hepatocellular carcinoma receptor is the main protein which I am looking for. So here many receptors have been reported to involve in tumor or tumor process. Specifically EPHA7 has been reported in various tumor like osteosarcoma, laryngeal squamous cell carcinoma, lung cancer. Methods I have which follows are first carcinogen exposure, where I have taken the 20 mg per kg body weight dose at a weekly interval. My sets were totally 4 sets, 4, 8, 12 and 16 week. I have taken the age and 6 months mice as a control. Then experimental methods involve the serum marker assay like NSQTS, GPT, liver marker enzyme assay like GGT, acetylcholinesterase, then antioxidant enzyme assay like GPS activity, GSH, liver caspase activity. Serum biomarker assay also include the biomarker like alpha-fetoprotein and GPC3. These were the ELISA-based assay. Then the Western blotting of my CAP-DH and my EPHA7 protein and hemoglobin. So these are my results. These results, as I have shown, that the body weight of the treated mice were less as compared to the control, whereas the relative liver weight of the treated mice were higher as compared to control. In case of SGLT-SGPT, they showed a significant higher liver in treated compared to the control, and in GSH level and GPS activity shows lower in treated in alpha-fetoprotein. This shows the higher in the treated group as compared to their respective control. For hemoxygenase and caspase 3, they show for hemoxygenase activity, they have a higher activity in the for hemoxygenase 1 protein expression, significantly higher. I found the significantly higher protein expression in treated mice as compared to the control, whereas the caspase activity, which were the ELISA-based method, shows the this activity significantly down significantly higher expression in the treated result that there was a significant decline in body weight and significant increase in relative liver weight of treated mice as compared to their respective control, and there were higher activity of AST and ALT in the treated mice as compared to the control. Likewise, the GGT and acetylcholine activity were higher in 10 treated mice as compared to the control, where there was significant depletion in activity of GPX as well as GSH in the treated mice. So caspase activity also shows a marked decrease in 10 treated mice as compared to Then alpha beta protein and GPC3 also show the lower activity, higher activity in being treated as compared to the control. The expression of the protein like hemoxygenase and APS phosphate PS7 show higher in treated as compared to the control. So here I can say that this expression of EPH may have a important role in the malignancy transformation in vaccine progression and metastasis of SS. This is the ethical statement, acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge the DRS support and the IC virus program. These are references. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Tijana Wili, Research Scholar, Botany Department, Nagaland University. Today I'll be presenting on the topic, development of a cost-effective technique for production of planting materials of granite cultivar of banana. The cultivar granite is an economically important Cavendish banana with high nutritional value and is used as desserts, cake, salads in many occasions. It is originated from Musa acuminata and it is sterile, due to which it is vegetatively propagated. Since the natural regeneration is slow and produces less suckers in its lifetime, the in vitro propagation is an alternative way to meet the growing demands of planting materials. However, it is an expensive and complex approach, so it cannot be met by poor farmers. Therefore, micropropagation is a better approach as it is simple, inexpensive in comparison to in vitro micropropagation. And the study aims at providing and developing simple and efficient technique to meet the demands of the poor and inaccessible farmers. Methodology. Different micropropagation techniques are used. This is a picture of the techniques used. T0 here is the conventional or traditional method. The corm is not altered. T1 is complete decapitation. Here the apical portion is removed. T2 is split method, split corm method. Here the corm is divided into equal parts. T3 is PIF method. Here the apical portion is made, incision, crosswise incision is made. T4 is excise bud method. Here the lateral buds are removed from the mother plant and planted as it is. T5 is a combination of T2 and T3. T5 here, the mother corm is divided into two equal halves, and then in each half, crosswise incision is made. The banana suckers are collected from the field and they are washed thoroughly in the tap water until the soil particles are removed completely, and the external tissues and roots and even the pseudostem is part clean, and then the micropropagation techniques are applied, and after which they are treated in 1% bevacizine for a minute and planted in the potting mixture of soil, cow dung manure, and straw. These are the 7 potting mixtures that I've used in this study. This is a mixture of garden soil, cow dung manure, and straw. P2 is sawdust, P3 is forest soil, P4 is sand, P5 is sand and sawdust, P6 is sand and tea manure, and P7 is forest soil and sand. Results and discussion. This is a tabulated data of the micropropagation techniques. Here, 4 parameters have been used, and p-value here indicates the significant difference between the micropropagation techniques with each parameter. So the first parameter, that is the number of shoots and buds per corm. Here, the best results was given by T2, T5, and T3 respectively. And in the second parameter, average shoot height, the best results was given by T0, T3, and T5. And in the third parameter, number of leaves, the maximum number of leaves was given by T0, T2, and T3. And in the fourth, that is number of roots, the maximum result was given by T0, T3, and T5. And the p-value here, that is the first parameter and the third parameter, they do not show any significant difference, but here in the second parameter and fourth parameter, they show a certain significant difference. And this is the results of the micropropagation techniques in pictures. Potting mixture. Here, this is the tabulated data of the different potting mixtures that I've used. Like the previous table, 4 parameters has been used and p-value is the significant difference. The first parameter, P1 and P5 give the best response, and in the second parameter, P1 and P3 give the best response, and the third parameter, P1 give the best response, and the fourth parameter, P3 and P5 give the best response, and except for the third parameter, all the values were did not give a significant difference. These are results of the potting mixtures. Summary and conclusion. In this study, micropropagation techniques and different potting mixtures were used to obtain maximum number of planting materials. 4 parameters, that is the number of buds and sprouts, shoots per cone, shoot height, number of roots, number of leaves, were used for observation for the plantlet production. The 4 parameters, though they give different responses, they are interconnected to each other, and the survivability of the plants depends on them. And the survivability percentage is 90% in the study. The maximum number of shoots were mainly obtained from the technique number 2 and potting mixture number 1. There is no statistical significance in obtaining the maximum number of shoots in both the techniques and potting mixtures. The study consists of first generation data, and inclusive of the second generation data, one single corn will approximately give 36 number of plantlets in 30 to 60 days. And generally, this study shows that one mother plant will produce around 12 planting materials in 1 to 2 months, and in a year it will approximately give 98 numbers of plantlets, considering the climatic conditions and seasons. And since the main focus of the study was to develop and reach the poor and local farmers, it was carried out in the most simplest form with very little expense. The best part of the study is that all the materials were available with free of cost, except for bavestine, that is the fungicide, which cost around rupees 320 per 50 grams. The experiment is not only cost efficient but also user friendly and eco-friendly, hence providing a cheaper, easy alternative way for plantlet production. These are the references that I've used. I just want to thank all the funding agencies for helping me to carry out this study. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. My name is Vinay Kumar Hegde. I am a PhD scholar in Amity Institute of Biotechnology, Amity University, Mumbai, under the guidance of Dr. Pamela Jha and co-guidance of Dr. Keshav Videkwarsi. Today I am going to present my review article, Micropropagation and In Vitro Tissue Studies in Plumbago indica, under the category Biotechnology. Coming to the introduction of this plant, Plumbago indica is having both ornamental and medicinal values. Due to this, its flowering nature, it has got award of garden merits from Royal Horticulture Society UK for 3 times. And due to these medicinal properties, it is recognized by Ayush Department and by National Medicinal Plant Board of India. This plant is prioritized and listed in eligible for 30% subsidy for growing this plant. Plumbago indica is a perennial shrub with the common names like Chitrak and Chitrak. The plumbagin is the main secondary metabolite active compound present in the roots of Plumbago species, and plumbagin is having multiple pharmacological properties and having high demand in the market. And out of other species, Plumbago indica is the best source of harvesting plumbagin. And due to these properties, it is becoming very rare in India by collecting and exploiting this plant. Coming to the demand, it's having high demand in the crude root form, powder root, that is powdered form, and the purified plumbagin form. Due to its medicinal properties and becoming very rare, there is a need for conserving and propagating this plant. And there are some limitations in conventional method of propagation. Hence, we can use plant biotechnology and plant tissue culture methodologies to fulfill these needs. This is a pictorial diagram. This is not Plumbago indica. To explain, I can explain from this. So we can go in 3 routes: micropropagation to produce mass number of shoots for planting materials, and root cultures. From the root cultures, we can extract the metabolites and cell suspension culture via callus. From this, finally, we can purify and extract the required chemicals. And this is a review paper. We have collected all possible and available papers from the internet and books from the first paper to till date. First paper was published in 1967 by Nissi et al. It is based on production of callus roots and shoots from nodal explants. And later on, different scientists from different parts of the world, they have worked on this plant because of its high value medicinal properties. And there are some reports of different hormones and different mutations based on that. And first breakthrough in propagation of plant was by Satish Kumar et al. In 1988. Then Nehra tested on meristem and shoot tip cultures. Later, high frequency in vitro propagation was done. High frequency means getting more number of microshoots per explants. You can see these two interesting figures. So first one is explaining from the explant how to get the callus, from the callus regeneration of shoots, then in vitro rooting, and finally hardening. And the second picture is by Kalpana Reddy and et al. They have received rapid regeneration from leaf and nodal explants. They have used BAP as a hormone, cytokinin. Next, these are the different papers. We have arranged it date-wise. So direct plant regeneration from leaf explant by Das et al. In vitro propagation, effect of mannitol and many other things. And this is one of the best papers, Satish Kumar et al. A protocol of high frequency regeneration and in ex vitro rooting. So they have received high frequency regeneration from nodal explants, and after hardening, they have uprooted the roots and tested the plumbagen content. They have done in vitro and ex vitro both methods. And later on, next breakthrough was first report on the somatic embryogenesis and in vitro micropropagation, in vitro propagation, and all these are shown in the chart. So this is one of the best results we have received. Gopalakrishnan et al. They have used leaf explants to get regeneration of plants directly without intermediate of callus. This is also one of the best papers. Finally, I would like to conclude my review article by telling Plumbagon indica is having both floricultural and medicinal properties, so it's having its own demand in the market. And due to it is extincting, there is need for micropropagation and other things. There is a lot of scope in the field of in vitro studies. And finally, there is scope for further research like phytochemical screening and clinical studies. And we authors are thankful to our institutes, Amity University Mumbai and Bandimane Life Science Research Foundation for giving the opportunity to work on this plant. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, everyone. Hello. Thank you so much, everyone. Anshuman sir, now it's time for us to take a lunch break, and the post-lunch session will start exactly at 2 o'clock. So kindly join us 5 minutes before 2 p.m. And there is this request to all the participants under the biotechnology team that they has to be present for the post-lunch session till the chairperson conclude the session.
Thank you so much, Pallavi. So we'll meet at 5 minutes to 2 p.m. Okay.
Yes, sir, Anshuman. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, Anshuman sir. So now we are beginning with our next session for the day. I request Ms. Sheetal Zarade to formally introduce our plenary speakers for this session.
Good afternoon. I welcome you all for post-lunch biotechnology session. Our international plenary speaker for the session is Dr. Aparajita Datta. Madam has received her BSc, MSc and PhD degrees from Northeastern Hill University, Nehu, Shillong. She has done PhD in the field of radiation biology and genetic toxicology. Madam received her postdoctorate from the Center of Radiological Research, Columbia University, New York. She has 15 years of industry experience in CRO, biotech, and pharmaceuticals. She has held various positions of increasing responsibilities at Morphic Therapeutic, Pharma Therapeutic, Millipore Sigma, and Metasystem. Currently, Madam is head of non-clinical safety for Omega Therapeutics. She helps to support drug development and regulatory submission, as well as resolve drug-related questions on safety, both internally and with various regulatory agencies involved in bringing pharmaceutical therapies to the market quickly and efficiently. It's our honor to listen to such an experienced industrial person today. I welcome you, Madam, and request to share her expertise with our participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheetal. So I'd like to take this chance before I go ahead and dive into my talk to extend a very big thank you note to all of the people that invited me to speak here today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and see if I can share my screen from here. If not, Dr. Sharma, I'm going to have to request you to help. So let's see how this goes. All right, can everyone see this?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm Aparajita Datta. I head non-clinical safety for Omega Therapeutics, and I work in the space of drug discovery and development at Omega. Specifically, I work in the area of drug safety assessment. And we'll go through this a little bit, and hopefully by the time that I'm done with my talk, you will walk away with a little idea of a better idea of what I do. So drug research and development, it is a way of bringing new drugs into the market with the patient as the main focus. Our mission when we do drug development is to help the patient overcome a disease and improve their quality of life. Drug development ensures that the new and innovative drugs that we come up with, these are effective and safe, and at the same time, they can be made available in the shortest possible time to the patients. So the drug development pipeline, it looks like this. And the reason why that there is a pipeline is because you can't just make a drug and then start selling it in the market. There are certain regulatory agencies, and pretty much every country in the world has it, or every region has it. So what happens is these regulatory agencies, they're usually government agencies. These agencies, they require that the drug that there's a particular process that needs to follow. So in various steps, in various species, before we get to humans, and even in humans, there are different clinical trials that have to be completed, and data from those clinical trials have to be assessed before we can move on into the marketing phase and start selling these drugs in the market. So the step one of this whole process is target discovery. The first step really is to discover the best targets for treating or preventing a disease. These targets are usually a protein that causes a disease, or are proteins from a microorganism causing a disease. So we have to relevant protein. We have identified that protein, we then need to confirm their role in our disease of interest. So when you look at this protein of interest, it is usually a part of a pathway. What that means is this protein is also probably affecting other proteins along that pathway. And this pathway has to be studied very carefully. Why? Because this pathway approach allows us to better understand the mechanisms of a disease. And this information, along with the determination of an unmet need in that specific disease area, determines target discovery. So then we come to the next step in the process, that is drug discovery. So in drug discovery, we use methods such as HTS screening or computer-aided design, and we find chemical compounds or biologics that bind to the identified target. Once we have identified our chemical compound, it has to have the ability to modulate the protein and change the disease state. This is known as the hit. And then this hit is then refined for its safety and effectiveness, and this eventually goes on to becoming a drug candidate. So just for the sake of statistics, to bring one new drug into the market, we usually make an investment of about $2 billion US, and it usually takes about 14 years of research and clinical development effort. Now, normally what we do is we usually have a huge number of these kind of compounds, but not every one of the compound that we make makes its way into the market. So again, statistically, of the 10,000 new drugs that are tested in early discovery, usually only one may move forward to become a drug and reach the market. Then comes the late preclinical stage, which is the safety and drug metabolism. So in this stage, further experiments are conducted to make sure that the drug is safe for the patients and has the required pharmacokinetic properties, such as appropriate absorption, distribution, etc. in the human body. And we will talk a little bit more about this as we go further along. So drug safety and metabolism studies are usually done in animals, and animals play a very critical role in this entire process. While a lot of information can actually be gathered from in vitro studies and from databases, animals are needed for these kind of studies because they can help elaborate on the complexity of the disease process. Besides this, like I mentioned, the regulatory agencies that make sure that the drug registration is happening correctly, these regulatory agencies also require that various types of animal testing be completed before the drug can actually go into humans. So all the while that we are using animals for our experiments, there are the 3 R's that we always keep in the back of our mind. The 3 R's stand for replacement, reduction, and refinement. And this allows us to make sure that we are not using an unusual number of animals in our experiments. We want to keep it at a very low number. At the same time, we want to make sure that we have good enough data generation. Also, at the same time, that we need to make sure that animal welfare is taken care of. So then once we have done our animal testing, we then move into the humans. And when we move into the humans, these are known as clinical trials. And I believe there is a talk after me, Dr. Rajni Jacob. She will be elaborating a little bit more on this. So I'm not going to go very much into, in depth on clinical trials, but basically there are 3 phases of human clinical trials. So these clinical trials, they are needed to make sure that the drugs that are going to be marketed, they are safe and efficacious in humans. There are multiple clinical trials, like I mentioned, phase 1, 2, 3, and sometimes there can be a phase 4 as well before the drug can be marketed. All of these ongoing clinical trials, there is a list of these ongoing trials, and you can actually look up the website www.clinicaltrials.gov if you choose to, if you're interested in looking at this any further. So clinical trial phases 1 and 2. Phase 1 is the first clinical trial phase, which is conducted in a cohort of healthy human volunteers. And we conduct this to test the safety and pharmacokinetics of our new drug. Phase 2 is then followed up after the end of phase 1, and after that data from phase 1 has been analyzed. And in phase 2, testing of efficacy and determination of optimal dose in a larger patient population is done. So note the difference between phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is usually in healthy human volunteers, and then from phase 2 onwards, we will move on to the patient population. So in addition, in phase 2, safety and side effects are also evaluated in the patients. Why? Because they are patients and their responses may be different from the healthy population that we had tested in phase 1. Sometimes there's another kind of clinical study that may be done, which is known as proof of concept studies. And so this proof of concept studies, this is a mix of phase 1 and 2 studies. In which we take a group of well-defined patients, well-defined in the sense of the disease. So the group of well-defined patients is used to determine how the drug acts on the target or the disease, and if it does act on the target and disease as intended. So phase 3 is usually the final phase of clinical trial. Data from phase 1 and 2 allow for interpretation, and that data from phase 1 and 2, that is used to conduct the phase 3 clinical trial. And this is a large clinical trial where you're having thousands of participants. So like I said, phase 3 is conducted in a large population to test for efficacy, to test for side effects, to test for safety, and to make a comparison with other drugs in the same therapy area. And then comes your final step of registration, and then followed by pharmacovigilance. So registration, like I said, all of the new drugs have to be registered with the authorities before it can be marketed. All the data that we have collected so far, whether it is animal data or or human data, all of this data is collected together and compiled into something that is known as a registration dossier. This dossier is then customized based upon country or region where the registration is required. Every regulatory agency has a slightly different requirement. Sometimes it can be in the form of the order in which the documents have to be placed in the dossier. Sometimes it is an extra study that may be needed, and so forth. So all of the information that goes into the dossier, that is customized depending upon the regulatory agency requirements in that particular region. So once registration is achieved, there are various activities that need to follow, of which the most important part is the continued monitoring of safety, and that is mandatory. Any updates that happen for this new drug, all of these updates, they have to be filed at regular intervals with the regulatory agency. Sometimes outside of that phase 1, 2, and 3, there can also be a phase 4 clinical trial, and this can be conducted at this stage to gather additional safety and efficacy data, as well as to gather pharmacoeconomic data and assess additional benefit and risk information. So where do we stand? Where do I stand? Where does my company stand? So Omega Therapeutics has a very novel technology. So we like to work with something that is known as IGDs, or insulated genomic domains. So an insulated genomic domain is a part of a DNA that forms a loop to CTCF molecules. And CTCFs are highly conserved zinc finger proteins. So these CTCF molecules, they hold this loop closed. The loop contains one or more genes and the regulatory elements that control it. So what we have done at Omega is we have characterized these IGDs by their genomic zip codes or epi-zip codes for precision genomic control. So we have been able to engineer a new class of therapeutics called Omega epigenomic controllers that target these genomic zip codes with pinpoint accuracy. And that gives us the ability to turn a gene up or down, kind of like a thermostat, and be able to control it within that loop of the IGD. So our epigenomic controllers, they comprise of DNA binding domain and an epigenetic effector domain that is delivered as an mRNA within an LNP or lipid nanoparticle, and that modulates gene expression. So in our case, we are able to treat not only a disease that is being caused because of a single gene, but also multigenic diseases. We can target and modulate difficult to drug oncogenes and growth factors, and also control cellular programming and differentiation. So the omega epigenomic domains, they can be tailored in terms of the duration of effects to last from a few hours to days to even as long as a few weeks to several months. And therefore, this allows us to treat anything from acute intermittent condition to a chronic phenotype, and we can even treat potentially lifelong conditions. So a question that I get asked very frequently is, do you fall under the gene editing category or the CRISPR category? And the answer is no, we do not. This is a different technology. In the CRISPR and gene editing technology, what happens is changes are made to the native DNA. We do not make changes to the native DNA, and therefore we do not fall into that category. So like I said, I work in the drug safety assessment. And I will talk a little bit more about what I do under drug safety assessment now. So briefly, drug safety assessment includes two aspects. One is the ADME aspect and the other is toxicology. ADME stands for absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. And we will talk about this a little bit more in the next slide. So again, because we work in this regulatory environment, all of the work that we do is highly controlled. And we are guided by certain guidelines that we need to follow when we are designing all of our experiments. These guidelines are known as the ICH guidelines, and they are pretty much accepted in Europe, in the US, and in Japan. And some form of these guidelines are accepted pretty much all over the world. So here you can see a list of some of the major ICH guidelines that I use in my day-to-day work for designing the experiments that I need. So first, coming to ADME. Now consider this, that when you are taking a drug or a chemical gets into your system, what happens to it? The first step is absorption of that chemical or the drug. The next step is, after it is absorbed, what happens? So absorption can happen from dermal contact, from inhalation, from ingestion. It can be via the IV route. It can be via the IP route. So there are very many different routes from which absorption can happen. So anyway, so that's the first step. And then the second step is, once it has gotten into your system, what is happening? So what is happening is metabolism is happening. And within the body, the main organ that takes care of metabolism is liver. Once liver has metabolized it, then you have the metabolic products. And these metabolic products are then released via bile into the blood and lymph. And then they get distributed into various other target organs, such as lung, kidney, bladder, extracellular fluids, secretory glands, etc. Some of these products, they can be stored, and storage areas include fat, include organs, include soft tissue or bones. And finally, this product is then eliminated from the body. It can be eliminated via feces, expired air, urine, or secretions. So this is ADME in very, very short. So then we come to toxicology. And in toxicology, there are two different, very broad sections. First is discovery toxicology, and the second is development toxicology. So discovery toxicology really is all about the R&D portion and the toxicology testing that is needed when we're just doing research and development. We haven't yet come to the part where we need to start running regulatory studies. So before I go in there, there's one other concept that I need to introduce here, which is known as GLP. GLP stands for good laboratory practice. So all of the regulatory testing that we do, that need to be done within that GLP capacity. So what is GLP really? GLP means that all of these experiments that we run, they're run in a controlled environment, which means that people have accountability for running these studies, that instrumentation used for running these studies, they have been QC'd. It has been made sure that they are working correctly. Data generation is done correctly. All of the data calculations are correct, so on and so forth. So in the discovery part, we don't do GLP work. We do non-GLP work. Whereas in development part, which is really the regulatory part, we do GLP work. All right, so what do we do in toxicology? There are various studies that are needed for the development of a new drug, and normally they fall under the realms of either general toxicology, safety pharmacology, genetic toxicology and carcinogenicity, or reproductive toxicology. So within general toxicology, normally within the discovery portion, we start off with short-term studies, and then we move on within development to longer-term studies. We can do 1-month studies, 3-month studies, 6-month studies, and 9-month studies. Safety pharmacology ensures that there is cardiovascular safety, there is CNS safety, and there is respiratory safety. So the studies have to be designed to measure these endpoints. Then you have genetic toxicology and carcinogenicity. Really, these set of studies, they make sure that the new drug that we're giving the patients, they don't go down the line and start causing cancer. And then we have reproductive toxicology. We need to make sure that if our target patient population is women of childbearing potential, then that there are no effects to the further generations that are coming, as in the children from these women that are being treated. Okay, so all of these studies, they are run to support clinical trials, but there are certain things that need to be taken into consideration for regulatory and scientific reasons. The first is the disease-specific consideration. Is this disease that we are working to treat, is it life-threatening? Then is the duration of clinical use. Do we want a daily dose versus a single dose, maybe once a week or maybe once a month? Then comes the question of target populations. Who is the population that we're targeting? Is it a pediatric population? Is it adult males and females? Is it postmenopausal women? And then there's the specific studies that are required for special uses. Sometimes you can see immunogenicity. So antigenicity studies, sometimes local tolerance studies, sometimes dependency. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration when you're designing the set of regulatory battery studies. Okay, then species selection. So species selection for our animal studies have to be done based upon biological relevance and bioavailability. It has to be comparable to human. And in many cases, you can pick one or the other species depending upon bioavailability and biological relevance. Usually 2 species are a regulatory requirement, but sometimes if you want to cut down and if the science is not great in one of the species, we may be able to use just one species and move that forward. So why do we do animal studies? Because we have seen that there is a large concordance of target organ toxicity between humans and animals. And there's a little table here that will give you an idea of the percentage of concordance. Basically, what that says is between rodents and non-rodent dog in this particular instance, there is a high concordance, but not such a high concordance in some of the other species where studies have been done previously. All right, so why are these preclinical studies important? They are important because, number one, when you're doing testing early on, safety assessment is done. And if some of these new drugs that we're working on are unsafe, then these unsafe projects can be stopped. And then the very important part is the non-clinical information that comes from these animal studies is very helpful in the estimation of a safe starting dose and a dose range in human clinical trials. It's also important for the identification of the parameters for clinical monitoring for potential adverse effects. And in this instance, the no adverse effect level dose gives the most important information. So really, regulatory toxicology or regulatory safety assessment in context of the pharmaceutical industry, it ensures the safe progression of a drug through testing and into routine clinical practice. And that's probably my last slide. Yes, so I will leave you with this thought that when you think about safety assessment, it's not just in the pharmaceutical industry. It is everywhere, literally everywhere. It's in the food that you eat. It's in the water that you drink. It's in the toothpaste that you use. It's in the creams and lotions that you use. It's in the food additives, the food colors that we use. So it's in everything. And all of these products, before it gets to the market, before it gets to human consumption, all of these products have to undergo safety testing. So with that, I'm going to end here. And if there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
I request participants, if they are having any question, they can unmute yourself and ask question. So I think, ma'am, the talk was really clear. There is no questions from the participants.
Okay,
Now
I'm happy to hear that.
Parajita, I have one question. May I ask?
Yes, Dr. Chattopadhyay, yes.
Actually, I am very much excited to see the slides which you have presented. I just wanted to know how that what you said, that epigenomic, that modification which you are doing. I mean, how you are treating the cells, in which way it is done, and
So,
how it
Dr.
can be.
Chattopadhyay,
Sorry,
yes,
sorry.
I knew that this question is
How it
coming.
can be applied in patients clinically.
Yes, I knew this question was coming. So unfortunately, what happens is the pharmaceutical industry is very competitive, and there is a lot of data that is proprietary and cannot be shared. So I really wish that I could dig down deeper and answer this question. Unfortunately, it falls into that realm of my non-disclosure agreement with Omega, and I am so sorry, but I'm not able to elaborate on this any further. But
Well,
again, when we do have, a paper coming out, which we will very shortly, I will be sure to forward you a copy.
Okay. It's not a problem. Thank you.
Now I will go ahead towards the vote of thanks. On behalf of Organizing Committee of Guru Nanak Khalsa College, I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Aparajita Datta for taking out time from her busy schedule and for her valuable guidance on drug research and development in lucid manner. It was very informative session and much relevant in the field of biopharmaceuticals. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us in this conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to hang up now.
Now, I would like to introduce our next plenary speaker, Dr. Rajni Jacob. Dr. Rajni has done her PhD in Cell and Molecular Genetics from School of Life Sciences, Northeastern Hill University, Nehu, Shillong. She has worked as researcher in Department of Cancer Biology, College of Medicine from University of Cincinnati, Ohio. She is certified in clinical research profession and completed her master's of preclinical and clinical research from the Ohio State University Comprehensive Cancer Research Center. Madam worked as research associate and laboratory manager in BioWorld, Dublin, Ohio. She was a clinical research data coordinator in Clinical Trials Office, the Ohio State University Comprehensive Cancer Center. Currently, Madam is a clinical research coordinator in Clinical Trials Office, James Cancer Center, the Ohio State University, Columbus, Ohio. With this brief introduction, I invite Madam to enlighten our participants with her knowledge and experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I guess I don't have to talk about myself now. So let me share my slide. just wanted to check, can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just before starting, I wanted to apologize because of the short time. The 10 minutes, I may not be able to go, I will be only able to give you an overview of what I'm doing or what is being done at our site. Since also Dr. Datta had, touched on the topics that I was planning to talk about, so it will be an overview. I would like to talk briefly about clinical research with trials that is being conducted our side, the type of trials, and touch on the topic thyroid cancer and neuroendocrine cancer that is being covered by me as a clinical research coordinator at the Clinical Trials Office. So what is clinical research? I know Dr. Datta covered quite a bit on this. So briefly, it is a branch of healthcare science that look out to give the best possible ways to prevent, diagnose, treat, and manage a disease in general. And since we work in cancer research, to manage cancer. And clinical research in general can be classified into two categories, one involving an intervention, and the intervention can be drug, a vaccine, or any previous treatment that they are looking to improve further. And the goal of this is to give a progression-free survival. Providing the best quality of for the time being, provide a safe and effective way to treat this the cancer that a patient may be having. Observational studies, on the other hand, just watch, just observe, as the name itself denotes. The end goal being to watch the risk and the long-term clinical outcome. The clinical trial journey. It starts from the drug discovery and development, and then it goes through a vigorous journey of testing and further testing, first in the preclinical setting, and then in the clinical trial setting, and then finally once approved in the market. So two-time FDA's, which is the Food and Drug Administration in the United States, oversight of FDA is there for this drug development process. So first, after the preclinical research, once the safety of the drug is established, with data to support that, both on a lab setting as well as in with animal testing. Once it is approved by FDA, it moves to the 3 phases of clinical trial. And at phase 3, it is ready with data-driven for approval of the FDA. Then once FDA review the application with all the data supporting it, the drug is can be marketed with the label. And then even at the market, once it is in the market shelf, FDA's oversight continues, and a common people as well as the providers can report any safety issue or concern that they have by reporting to FDA. There are special forms that can be submitted called MedWatch, and that will prompt FDA to further review the drug or whatever the report was submitted for. There are times, there are cases, I don't have example now, a drug because of this issue is withdrawn from the market. The whole process is not only lengthy, but also very costly. So coming to clinical trial phase, just briefly talking, since it's already been discussed, the phase 1 look for the safety of the drug as well as the dosage at which that can be first tested on human. And these are human population, those are healthy. Phase 2 again test for the safety while also testing the efficacy and side effects. It takes about only about 33% move to this phase from the phase 1. Phase 3 confirm the effectiveness of the drug further while monitoring the safety and side effects. It also compare this new drug or the new treatment with other treatment that is already available as standard of care. Only about 25 to 30% of the drug, that was from the phase 2 moved to this phase. And once the drug is tested and all the safety and efficacy data is collected, the drug is now it is now ready for the FDA review. And FDA once approves it, the drug is now can be in the market. So the overall goal of clinical trials it helps basic research done in labs to new treatment is to translate this novel discovery into care to improve the patient's quality of life, as well as providing better option for the treatment. There can be different types of trial. At our site, it can be both sponsor initiated, where the responsibility of the drug falls on the sponsor of the drug with respect to managing as well as reporting with any safety issue to the FDA. The trial can also be investigator initiated. At this time, that investigator is the sponsor as well as the conductor of the trial at the site, and is also responsible for reporting to FDA. Currently, at our site, there is a lot of trial going on at a time, different type of trial and at different stages of trial, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And there are approved drugs. One example is selpercatinib. It was discovered, approved by FDA while I was working as a clinical research coordinator. It's special to me. We have at our clinical trials office at Ohio State University, we have about 16 disease group that is managed and run by the clinical trials office. My disease group, thyroid neuroendocrine cancer, is one of them. So what is thyroid cancer? As the name implies, is the cancer of the thyroid, and it occurs at the butterfly-shaped thyroid gland at the base of the throat. The cause of this cancer is not clearly known. Most likely is the genetic factor plays a role into it, as well as the environmental. The risk factor with thyroid cancer is that having a previous history in the family, or having an enlarged thyroid gland, being female as well as being Asian is also considered as one of the risk factors. While some of the patients may have symptoms, others may not have any symptom at all. Usually though, it occurs as a lump at the base of the throat. And with modern new technology, there is a faster way to diagnose, but it's biopsy that confirms the diagnosis. Thyroid cancer in general is slow, but treatable, and it's more likely that a women get affected by thyroid cancer than men. The 5-year survival rate, if diagnosed early, is about 98% than at the later stage. So thyroid cancer can be classified based on how they divide into 3 main categories: and to differentiated thyroid cancer, medullary thyroid cancer, anaplastic thyroid cancer. The differentiated thyroid cancer can be again subdivided based on the cell type. Papillary thyroid cancer is the most common type of thyroid cancer. However, anaplastic cancer is the most aggressive, least common, but most aggressive. Usually, once this cancer, anaplastic cancer, is discovered or diagnosed, it's at the stage 4 time. So thyroid cancer treatment, the treatment, of course, depends upon how soon it is found. On stage 1, stage 2, it's more manageable before it moves away from the initial location. So meaning the primary site of the location. If it was at the thyroid, and whether or not it moved to lymph node or moved away to other part of the body. Number of thyroid drug is currently approved for treatment thyroid cancer. To name one again is the selpercatinib. That was, the approval happened while the trial was being conducted at our side. Neuroendocrine cancer is the cancer of the endocrine cells that produce the hormone. This is rare type of cancer, and it affects more than 12,000 people in the United States based on current information. It can occur in any part of the body, and it can be functional based on whether or not it produces hormone or not. The treatment option, of course, depends upon the primary site of the tumor, the site as well as the size, grade. By grade, I mean how they differentiate. Are they poorly differentiated, or well differentiated, or undifferentiated? By that, whether it divides fast or whether it divides slow. The stage, if it is still in the primary location, or if it has moved further away from the initial location to other organs like liver, for example, bones, etc. So the cause of neuroendocrine cancer also is not clearly known. The general symptoms, the symptoms are many, but to generalize, pain is kind of common with the fatigueness and unexplained weight loss. Number of ways is there to diagnose this cancer. Usually starts with clinic visit and testing, further testings. So the initial option with the diagnosis of this cancer or the primary treatment is the surgery. And based on the stages, either whether or not it's in stage 1, stage 2, or has moved to stage 4 status, the treatment option can vary. And then the newly approved drug PRRT is currently seeming to be one of the good option that was discovered, that was approved in 2018. So this is the slide that shows the currently approved treatment for tumor neuroendocrine cancer, PRRT being the latest. So to summarize clinical research, we went over the clinical research briefly, and clinical trial. I just want to say the role of a research coordinator in all this with clinical trial. So as a research coordinator, once a trial is brought to the site and the site investigator is selected, it goes through regulatory approval. Every site has a IRB, a board that review the newly approved protocols. Just they review and approve for it to be implemented on the site. It's like a green signal to start the trial. Once we have the IRB approval, the clinical research coordinators help implement the trial at the site, make sure that the protocol training for the study is provided for the whole research team, including the nursing staff. Clinical research coordinator is basically the central person in all that, the central contact person for sponsor, for regulatory personnel, as well as internal team. And then at a time, the research coordinator may be managing multiple trial at multiple phases. They are responsible, even though the PI is responsible for the safety. Research coordinator make sure that all of the protocol guided procedures are completed as required by the protocol, following all the GCP, which is the good clinical practice, as well as the federal guidance provided, already provided. The trial usually is conducted with the oversight of a local IRB, Institutional Review Board, as well as the Food and Drug Administration. So that's about clinical trial. And we already talked about the long journey of the drug traveling from the initial discovery and development to the final approval of the approval by FDA. Also reviewed thyroid cancer and all the approved treatment, neuroendocrine cancer, that a cancer of cancer that occurs at the endocrine cell, the hormone secreting cell, and various treatment options that are currently available. I want to thank Dr. Shah, Manisha Shah, and Dr. Bhavna, and Clinical Trials Office. Our research team at our site, the neuroendocrine team, as well as the clinical main. So the clinical trials team that I have cited is the main that I have communicating, but it's a big team. Like I said, we have 16 disease groups. So each team has their set of team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request participants, if they are having any questions, they can ask. There is no question, so we will move towards next part. Now I request Vibha madam to continue with session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sheetal. I invite the chairperson of the day, Professor Anshuman sir, to share his remarks about the presentations.
Yeah, thank you, Vibha.
Yes.
Since morning, we are really having many good presentations, which began with the invited speakers like Dr. Malavika Sen and Dr. Indira was there. And then Dr. Malavika, she spoke about the cancer, and Dr. Indira Laisram, she spoke on personalized medicines. Both were very, very, informative talks. And then we had 14 speakers from different parts of India, from Northeast and to South, we can see that 14 speakers, they participated in the theme, under the theme biotechnology. It started with the topic of biosynthesis and characterization of silver nanoparticles mediated by extracellular fungal filtrate by Aditya Sanjay Shatiwadekar. Though her affiliation was not mentioned, only she spoke that she is a research scholar. And but the presentation was very nice. The next was Gursi Raman Kaur Uppal from GN Khalsa College. I specially mentioned this work because it is related to the very recent problem which is we all are facing. So the topic was on in silico studies for the inhibition of pro-protein convertase furin using synthetic compound databases to see the effectiveness against SARS-CoV-2 transmission. So I must congratulate this this person that she has taken a topic which is very recent and which is very important for us. Then we had a very nice talk from Bangalore University. Hanumant Rao, he spoke about isolation and comparative analysis of NPS IRR resistance gene analogs in wild medicinal plant Trima victini. That was also a very nicely presented. Then we had Dr. Kiranjit Choudhury from NEHU, who spoke on development of an effective sterilization procedure for exposed seeds from the deceased capsule using centrifugation methods and successful asymbiotic seed germination in high-ash Tankerville. So that is a very important method for maintaining the seeds and protecting them. So I congratulate Dr. Choudhury for his presentation. The next presentation was also from NEHU, from Botany Department. It was on effect of sodium nitroprusside and L-arginine on in vivo seed germination, growth and development of Citrus indica. So this is very important because this particular fruit is an endemic progenitor species of Meghalaya. So this was also a very nice topic and presentation was quite good. The next speaker was from Nagaland University, Mamon. Mamon talked on symbiotic competency in rhizobial isolates from nodules of Leucinia leucocephala and their biochemical characterization. So this topic was also covered very nicely within short time period. The next person was from CIMAP JNU. It's a CSIR institute or something, what I could gather. Ramakrishna, he also worked on purely on molecular things like identification, cloning, and expression profiling of a key terpene synthesis gene involved in Pusimol biosynthesis. So this was a very nicely done work, purely on molecular biology. It's a very nice presentation. I like to specially mention the next two speakers from SIES College. One was Ruchika Ganesh Dani and Sandra Balakrishnan. I found both of them are MSc students, but their presentation was really impressive. I congratulate both of them that their presentation was very good. Then we had presentations from Sanjoy Bapurao Ghorpade. This is also a very good presentation. The role of nanoceramics on the damping behavior of engine oil, lubricating oil, or non-drying vegetable oil. Then we have another presentation from GN Khalsa College, the screening of potential candidates for the development of diagnostic for MTB within the help of bioinformatics by Shalmali Sanjay Pense. So both the presentation from GN Khalsa College are on bioinformatics based work. Then from Shivani Priya from NEHU, she talked on erythropoietin producing hepatocellular carcinoma receptors in diethyl nitrosamine induced mice model. model. This is on cancer related topic, worked on mice model, a bit different from the other topics, but was nicely presented. Again, there is a speaker from Nagaland University, Teja Ano. He spoke on development of a cost-effective technique for production of clonal planting materials of Grant name cultivar of banana. So this is also very applied type of work, and the work also very nicely presented. The last speaker was Binoy Kumar Hegde from Amity University of Biotechnology. He spoke on a review topic. It was on micropropagation and in vitro tissue studies in Plumbago indica. It was a review-based work, but he presented it very nicely. I mean, altogether, these 14 presentations all were very good, very nicely presented, and many of them were of really very good standard. So I congratulate all the speakers, and I also wish them that they should learn from others how to improve their own presentation. If there is any shortcomings, they can realize it, and they should try to improve their presentation in future by getting this experience from the others who have really presented. And particularly, I also try to mention the last two invited speakers, Dr. Aparajita Datta and Dr. Rajni Jacob. Both of them, they discussed on the development of medicines and the clinical trials, clinical safety, etc. This is very important for us to learn how the medicines they are phase-wise, they are screened, and ultimately it comes to the market. And I congratulate both the speakers for their beautiful presentation, excellent presentations, I say. So it's overall a very nice experience for me to be present, to attend all these deliberations by all these speakers. Some of them are juniors, very junior, postgraduate students, and some of them are very experienced. But each and every one, they have done excellently. So I thank the organizer for giving me the chance to have this great experience and to share this with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us such a valuable feedback for all presentations. I must say that each one of us has enjoyed the sessions. I extend a deep sense of gratitude to you, sir, for taking out a valuable time from your busy schedule and chair the session of biotechnology. Your valuable advice and the suggestions has enlightened us and surely has benefited all the participants. It was a great pleasure to have you with us, sir. I thank all the participants for making this session a great success. We are overwhelmed with the kind of response we have received from every participant. Special thanks to the botany faculty as well as our technical session team, Mr. Priyank and Sakshi, for their efforts. So this concludes the technical session 1 of biotechnology. Now I request Ms. Pallavi to proceed further.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, I would like to announce that we are now beginning with our technical session 2, that is nutrition dietetics. I request Dr. Manjiri Bhave to introduce Dr. Meena, chairperson of this session.
Thank you, Pallavi. With the extreme pleasure, I would like to introduce our today's chairperson, Dr. Meena Mehta, whom I know as a research-oriented personality and who has contributed a challenging research in the field of community nutrition, development of new food products, biochemical issues of nutrition, and environmental issues as well. Dr. Mehta is Associate Professor in the subject of Food Science and Nutrition at Dr. B.M. Nanavati College of Home Science, which is affiliated to SNDT University, Mumbai. She obtained her master's and PhD degree from SNDT University. Her major area of research is blending of vegetable oil to upgrade nutritional composition of the edible oil. Besides being a member of various decision-making committees of the SNDT Women's University, Mumbai, at present she is an active member of Indian Dietetic Association, Mumbai chapter. She was a course coordinator for postgraduate diploma course in sports nutrition, fitness, and nutrition. She was honored with many research projects funded by various national funding agencies. She contributed to society by her research in the field of community nutrition with major emphasis on personal hygiene and infectious diseases like tuberculosis and HIV/AIDS. Dr. Meena Mehta became known to the world through her research and invited talks at various national and international scientific meets. She has traveled across the globe at places like Malaysia, Austria, South Africa, Kuwait, Thailand, Belgium, and has delivered her expertise in the field through invited talks. She is frequent visitor to USA and various destinations in Europe for academic interactions. Recently, to note, she presented her work at Today's Dietitian Meet, Austin, Texas, USA, during May 2018. Madam, I would like to bring to your notice that there are 5 presentations which you will be evaluating. We also have Dr. Himali Marthak with us, who will be giving a plenary talk. I now request Dr. Shweta Puri to introduce Dr. Himali, and after her presentation, we will start with the presentations of the participants. Over to you, Shweta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manjari ma'am. First of all, a very good afternoon to everyone. And I'm happily welcoming today on the very first day of International Conference, our next guest speaker, Mrs. Himali. And she is the storehouse, we can say, that knowledge which was relevant from the years. But now these days, we can say the people are more into, we have to be fit and fine, our food should be nutritious, our food we can get, what we are getting, what type of immunity we are getting from our food. So this is a brief bio of Mrs. Himali. She is currently registered as a dietitian at North Central Baptist Hospital, San Antonio, Texas. And she is the proud alumni of our GN own Khalsa College. And she did her master's from our Khalsa College in nutraceuticals. She did her master's in human nutrition from Texas State University. She also a consultant dietitian in San Antonio. She also a nutritional health coach. She was also a nutritional health coach in 2018. She also did work some oncologist with some C. elegans on the work of neurodegeneration. She also did work in Reliance Hospital and Research Center, and she acted as a senior patient consultant in the Department of Oncology, Mumbai. And she also been awarded the Volunteer of the Month of November 2017. With all these things, I'm inviting Mrs. Himali for this technical session. Thank you so much.
So shall we begin with the presentations? Himali ma'am.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry. Let me. Okay, do you mind if I just send you the presentation? I guess, again, I'm using Mac and it shows some problems.
So you want to share it with us?
Uh-huh.
Himali, you can send it to me.
Okay, okay. I will send it to you. Ma'am, Gopa Sharma at GM Khalsa, right?
Gopa.Sharma.
Right, okay. Okay, just sent it to you. Okay.
Himali, I did not receive, huh?
Oh, I sent it to you like a second ago.
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
you
it has
recheck
come.
it?
Wait,
Okay,
it has
okay,
come.
okay, okay.
Can you see the screen?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Should I just start?
Yes, please.
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone. My name is Himali. Thank you so much for the introduction. Sorry if I speak something that's not understandable. It's 4 o'clock for me here. So yeah, I chose the topic of Alzheimer's and turmeric. Next slide, please. So basically, the main reason why I chose this topic is, I think while I was in India, we always took for granted, like turmeric is something that's always in the kitchen. Everyone knows, like, oh, okay, basic spice, there's no big deal. But I think when I moved to the US, I started working with one of my professors, and he was working on understanding the effect of turmeric on Alzheimer's. So we use C. elegans. C. elegans is nothing but they're just tiny worms. So we did our research in a lab, and we were trying to understand how turmeric affects Alzheimer's. So, and also when I came here, I think there was so much fascination about turmeric. So the minute anyone knew that, oh, you're from India, and they would be like, oh, talk about turmeric, which was so difficult for me because I didn't understand why it was such a big deal. But especially here in the US, you would see all these turmeric supplements which are being sold for like, they're super expensive, and everyone's like, oh, come on, let's talk about turmeric. But yeah, it was just a very different transition coming from India. Next slide, please. So Alzheimer's disease, why I specifically chose this topic is I think I've worked with a lot of patients here with Alzheimer's, of course, the older generation, and it could affect your day-to-day activity to a very, very great extent. And the only problem is Alzheimer's is an irreversible type of dementia. So dementia basically is a group of symptoms that affects your memory, and Alzheimer's is a specific progressive disease. And Alzheimer's is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States. So you have your cancer, your heart diseases, different types of cancers, and then you have Alzheimer's. So it is definitely a serious condition. In this condition, you are unable to perform something that's super simple. It could just be walking to the grocery store. So just something that's super basic, you're not able to do. Next slide, please. So Alzheimer's, it affects about 35 million individuals. Also, this was a study, this was the latest research I found, which was published in India, which is the Dementia Society of India, which showed that 5.3 million Indians over the age of 60 years had dementia in 2020. So that's a significant population, and it is projected to exceed 14 million by 2050, which is definitely really going to be bad if it's not addressed at an earlier stage. Now the problem with Alzheimer's is you cannot be like, oh, don't do this to prevent Alzheimer's. So Alzheimer's is very difficult to understand what's the exact cause. There are some factors that you could be like, okay, yeah, these are some of the signs and symptoms, that you would develop Alzheimer's at a later stage, but there is no absolute answer, like diabetes, for example. So if you're not eating healthy, if you're not exercising, sure, yeah, diabetes is something that could be on your list, but Alzheimer's, the etiology and pathology still remains very unclear. Next slide, please. Now, the symptoms of Alzheimer's, I've personally witnessed a lot of these symptoms in my patients. So someone who I just met 10 minutes ago, she'd be like, wait, who are you? And just 10 minutes before, she would ask me about, well, where my family is, what I've been doing, where did I study? And then she would also say, like, for that second, but if you go talk to her after, excuse me, after 5 minutes, she'll be like, have you met before? So it's that kind of confusion, difficulty completing familiar tasks, especially driving. So we had a patient whose son said that she's been driving to work for like past 10 years. And all of a sudden you get so confused. You're like, wait, how do I go back home? You know, everything is familiar, but you're just not able to remember. Difficulty solving problems. One of this patient I had who was a mathematician teacher, but I was like, so how much is 10 plus 1? And he would not be able to answer even those things because this is all advanced stage of Alzheimer's. But other than that, there's poor judgment, unfounded emotions, difficulty with words, trouble with images and spaces, and withdrawal from social activities. Just withdrawal just mainly because you're no longer able to remember people. And after one point, you're just like, I don't want to talk to anybody, or your brain just doesn't let you go out and interact. Next slide, please. So I don't want to start a neurology class here, but I personally love how brain affects every part of course. But here mainly what I'm trying to focus is there are different parts of your brain. So the first thing that's affected in early Alzheimer's is your hippocampus region. So this is a region which is responsible for memory and learning. So here your immediate memory is affected, which means that you don't remember what you ate for lunch today, okay? Versus something that was like older. So you may remember what you did as a kid, where you went, you know, where you hung out with your friends, everything like that. When you got married, all of that memory is intact, but something that's immediately like, you know, just a few hours ago, you'll probably forget. So in advanced stages, then you have the cortex, which is affected. So your language, reasoning, and social behavior. So this is how gradually your brain kind of degrades. So yeah, the different regions. First is hippocampus, and then you go to the cortex. Next slide, please. Okay, so mechanism of action, again, it's super brief here, just so that I'm not talking about neuroscience. So the main things in neurons, I'm sure we all remember in school, the structure of a neuron. So basically, neurons are the nerve cells. They talk to each other. That's how, you know, you could move your hand, you could talk, you could eat. Now synapses, these are two neurons which are close to each other in such a way that they could pass messages. Now, as a dietetic professional, there are other neurons too, but I'm mainly concerned with the sensory neurons. So these are the ones which, as the name suggests, your senses, your taste, smell, ability to hear, see, and feel things around you. And motor neurons, especially the lower motor neuron, it sends signal to the smooth muscles in the esophagus, stomach, and intestines. And these muscles contract and allow the food to move through your digestive tract. So that basically just explains how important, how crucial. So when you're talking about nutrition, I feel a lot of other things also come into picture. So something like, you know, these neurons. Now, if you see on the top right side, that's a normal brain on the left side. And then advanced Alzheimer's, that's the kind of brain. So you could see the physical changes right in front of your eyes. So there's a lot of things that's happening, because of which, you know, you lose your memory, you're not able to do basic things that you were initially supposed to do very comfortably. Next slide, please. So here, overall, what happens in Alzheimer's is there are two things that's happening. So first is the beta amyloid clusters. So this is what forms the clusters in the plaque. So if you see those green things on your neuron, you know, right here, those are the clusters. So that hampers impulse passage. So because of which you're not able to understand what's going on. So there's no passage of message going from one neuron to another. And this beta amyloid plaques, they build outside the neuron. And then the other thing that happens in Alzheimer's is the tau protein buildup. So these are dense thread-like tangles. They are inside the neuron. So beta amyloid outside and the tau proteins inside. So all of this together, it's going to make your neuron die ultimately. okay? Because now the neurons are unable to send or receive messages. So ultimately these neurons die. And that's what we saw in that picture about, a person's brain with Alzheimer's. So how the brain's kind of shrinking. So sometimes it shrinks to 1/3 of the size of actual brain. So that's the kind of impact. And it's significant. So the patients are really, really confused and they need constant attention, like all 24 hours. So in the US, they have all these nursing homes where patients are usually staying versus in India, where we have a lot of people living with their family and still they get lost. So I think this is very prominent in India as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so turmeric, the magic ingredient. It's such a big thing. It's such a big thing in the US. So I've seen people eat turmeric and literally everything just because they think like, oh, okay, this is gonna help, protect my brain, or it's gonna save me from other diseases. But we've all been using turmeric for, I don't know. I mean, I've used turmeric for literally everything, whether it be dermal application or be it drinking with things or eating into food. So, but also the most expert people who talk about turmeric are like, wait, what is curcumin though? I don't know what curcumin is. So just to say that curcumin is the active ingredient in turmeric, and it makes about 2 to 5% of the spice. Next slide, please. Now, curcumin and its anti-inflammation. So there has been a lot of research on the inflammation. So anytime we talk about any disease, it's always accompanied with inflammation, and that's the reason I remember always thinking about vitamin C and vitamin E, all of that. But also turmeric has anti-inflammation properties. It inhibits the beta amyloid plaques. If you remember the neurons that we saw and all of those clusters that we saw on the outside. So curcumin helps combat all of that. It also inhibits interleukin 12, whatever's at the bottom, those are all pro-inflammatory. So it just prevents the expression of certain genes which are pro-inflammatory. So that's how it helps combat inflammation. Next slide, please. Now, curcumin also acts as an antioxidant. So anytime we think of antioxidant, the first thing, because I've studied nutrition for so long now, it's always vitamin C. But the vitamin E is also a very important antioxidant. But there are studies that I found which have reported that turmeric is more potent than vitamin E as a free radical scavenger. And also, curcumin has the ability to bind beta amyloids and influence deposition and aggregation, while possibly also modulating tau processing. Curcumin can protect blood-brain barrier, and curcumin upregulates heme oxygenase 1 expression to reduce the damage and permeability of the blood-brain barrier. So basically, this explains about like how curcumin kind of is overtaking certain other vitamins and minerals that we always thought are going to be helping with inflammation. Next slide, please. Now, Alzheimer's in India, I just want to express what I've seen working in India and then working in the US. So I think there are a lot of earlier studies, like none of my studies have been like super old, but some of the studies, especially in like 2010s and 2012, they've spoken that the prevalence of Alzheimer's has been 4.4 times less in India versus in the US. So anytime you open PubMed, most of the studies I think have compared between India and the United States. However, there are a lot of other countries which are also like they have really bad cases of Alzheimer's. But most of the times there's always been a comparison between India and the United States. So the other thing that I found very interesting was there was a study where they actually studied about the curry consumption. So this was just it was just a regular Indian curry, and they had approximately 1,000 Asians between the ages of 60 to 93 years of age. And they found that people who ate curry occasionally, which is like less than once a month, versus people who ate curry more than once a month. So people who ate more curry actually performed better on cognitive. So there are these tests which tell you how well you're doing cognitively. And so people who ate curry did better, but there was not a lot of information about what other activities were they involved in. So just I always love research. I definitely love nutrition. So I think there's always a question mark like, wait, you need to give more details for us to be able to conclude. But I thought this was a really interesting study. But yeah, okay, next slide, please. This is the data I got from the WHO website from 2019. So this talks about the global deaths due to Alzheimer's and dementia. So if you look at India, and it's right there in the gray region, you see United States, and in the green region, which is towards the higher side. So this is quite fascinating to first see the number of deaths, and I couldn't find a more recent like 2021 thing, but this is based on 2019. Next slide, please. So this I thought was, I had a hard time finding this. I just wanted to know the curcumin consumption from around the world. So recently, United States has become the highest exporter of Indian turmeric just because of the excessive demand. So here I've seen people purchase organic curcumin for a cost like, which is super expensive, like $15 for a tiny packet of like, 100 grams or something, which is a lot of money. So, so United States has definitely become a big time importer of Indian turmeric. But here, if you see the curcumin consumption, definitely India, Pakistan, all of these places, South Asian countries are definitely have higher use of curcumin, versus countries like United States, Canada, Mexico, they're getting there. So now people are incorporating it in their diet, but it's definitely not the way we eat because it's like every day. So yeah, this is just curcumin consumption around the world, and this is the information I got from a paper in 2018. Next slide, please. Now, the bioavailability of curcumin, I studied nutraceuticals just because of that, because I felt just nutrition for me it didn't answer a lot of questions, and I thought it needed some more backup. So that was the whole purpose. I studied nutraceuticals at Khalsa because because of the importance of bioavailability of everything. You may be like, okay, as a dietitian, you could be like, have this at 10 a.m. and have this at 1 p.m. But how much of that is actually absorbed in the body, the metabolism and all of that, I think I'm very interested in all of it. So yeah, the curcumin bioavailability is also, it's poor. It's really poor. And another thing is it's fat soluble. So you cannot be putting it in your tea. So one of my coworkers, she's a dietitian too, and she would have her just regular boiled water and just some tea in it. And she would sprinkle turmeric with the hope that it helps. But I was like, no, it needs a fat medium for absorption. So this is something that a lot of people are not even aware of it. And I've seen a lady, we went out on a group lunch, and she ordered a pizza, and she would sprinkle turmeric on it, and it had low-fat cheese, gluten-free crust. There's like very little source of fat. So I think the awareness about curcumin, people are like, oh, it's healthy, but not everyone knows how you're supposed to be eating it. Also, the absorption is super poor, and it is safe even at higher doses, just because most of it is not absorbed in the body. So it's safe even at higher doses. There's rapid metabolism and elimination. So I think, yeah, that's very important to understand. You could not be like, eat just 10 grams of curcumin a day. You could have it at a higher doses because it's not going to be toxic, obviously, in something, unless you're taking some medications, because here you have all these formulations which where it's made sure that it's more bioavailable. So you want to be cautious when you get all these over-the-counter supplements. Next slide, please. So curcumin and black pepper. So a traditional Indian meals, I remember my mom mostly had black pepper in some or the other way in our meals. So I think we just, we didn't have to put an effort to be able to be like, oh, okay, I need to pair it up with black pepper. But in Indian households, I've seen this is such a common trend, such a common practice. So black pepper does help with absorption of turmeric. And so yeah, combining it with black pepper is always a good idea. Next slide, please. Now, curcumin and fat, the main thing that I've seen here in Starbucks, I'm not sure about the Starbucks menu in India, but here they have the golden spice latte, which is a turmeric latte. And again, I've seen people order with low fat milk or no fat milk, which again questions the absorption and the benefits. You know, if you're trying to get benefits of curcumin, if you're ordering something which is just no fat milk latte, I don't think it's gonna help. And another, combining it with a source of fat and black pepper, these are the two things that has helped improve the absorption of turmeric. Next slide, please. So I personally think, especially after coming to the United States, the importance of a traditional Indian meal, how we have carbs, proteins, fats, all of it together, and how I remember even when I was back there, there was so much of fascination with junk food or Western food. So I now when I'm here every day, I try to make something that's Indian, just because I think the health benefits that it has always imparted, it has been great. But also with all of this that I've studied and all the papers that I've read, and also while I was in grad school studying the Alzheimer's and turmeric thing, I feel the Alzheimer's screening in India, I think it's not as good as it is in the US. So anytime we're talking about lower cases of Alzheimer's in India, this is just food for thought. I feel like I don't know if it's accurate all the time. So, and this kind of motivates me and other young researchers to think about it, to think about the documentation of the number of Alzheimer's cases that we have. In the US, I know people have regularly see their doctors, so all of their health history is documented. In India, I remember I have to force my parents to go see a doctor for their regular, annual health checkup every year. So I have to push them so that they go see a doctor. But I think the documentation in India is not as great, which may be a reason why we see lower number of cases of Alzheimer's. But yeah, definitely turmeric doesn't hurt, so I would still continue with that. But this is something that in the future we would want to know and understand more about. These are some of my references, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Himali ma'am. And now I'm inviting everyone for the questioning session, and they can ask the question to Himali ma'am if anyone has any question. Anyone is there who want to ask something regarding the turmeric Alzheimer disease? Okay, Himali ma'am, thank you so much for this information. As you said that in India, we all use in our kitchen the haldi in each and everything, sabji. But apart from this, in our tradition, we used to apply the tilak and used to do the things with haldi. So all these things along with it, they are helping us because these all things you did a lot of work on nutrition, and all the importance of these all things are because of their bioactive principles. So as you did work on nematodes relating with this Alzheimer disease, with this curcumin, and as you said, and we all know in India, we used to bound with these all spices. Now people are wearing with their active principle, no? Otherwise, in ancient time, they used to do the things with all these things. So your talk is very informative, and due to this COVID era, people are now gaining some money through all these things. As you can see, the boost of this due to these eating these healthy habits and all these things. So your talk was very informative, and on the scientific view, we can say that people will now bend themselves towards the more these all things. Otherwise, COVID did all the work.
Right.
All the work, and if there's any gap, your this talk was very informative, and I'm thanking you so much for this technical session.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm inviting Ms. Pallavi for proceeding with this technical session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. Thank you, Himali ma'am. Now we are moving further. Respected Meena ma'am. Now we are starting with the video presentation under the session of nutrition and dietetics theme. We have received 5 PPTs. The technical team of this session has already compiled a video for this PPT in order to avoid the technical issues. So we'll be playing this video, and in between the two presentations there is a gap of 3 seconds in between. The score sheet is already shared with you. At the end of the video, it is suggested you to give your valuable feedback and suggestions. So with this, I request the technical team, Neeraj and all, to please start with the presentation.
Hello everyone, myself Akshaya Parekh. I am here to present our research topic, nutritious and cost effective plant-based food colorant and its incorporation to Tutti Frutti. A color cream which is synthetically prepared. As nowadays we are shifting towards the organic fruits and vegetable, I feel so we can switch over to the organic food colors too. Because according to the study, the prolonged use of these artificial colors can cause the health effects in humans. The most commonly used colors are tetrazyl, allura red, and sunset yellow. Now these colors, synthetic colors, causes asthma-like disease, tumors in children, vomiting, and chromosomal damage, which is serious to think about. The main source of these artificial color is junk food, which is most commonly consumed by all age groups nowadays. So, to overcome these effects, natural food grade colors were extracted. 3 commonly used colors were extracted, which are yellow color from turmeric, pinkish red color from beetroot, and green color from spinach. Aim of this research is to extract the food pigments from its sources and incorporate them to a fruit-based food product. Objective is to overcome harmful effects caused by the synthetic color and to prepare a natural pigment-based food nutraceutical product. Going ahead with the review of literature, these are the 4 main papers which form the base of our research. The first one, Culinary Lore E, Difference between the Natural and the Artificial Food Color. This paper helped to form the aim of our project, and the rest 3 corresponds to the extraction and the optimization of the each pigment. Materials and methods. So the very first step performed was the extraction process. The curcumin was extracted by sonication technique. The chlorophyll was extracted by solvent extraction technique, and the betaline was extracted by steady state extraction technique. After the extraction process, it was need to confirm that the extracted pigment performed was the HPLC. After confirming the identity of the pigment, the stability test was performed by 2 methods. One was the pH test by UV visible spectroscopy, and one was at different temperatures. After confirming on its stability, the product was developed, on which the microbial analysis and the proximate analysis was carried out. Now let's discuss the results which were obtained. These are the extracted color components. The first image is of yellow color, which was extracted from turmeric. The second image is of pinkish red color, which was extracted from beetroot. And the third image is of green color, extracted from spinach. From 20 gram of turmeric, almost 25% of curcumin was extracted. From 5 gram of spinach, almost 8% of chlorophyll was extracted. And from 8 gram of beetroot, almost 45% of betaline was extracted. This is the result for identification technique. These are the 3 HPTLC chromatograms for betaline, curcumin, and chlorophyll. The RF value which was obtained is corresponding to the documented literature value. So it was confirmed that the extracted pigments are the same. Result of the stability study. The stability study was carried out for 48 hours at 3 different temperatures. One was at the 28 degrees Celsius, one at the 4 degrees Celsius, and one at the 37 degrees Celsius. This is the image of the extracted food color and a developed food product in which the extracted food colors are incorporated. Stability study of pH was performed on food color as well as on the food product. So let's understand the result of the food color. For curcumin, there was no shift observed for the acidic pH, but there was a blue shift observed for the basic pH. Same is for the chlorophyll. No shift was observed for the acidic pH, but there was a blue shift observed for the basic pH. And for the betanin, there was no shift observed for acidic pH, but there was a red shift observed for the basic pH. And here in food product, for curcumin, there was no shift observed for acidic as well as for basic pH, but there was a blue shift observed for basic and acidic pH for chlorophyll. And for betanin, there was a red shift observed for acidic pH and the blue shift was observed for basic pH. Moving ahead with the microbial analysis, this analysis was carried out on food color as well as on the food product. The Borewell method was followed for this analysis, and the species selected were E. coli, L. lactis, and S. aureus. This is the continuation of microbial analysis. Rest 3 species used for this analysis were L. plantarum and 2 strains of Vibrio species. It was observed that only curcumin showed the zone of inhibition, that is the antimicrobial property towards S. aureus, E. coli, L. plantarum, and L. lactis. And it was seen that the food product of curcumin didn't show these properties, as it states that the antimicrobial property of curcumin is degraded. In proximate analysis, the percentage of total ash content in all 3 pigments were observed 0.05%, which is accepted under the documented range. Discussion. In identification technique, for yellow color, 3 bands were observed, which were resembling to curcumin. In green color, 2 bands were observed, one for chlorophyll A and another one for chlorophyll B. And in pinkish red color, 1 band was observed, which was resembling to betanin. For stability study, first part is for the pH. In curcumin, as the pH was increasing, the color was degrading, which resulted into the blue shift. In chlorophyll, again, as the pH was increasing, the color was degrading. Again, it resulted into the blue shift. In betanin, at basic pH, it was observed the red shift, and in acidic pH, the blue shift was observed. For the effect of temperature, it was observed that all 3 colors were more stable in the cold temperature. In antimicrobial study, curcumin shows the antimicrobial activity in food color, whereas it was absent in the food product. In proximate analysis, the mineral content was determined, but it was very low and hence it was acceptable with the documented ranges. Conclusion. Harmful effect of the artificial food colors were overcome by extracting the food-based natural colors. These extracted colors were incorporated in food product like Tutti Frutti, which will act as a nutritive supplement. Again, this nutritive product can be labeled as a nutraceutical product, as the curcumin, chlorophyll, and betanin are rich in day-to-day growth needs. Future scope. Stability study and the antimicrobial activity can be studied more in detail. The commercial use of this developed food product can be the future scope. Also, the residual analysis of the food product needs to be carried out. These are the references which supports our research. Thank you.
Greeting everyone, my name is Castellan Mavina, and today I'm going to present this topic, that is determination of the safe dose of aqueous extract of the quinquevalents, also known as celery by acute and subacute. That is the studies. For centuries, medicinal plant has been used as a remedy to treat human ailment. This is probably because of the fact that medicinal plant possess various bioactive phytochemical compounds such as phenolic, flavonoid, tannins, etc. And celery is one of those medicinal plants which have been used in traditional medicine. Previous preliminary phytochemical training of this aqueous extract of this particular plant show better antioxidant activity anti-inflammatory activities, and higher phenolic and flavonoid content. However, the toxicity studies of this particular aqueous extract is vastly unexplored. Therefore, this study was solely carried out to determine the safety dose of the leaf extract of this particular extract with acute and subacute toxicity studies. This is the methodology, and in acute toxicity study, then the animal were divided in 4 groups. The first group served as a negative control, whereas the second and the third and fourth group received a dose of 500, 1000, and 2000 mg per kg per delivery, and the general behavior was mortality were observed for 72 hours. And in subacute toxicity studies, 2 doses were selected, that is 200 and 400 mg per kg body weight respectively for 28 consecutive days, and the body weight, organ weight, as well as hepatotoxicity study were evaluated and compared with the normal group. In acute toxicity studies, no mortality were observed even at a dose of 2000, suggesting that the extract is safe to use. However, general signs of discomfort were observed at a dose of 1000 and 2000 mg per kg body weight, whereas at 500 mg per kg body weight, no major sign of discomfort were observed. In subacute toxicity studies, the initial and the final weight were determined. It was found that the control group gained a significant body weight, whereas at a dose of 400 mg per kg, there is a significant decrease in body weight and an insignificant decrease in body weight at a dose of 200 mg per kg body weight, as depicted in this table. Similarly, there was no significant changes in all organ weight as well as relative organ weight observed during this treatment. In the hepatotoxicity studies, it was found that the dose of 400 showed a significant decrease in all these liver enzyme markers, whereas at a dose of 200 mg per kg which show an insignificant decreases in all these parameters, suggesting the hepatoprotective properties of this particular aqueous extract. Based on all these evidence, it was clearly find that a dose of 200 mg per kg is safe to use for oral administration of more than 20 days. This is the lipid profile studies. It was found that at both doses, 200 and 400 mg per kg body weight, there is a significant reduction in all these tested parameters and a significant elevation or increase in HDL cholesterol, indicating its hypolipidemic activities of this particular plant extract. In oxidative stress studies, it was found that at both doses, there is a significant increase in catalase as well as TSH activities and a significant reduction in MDA concentration, which is a product of lipid peroxidation. Therefore, in conclusion, this particular plant is safe to use even at the dose of 200 mg per kg body weight. However, for prolonged oral administration, a dose of 400 mg per kg may cause significant changes in all those tested parameters that we have discussed. Therefore, for further study that require more than 28 days, we suggest a dose of 200 or less than 200 mg per kg body weight of aqueous extract of Apium graveolens. And with this, I will conclude. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Manasi Nore and here to present my paper, Awareness of Potential Use of Dietary Fiber for Prevention and Treatment of Cardiovascular Diseases under the topic Nutrition and Dietetics. Review paper focuses on the severity and the causes of cardiovascular diseases, how cholesterol contributes to heart diseases are discussed in the paper, and also review majorly focuses on the science behind the cholesterol lowering effect of dietary fiber. According to the statistical data provided by World Health Organization WHO, cardiovascular diseases CVD are the leading cause of death worldwide. It includes heart conditions such as angina, coronary artery disease, stroke, rheumatoid heart disease, peripheral artery disease, congenital heart disease, etc. India has particularly high mortality rate due to heart attack and cardiovascular heart disease. More than 1 in 3 deaths every year globally are due to cardiovascular disease, of which around 48% of them are due to coronary artery disease or CAD. Cholesterol has 2 significant major sections. First is the low density lipoprotein LDL cholesterol, which is considered as a bad cholesterol, and second is the high density lipoprotein HDL cholesterol, which is considered as the good cholesterol. LDL cholesterol transfers lipids into the blood vessels and contributes to arteriosclerosis. Arteriosclerosis leads to luminal narrowing, thereby obstructing the blood flow to the heart or brain. As we can see in the image, the first diagram shows a healthy artery with no plaque or cholesterol deposition. The second diagram shows the formation of plaque. In the third image, the plaque buildup is increased so much that the lumen of the artery is significantly decreased, and which leads to decrease in the blood flow, leading to an heart attack or low BP. Plaque rupture and plaque erosion are the most common life-threatening outcomes. The process behind this plaque buildup and rupture explained in the paper in detail. Fiber, how dietary fiber decreases the cholesterol level and how it can be a potential supplement is discussed in the review. Dietary fiber plays an important role in a diet in the healthy life. Its benefits for health maintenance and disease prevention have widely been recognized and practiced as therapy for various health conditions. Blood cholesterol, mainly LDL level, shows a linear relationship with the risk of CAD, coronary artery disease. The relationship between dietary fiber and cholesterol shows that various soluble dietary fiber lower blood cholesterol level in a significant amount. Dietary fiber mainly undergoes 5 effects. First is the gel forming effect in the stomach and small intestine. Second is the fiber fermentation by colonical bacteria. Third is the mop and sponge effect in the colon. Fourth is the cholesterol lowering effect. And fifth are the other concomitant effects. These effects help in the management of several conditions and it has been suggested to be a primary therapy. The use of dietary fiber in diabetes shows more beneficial effects in patients with non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Factors lead to absorption of bile acids. Absorption of bile acids affect the pH and is mediated through hydrophobic bonds by increasing the loss of bile acid in the feces. These bile acids are absorbed to the colon, further they return to the portal vein of the liver, thus modulating either the synthesis of cholesterol or its catabolism to bile acids. Prevention of bile salts reabsorption from the small intestine leading to an excess fecal bile salt excretion, reduced glycemic response leading to less insulin stimulation of hepatic cholesterol synthesis, and physiological effects of fermentation products of soluble products are the major mechanisms which explain the cholesterol lowering effects of soluble dietary fiber (SDF). Fiber also affect blood pressure and C-reactive protein (CRP), which are some additional biomarkers of cardiovascular diseases. Slide we are going to see the sources of dietary fiber. So dietary fiber is found to be in plants, in various parts of the plants. What is the plant structural part of the cell wall? Example, like polysaccharides, example, cellulose, hemicellulose, pectin and other substances, and non-carbohydrate polymers like lignin. Other parts were non-structural part and food additives, gums, pectins, mucilage, and other modified polysaccharides are the examples of them. Food rich in dietary fiber. Food rich in dietary fiber are also discussed in the review. This review can form a potential supplement for CVD patients. First, we have discussed psyllium husk, which is a pure form of insoluble dietary fiber from the plant Plantago ovata. It is commonly known as isabgol in India. It has various uses along with being a rich source of dietary fiber, such as it is used for the treatment of cancer, diabetes, constipation, etc. So, nuts like almond, pistachio, cashew nut, walnut, pine nut, etc. are also a very rich source of fiber and can be easily included in your diet. Cocoa of cow is a very rich source of dietary fiber. About 100 grams of cocoa powder consists 30 grams of dietary fiber. Wheat bran is the outer covering of wheat, which is again a rich source of dietary fibers such as beta-glucan, xylan, hemicellulose, cellulose, etc. Oats are a well-known source of fiber, beta-glucan, and also vegetables and fruits are very rich source of fiber. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarika. My research topic is survey of ethnobotany and biocultural heritage of wild vegetables used by tribal communities of Dhanu Taluka, Maharashtra, India, under the theme of nutrition and dietetics. Now coming to the introductory part, first let us know about ethnobotany. Ethnobotany is science of people's interaction with plants. It is the study of how advanced and indigenous societies view and use plants. It plays an essential role in discovery of plant sources and its bioactive molecules. As we know, the use of natural products with healing properties is as old as human civilization, and the term heritage reflects the ancestral rights of indigenous people over the biodiversity they have conserved for generation and responsibility to conserve the same for future generations. Biocultural heritage puts people at the center of conservation. It helps to recognize the inextricable links between biodiversity and the critical role of indigenous people in conserving nature. And part of biocultural heritage is to explore, study, and pass on the traditional knowledge of cooking wild vegetables to the future generations. Now, what are wild vegetables? Wild vegetables are naturally grown plants generally found in forests. These plants grow naturally by seed germination and therefore they have high content of minerals, essential elements, and other useful biochemicals. They also possess many medicinal properties. So the current research was done to explore the biodiversity and also to improve the wild vegetable status whose potential as a source of nutrition is undervalued. Coming to the material and method part, first let us know about Dhanu Taluka, as the current research was done in Dhanu Taluka. This taluka is the number of villages in this taluka are 171. The population in Dhanu Taluka comprises mostly of tribals including Warli, Dhodi and Dubla tribes. It was observed that this tribal population during monsoon season consumed certain native wild vegetables to keep their immunity strong for the entire year. To understand and explore more about it, I did a survey from the information was collected by questioning around 170 tribals about their folklore knowledge of wild vegetables, and also their traditional recipes were noted. And around 20 wild vegetables data was gathered in this research. Now coming to the result and discussion part, the 20 wild vegetables on which the data was gathered were Shevra, Chlorophytum tuberosum, Bamboo, Cassia tora, Kurdu, Dharanga, Mulshi, Bacella alba, Pendra, Colocasia esculenta, Shindal makad, Kantole, Satori, Ghor, Rankiri, Dioscora bulbifera, Bathua, Ambadi, Dungarjiru, and Sai. As you can see, this table number 1 gives the information of those wild vegetables, and the information was enumerated in the form of scientific name, local name, family, its traditional recipe, and its ethnomedicinal uses. The table number 2 depicts the nutritional value of each plant.
And in figure number 1, you can see the photos of those wild vegetables. Out of this entire data, it was observed, or it was the information from their folklore knowledge, it was known that the Dungar Jiru, Ambadi and bamboo are said to have anti-cancerous properties. The Dungar Jiru is also considered effective in curing tuberculosis. The Ran Keri is considered to cure cancer and diabetes. The wild vegetable gold consists of strong antioxidants, and the entire plant of puldu is used as an antidote for snake bites. Coming to the conclusion part, this study helped in understanding the folklore knowledge and the biocultural heritage of these 20 wild vegetables. These vegetables are grown naturally, and that's why their nutritive and mineral value is very high. It was observed that the vegetables which grow annually once in a year in the monsoon season, where the viral infection is at its peak, but the consumption of these vegetables keep the tribals healthy and disease-free for almost a year. This study also revealed that this knowledge is vanishing due to urbanization, and thus the recorded biocultural heritage aims to explore the biodiversity and also to improve the wild vegetable status, whose potential as a source of nutrition is undervalued. And the last part is about the references. Thank you so much for listening to my research presentation.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Dr. Sonia Devi from Department of Forestry, Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology. Today I'll be presenting on my topic, nutritional and antioxidant values of 4 selected young eatable cytostem of wild and cultivated banana from Manipur. Introduction. Banana cytostem are usually dumped as garbage, fed to cattle, or compost, or in average about 60 to 80 tons per hectare of cytostem biomass is dumped as garbage in many nations. Cytostem has a low glycemic index and is strong in dietary fiber and antioxidant, making it suitable choice for diabetes. The global food market attention has shifted to non-conventional food resource as a result of detailed studies have been reported on the nutritional composition of the banana cytostem from Northeastern region of India. The present study aimed to evaluate the nutritional and antioxidant study. Sample collection from the vegetable vendors in local markets and farms in various districts. The banana samples were collected. For the purpose of preparation, the outer seeds were discarded, washed carefully in running water, set drying at the room temperature for a week, and the samples were ground to fine powder using a domestic grinder and stored under refrigerated condition for further analysis. Here is the table showing the plant species samples collected from various districts of Manipur. Meitei hay, Marine hay, Ningol hay, and Chingnafu are the plant samples, banana cytostem, which we have collected for analysis purpose. Photographs showing the banana samples, and the photographs on the right side shows the food item prepared from banana cytostem. Protocol for the analysis of various parameters. The standard protocols were followed. Here we have listed some of the protocols which we have used for the present study. Results. Nutritional and dietary properties of banana cytostem. So starch content, protein content, and S content were found to be highest in MN14, and the protein content was found to be highest in MN20, which is Chinglapur. And S content were also found to be highest in Chinglapur. Total sugar was found to be highest in MN14, and reducing sugar was also found to be highest in MN14. Non-reducing sugar was found to be highest in MN20, which is Chinglapur. Mineral content. Potassium was found to be highest in MN14. Calcium was found to be highest in MN20. Phosphorus was found to be highest mineral content in all the banana pseudostem. Highest was recorded in MN13. For phytochemical properties, total phenolic content, highest amino acid content was recorded in MN14, and total phenolic content and flavonoid content were found in MN20. Antioxidant activity of banana pseudostem was found to be low in all of the banana sample, and highest among them was recorded in banana MN15. So here is a table showing the correlation between various parameters. So some of the significant correlation were highlighted, positive significant correlation were highlighted in the blue colors, and negatively significant in yellow colors. To conclude with, from the present study, we found that the nutritional composition of banana pseudostem varied among different samples. The total sugar, reducing sugar, starch, and amino acid content were found highest in MN14. MN20 was found to contain highest non-reducing sugar, food protein, S content, total phenolic content, and flavonoid. The amino acid property of the pseudostem were found to be very low in all the samples. MN14, which is Maringhay, and MN20 is Chinglapur, possess highest nutritional value among based on the mineral content and dietary values. The result indicates that banana pseudostem are good source of minerals as calcium, potassium, sodium, phosphorus, and crude protein. The utilization of banana pseudostem could provide additional benefit in reducing the banana waste in agricultural field and increasing the use as vegetable. Further studies may lead to understanding biological effect of banana pseudostem in physiology and health benefit of human beings. I would like to acknowledge DBT Government of India for the financial support. I would also like to acknowledge the villagers and vegetable vendors who have helped me in providing the useful information and the banana sample for my analysis purpose. These are the references for the present study. Thank you.
So now the presentations are over. I request Dr. Meena Mehta to kindly give your remarks.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First and foremost, I'm delighted that Khalsa College has organized this and I have been invited. I'm thankful to the head of the department and team for wonderful show. Throughout the day, in between, I was coming and attending also. Starting with the morning session and all, I was quite happy. Principal sir also mentioned one should be research minded and all. And keynote speaker also highlighted that this is the need of an hour that around 42% of world's underweight children are there in India. So we need to have this kind of food which can really overcome such problems of nutrition and health. So one has to really work on it for the improving our global hunger index also. Coming to the novel food, which does not have history of it and all, we all know about it through either omics or engineering part of it. Few examples we have, like we have already included are like chia seeds and krill oil and coriander seed oil is a new thing in the market. And coming to the presentations and all, I would like to congratulate each one of you for the uh, presentation. Coming to the first presentation about nutritious and cost-effective plant-based food colorants and all, really communicated very clearly, loudly, and confidently about the research, whatever the candidate has done, and the candidate was very clear about it, and future references and the things. Definitely, I would like to highlight and inform the candidate that apart from antioxidant activities of the things and all, we can always think of something about the role in packaging material also, not restricting only to the food and infusions, which is a wonderful thing the candidate has done. And edible coating for the fruit can be there with this kind of thing. Second one, determination of the safe dose of aqueous extract and APM and all. The candidate has done good job, but can by presenting it was a little faster, and I don't know, because of technological problems, we cannot hear, rather we could not hear very clearly. Otherwise, the study was fine as far as toxicity. It's a difficult study, I do agree on it, to do it. So he has done a good job. The third one, review paper was there about awareness of potential uses of dietary fiber for prevention and treatment of cardiovascular disease. Here, certain things about the soluble fiber can be highlighted more because they are working on it, and people look forward for incorporation of things for management of cholesterol, and of course the starting point we consider the blood pressure for all sorts of conditions, so can really have a better job in that direction also. And of course it's a review, so whenever the candidate is participant is working on it, they can really do a good job apart from the just giving the review paper. Let's do some research on it, as sir also pointed out. As far as the fourth presentation is concerned, survey of ethnobotany and biocultural heritage of wild vegetables. Of course, they have plethora of nutrients present and tribal live on it. Of course, he highlighted about the anti-cancer and all, but definitely requires much more research on it when we talk loudly in the public and for the population. And I was a little wondering why dehydration was not done out of season when she mentioned about the rainy days leafy vegetables. That can be done. Only thing, the presentation was a little blurred. Lastly, coming to the presentation of nutritional and antioxidant value of four selected young edible pseudo-stem of wild and cultivated banana. Of course, banana, as we all know, since ages and all, it's just the research on it and the different parts of it. And there are varieties of banana available in Indian context, so one can really work on it, and they look like trunks and all this banana plant, like a banana leaves are together. One can really utilize. They've been utilized in certain parts of India. Of course, there is talking about Manipur and all, but it is known for its detoxification, digestion, relieve constipation, and of course managing quite a few other elements of the body also. So I congratulate everybody for their effective attempt, communication, and of course some kind of research much more is needed to put into the proper perspective as far as studies are concerned. But everybody did a good job and they've tried their best to outline whatever they wanted to say. They tried to communicate. Few of them did a good organized revision of the material, and I really enjoyed the topic. And before I sign off, I just would like to say that there are few drivers of the food choices like marketing and government policies and of course environment, and on top of that is advertising. So advertisement rules the world a lot, and with our cultural differences in India, we try to work together, and it's time that climate for the processed food has ripened. Grab the opportunity. Young researchers should grab this opportunity because people want to have a diet which is the most modifiable factor for prevention of non-communicable diseases, and it depends entirely on total food supply. You and I cannot have them in isolation about it. And the recent concept you can keep in mind, pork overnight, cultural hut, improved shelf life, and of course, safe food is the first and prime importance by the consumer. And thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Meena madam. On behalf of organizing committee, I take this opportunity to thank you so much. Firstly, for accepting our invitation to chair this session. I am sure we have really had you here as a very apt resource person as a to chair the session. I feel extremely thankful for your minute observation, very crisp comments on each and every presentation. And I'm sure that the participants will take your advice for the betterment of their work. Thank you once again, ma'am. And over to you, Pallavi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I invite the resource person from ANCRUM. ANCRUM is a team of specialized in HPLC and HPTLC analysis. So he will be giving us the brief talk. So please start your talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. To all the staff and students from Khalsa College, let me share my screen first. Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, Manjusha.
Yes, okay. Okay. I welcome you all to this webinar on high performance thin layer chromatographic technique and herbal applications. In this webinar, we will talk about this technique, its regulatory acceptance, instrumentation, and its application in herbal field. These are our social media contacts on which you can follow us for recent news updates and recent application and training related videos. If you are interested, you can also visit our ANCRUM YouTube channel. We have uploaded several videos which are related to application and training. Several professors are also using these videos in their teaching courses. Before starting with the presentation, I would like to introduce you to this technique, that is HPTLC, how it has evolved from TLC. TLC is a classical technique which started in 1960. In 1960, there were no instruments at all, or although there were any instruments, you have to give command to each instrument individually. Every step was manual. Basic instruments were there. After that, upgradation has taken place, but still software was not there. Software was introduced which would control all the instruments, but still there was a lack of standard methodology. Suppose I am doing some analysis by TLC, I am applying a band or spot for that particular method or sample. Suppose I am applying a band of 6 millimeter, someone other could apply a band of 8 millimeter for the same sample. Although we were following same sample, same methodology, everything was same, but people used to get a lot of variation in the results. To avoid this, HPTLC methodology was introduced by United States Pharmacopoeia. Now it is official technique as per United States Pharmacopoeia and European Pharmacopoeia since 2018. Now we have instruments, we have software controlled instrument, we have standard methodology with set parameters, which is introduced by USP, and the future of this is robotic HPTLC, wherein the manual steps are completely removed, every step is automated. Now we will quickly take a look at TLC versus HPTLC. On the right hand side, I have an image of TLC analysis of Asian ginseng. This is TLC, what you do, that is classical TLC. Here you apply sample with the help of capillary, you do spotting. On the left hand side, the one standard is there, and along with that, 3 samples have been applied. Now if I ask you whether this standard is same as this, it would be difficult for you to conclude, because you can see there are a lot of unseparated mass of compounds, and it is difficult to comment whether this is same as this. And above all, you cannot go for quantification. Even though you develop good TLC method, you cannot go for quantification. But if I am subjecting same sample but under HPTLC conditions, see what happens. In here, in this plate, I have applied sample in the form of bands. I have applied 5 different markers, and along with that, different samples are there. You can see we have got separation for 10 to 15 fractions or bands are there. Separation is there up to the solvent front, and I can easily identify which all standards are there in my sample. So this is the difference between classical TLC and modern day HPTLC. Now, if you look at pharma monograph, they say that use 20 by 20 centimeter plate and run that plate up to 13.5 or 14 centimeter, which takes a lot of time and consumes a lot of solvent. So what we have done is we have miniaturized this plate size. Instead of 20 by 20, we are using plate dimension of 20 by 10 centimeter. We are running that plate technically up to 62 millimeter or 7 centimeter if you are considering it from the base, which requires less solvent, only 10 to 20 ml solvent is required. You can complete the analysis roughly in 20 to 30 minutes. And if you look at the result, you can see that we have got much sharper bands, we have got better resolution, and at the same time, we can apply more number of samples. This is complete HPTLC system and the data output which you get from each of these instruments. HPTLC is a sequential procedure. You have to follow certain sequence while going for HPTLC. There are different steps like application, development, photo documentation, and scanning, and dedicated instruments are there for each of these steps. For example, after application and development in a suitable mobile phase, you get images, high quality images like this. After going for photo documentation, you get chromatogram just like HPLC and GC, and you can go for quantification by means of scanner. You can send your sample to MS studies by means of MS interface. And if your compound does not show any response in UV or 366, you can derivatize the same. And there is VisionCat software, which is latest one, which controls all these instruments. Now, if we talk about HPTLC methodology and quantification, as I have mentioned, there is standardized methodology. We have validated methods. We have software controlled hardware. And if your compound shows absorbance in UV, you can go up to nanogram or ppm level. And if it is showing fluorescence, you can go up to ppb level for quantification. Scanning reproducibility is plus minus 2%. Accuracy and precision of the results is very high, and you get multiple detections without repeating chromatography. I will explain this point in the coming slide. MS hyphenation is possible these days, and it is fully regulatory compliant. Now, There are a lot of differences in between TLC and HPTLC, but we will discuss only 2 points, that is primary focus and target. In olden days, the focus of TLC used to be simplicity and low cost. People wanted to see fast results on benchtop. If I'm working on some synthetic reaction mixture and I want to check whether my reaction is complete, what I would do is I would take out the reaction mixture from the vessel. I will apply the band of the reactant and I'm expecting to see 2 to 3 bands. Suppose I'm seeing the band A and B, which is my reactant, is getting lighter, and C, which is my product, is getting darker. That time I used to understand that, okay, my reaction is going to complete. Now I should stop the reaction. So this is what people used to expect from TLC, but in HPTLC, the focus is not just analysis or fast results, but the focus is reproducibility and separation power. Suppose you have developed any method for your sample. You should get reproducible results every time you are repeating same analysis. Irrespective of the lab, irrespective of the analyst, everyone should get same results once method is developed. And this is possible by HPTLC because we are using highly standardized methodology with optimized parameters which are set by the pharmacopoeias, for example, USP or EP pharmacopoeia. In TLC, the target used to be rapid and preliminary results, as I have discussed, and in HPTLC, the focus, the target is reliable analytical results. The results should be in such form that you should be able to submit those results to any regulatory authority like FDA, FSSI, or you should be able to publish your data in any national or international journal. This technique is very simple, reliable, and fast, as you can apply many number of samples at the same time. 10 to 15 samples can be applied at the same time. There is ultra low running cost and maintenance. There is no special requirement of temperature and pressure except for the plate heater and the applicator. You can collect huge data about your sample. After doing one single analysis, you can record your results in UV, in visible, in fluorescence mode. You can go for spectra. You can go for derivatization for additional confirmation. You can send your sample to MS, and these days bioactivity studies are also possible. Now, if we talk about stepwise practice of HPTLC, I have mentioned that it is a sequential procedure. You have to follow certain sequence. First step is application on plate. We call this step as application, not injection, because we are applying the sample on the surface of the plate. Followed by that, there is chromatographic development in a suitable mobile phase. After that, one should go for image documentation and densitometric scanning. And as densitometric scanning is non-destructive technique, you can send your sample to further characterization studies like MS, IR, NMR, or you can send your sample to derivatization. Now, if we talk about CAMAG, your use of CAMAG HPTLC system for QC and research lab, you have seen that this system comprises of series of independent instruments which are controlled by one software. Up to 6 to 10 analysts can use same system simultaneously, which is very useful feature, especially for the educational institutes or the academic labs. The instruments are easily upgradable. We have database oriented software. What does it mean is, suppose if you are working on curcumin sample and you have worked on it, say for example, 6 months, and you want to see all the analysis files which are related to curcumin. There is a search tab in the software. You just have to type curcumin and you will get access to all the analysis file which you have generated over a period of 3 months or 6 months. There is minimal use of solvents, only 20 to 30 ml solvent is required. You can use cheaper AR and GR grade solvents, which are half of the price of LC grade solvents. The technique is very economical, very little waste is produced, and you can perform analysis on demand. Even though that particular sample is new to you, you do not have any information about your sample, still you can apply that sample on your plate and you can go for the analysis and you can generate the report roughly in 60 to 90 minutes. Now, most important, we will talk about most important aspect, that is regulatory acceptance. Because if you are using this technique, you have to give some reference. If you are submitting it to any regulatory authority like FSSI, FDA, or you want to go for publication, you have to give reference which method you have used. For example, in United States Pharmacopoeia, there are different chapters are there. There is USP chapter 203, which talks about HPTLC methodology and fingerprint identification of materials of botanical origin. Now, this term is important, botanical origin, because it will cover all the samples or the formulations which are prepared from herbal ingredients, whether it is nutraceutical, Ayurvedic, homeopathic, Unani, irrespective of its system. If it is prepared from any herbal ingredient, you can follow USP chapter 203 for analysis of that particular sample or product. There is USP chapter 621, which talks about use of scanner for quantification. There is USP chapter 202, which is there for identification of fixed oils, in which they have described or given method for identification of different oils. They have compared 14 different oil samples, and there is ready method is there for that. There is USP chapter 2251, which mentions use of HPTLC-MS interface for identification of synthetic API in herbals, and there is USP chapter 1064, which talks about parameter selection explanation. That means it will guide you how you should go for application of the sample on plate. And there is EP chapter, that is European Pharmacopoeia chapter 2.8.25, which is very much identical to USP 203. I have just mentioned about this chapter, that is USP chapter 1064, in which they have standardized every single aspect. You are supposed to take 20 by 10 centimeter plate, then apply your sample in the form of band. The band length should be 8 millimeter. How much distance you are supposed to leave from left side? What should be the difference between the two tracks? How much should be the solvent front? At what length you are supposed to run your sample on your plate? Everything is defined, and when you are following all these parameters, you will get reproducible results. Now, this CAMAG HPTLC system is regulatory compliant. It is 21 CFR Rule 11 compliant, which talks about electronic signature and auditable data. All these instruments are IQ, OQ, and PQ qualified. All the data which is stored is in encrypted and password protected database. You don't have to worry about safety of your data. You can set the digital signatures up to 7 levels, and you can control user access up to 7 levels depending on the hierarchy in your organizations. And full audit trail is there for analysis and system. You can keep a track of who had started the instrument, what all changes has been done in the previous files, what new files have been generated. Everything is traceable, and you can go for automatic scheduling with the built-in automatic backup tool, and it always complies with the latest regulations. Now we will see HPTLC sample preparation. USP has made sample preparation very easy. There is no need to go for Soxhlet extraction, which is very much exhaustive, which takes a lot of time and consumes a lot of solvents. So what they have proposed is, if you are dealing with herbal sample, take 100 milligram of the sample, dissolve it in 1 ml methanol, sonicate the same for 15 minutes, centrifuge it at 5000 RPM, and directly you can use the supernatant for application. After sample application, next step is sample preparation. The next step is sample application. For that purpose, we have majorly two options available, Linomat 5 and Autosampler 4. Linomat 5 is semi-automatic applicator, and Autosampler 4 is fully automatic. In Linomat 5, as it is semi-automatic, you have to fill the syringe, rinse syringe. You have to mount the syringe individually so that the analyst will remain engaged with the instrument, whereas all these steps are automatic in Autosampler 4. Both of these instruments, they work on spray-on technique. What is the spray-on technique? Is nitrogen or compressed air is used for application. It gets mixed with your sample. Sample is converted into a fine mist and then it is sprayed onto the plate in the form of thin homogeneous band. Only difference is there in automation. Otherwise, the quality of bands which you get for your sample will remain same. When it comes to HPTLC, this technique is very much flexible. There are different ways how you can introduce your sample on plate. If you want to go for quantitative analysis, if you want to know the quantity of particular marker in your sample, then this standard format is followed, that is quantitative, wherein different levels of standards are applied throughout the plate, 5 or 7 levels of standard, and rest of the sample. The instrument will plot calibration graph and you will get how much quantity of marker is there in your sample. There is a technique of in situ cleanup which is used to remove the interference of fatty matrix from your sample. If you are facing any difficulty from the fatty matrix from your sample which is interfering in your analysis, that you can remove by this technique, that is in situ cleanup. Micropreparative isolation is also there, in which you can isolate particular band from your sample and you can take it for further characterization studies. And superimposing technique is used in validation studies, or when you are doubtful about your analysis, when one particular standard is present in your sample but it is present in very low quantity. That time, if you want to confirm the result, you want to go for confirmation of the result, whether it is present in my sample or not, that time one can use this superimposing technique. Due to time restriction, I will not talk about in detail about this. I'm not talking about in detail about all these techniques, but if you are interested, we can discuss it at the end of the presentation. After sample application, the next step is chromatogram development. For this, we have majorly 3 options available: twin trough chamber, automatic development chamber, and AMD. I won't talk about this AMD because we use it occasionally when we are dealing with very complex sample having multiple polarities. Twin trough chamber are most popular in most of the colleges or educational institutes. These chambers are used. But if you want to comply with GLP, then one is supposed to use automatic development chamber. If we talk about mobile phases in HPTLC, very little consumption is there. Only 20 to 30 ml is required for 15 samples. That means only 1 to 2 ml per sample. Any combination of stationary phase and mobile phase is possible. There is no separate preparation time, no degassing required. Readily you can mix the ingredients of the mobile phase and you can use it as a mobile phase, or you can run your plate in that particular solvent system. Gas phase is also there in HPTLC if you are giving saturation, which plays significant role in separation of components. Stationary phases, mostly silica gel 60F254 plates are used, which works 90 to 95% of the time. But in some cases, if you are working on natural pigments like anthocyanins, or you are interested in analysis of oil samples, that time reverse phase plates are used, and ready-made pre-coated plates are available in different dimensions. We have this instrument that is automatic chromatogram development, which complies with US Pharmacopoeia. This instrument is software controlled, fully automatic, and gives you reproducible results. I have mentioned that even though we are following we are working on same sample, we are following same methodology for the analysis of the same, but we may get variation in the result. The reason is, as HPTLC is open system, we do not have control on humidity which is present in the air. Suppose we are doing some analysis, I'm doing it in Mumbai and you are doing it in some other city, say for example in Chennai. We may get different results for same sample because of humidity which is present in the air. Humidity has significant role on RF values or on separation of components. So to avoid this, CAMAG has introduced this ADC2, in which they have given one jar. The jar is not visible in this slide, but in that jar we put saturated solution of magnesium chloride, which gives constant humidity of 33%. We are doing our entire analysis with this control humidity feature, and all the steps which are done by the analyst in case of twin trough chamber or in manual development, that is plate drying, introduction of plate into the chamber, all these steps are automatic in this, so that basically we are removing environmental errors as well as the errors which are caused by the operator or by the analyst. After development in a suitable mobile phase, the next step is image documentation at different wavelengths. These wavelengths are defined by United States Pharmacopoeia, that is 254, 366 nanometer and white light. For this, we have this visualizer which works on HDRI technology, high dynamic range imaging. What it does is it will take images under different exposures and it will give you optimized image in which you are able to see the lightest band like this and the brightest band which is present in your sample. Because many a times, and mostly in herbal samples, there are many components. Some are present in less quantity, some are present in high quantity. So you should be able to get such image in which you should get picture of all the compounds which are present in your sample. There is one more feature, that is comparison viewer, in which with this feature what you can do is you can keep the images of all the plates you have developed over a period of, say for example, 3 months or 6 months. I can put images of all the analysis files, whether they belong to different plates, different samples, the analysis which was performed on different day by in different lab or different species, which will help you in better understanding of the results. And you can decide, say for example, which mobile if you have tried many different types of mobile phases. So by using this feature, you can decide which mobile phase is suitable for my analysis, or which sample is showing me good stability or good separation. So for better understanding of your results, you can use this feature. The next is scanner, which is used for quantitative evaluation. This is the image of the scanner, and these are the images of the data output which you get after going for scanning. You can do scanning in 3 different regions, that is UV, invisible, and in fluorescence mode. The scanning range is from 190 to 900 nanometer. There is fully automatic scan, plus you can go for the spectra to confirm the identity of your sample. The results which you get are very sensitive and reproducible, and most important is it is non-destructive technique. Therefore, you can send your sample for further characterization studies. These are the chromatograms. You get peak like this, and the area under the peak, which you can use for quantification of your analyte. You get spectra like this. This is the calibration graph which is plotted by the instrument itself, and this is the 3D display. By looking at this, you will understand how you have achieved the separation, or if you are working on some quantitative analysis, whether the standards or the sample which you have applied on your plate is fitting in this calibration range or not. Now, how it works is a beam of monochromatic light moves along individual track of the plate, and the amount of light which is coming back from plate to detector is measured by a photomultiplier tube, and the bands are converted into some signal or pic. You get picture something like this. You get that particular band is converted in the form of pic, and you get RF value and the area under the under this pic, which you can use for quantification. As I have mentioned, you can go for you can take spectra as well, just like you take in spectrophotometer, but here principle is different. Here we have an example of 3 different compounds, that is sulfomethaxole, trimethoprim, and dimetrodazole. If you look at the values, all these compounds, they have different lambda max values. And as our scanning range is from 190 to 900 nanometer, we can go for scanning of all these compounds. And you can see over here, we have got different pattern for each of these compounds. So this is how you can go for confirm identification of your compound. Now, if you are taking spectra for one band, it will tell you about its identity. Suppose you are working on green tea and you are interested in isolation of caffeine from green tea sample. You have got separation for caffeine, but based on RF values, you cannot conclude that the band which you have got for caffeine standard and at same RF, the band which you have got in the sample. Only based on RF, you cannot conclude that the band which you have got belongs to caffeine or it is something else. It might be some other band which is coeluting at same RF. So for that, you're supposed to go for spectra. Spectra will tell you its confirm identity. It will show you some pattern which you can compare with the literature. It will tell you its lambda max value. Suppose lambda max of caffeine is 273 nanometer. You are also supposed to get the same value for your sample. And then you can confirmly make the statement that yes, caffeine is present in my sample, or whatever separation I have achieved belongs to caffeine. If you are going for 3 spectra for that particular band, it will scan that at 3 different positions, lower, middle, and upper. And it will tell you about its purity, whether the caffeine you have got is pure or not, or whether there is some interference from adjacent compounds or bands is there, that you can check with the help of this feature. We have an option of multi-wavelength scanning. Suppose you do not have any idea what is its lambda max, or you are dealing with some unknown compound. In that case, you can go for scanning at different wavelengths at the same time. You have to give command only at once. You can choose desired wavelengths, anything from 190 to 900 nanometer. And as you can see over here, we have scanned that particular compound at different wavelengths, 205, 311 and 268 nanometer. And if I look at this chromatogram, I can see that I have got maximum absorption at 311 nanometer. That means this is the suitable wavelength which I can use for further analysis. That you can decide by this feature. Now here is an example of quantification by HPTLC scanner. We have example of cannabinoids. There are different types of cannabinoids are there. People have isolated more than 140 different types of cannabinoids, but the cannabinoids, they are extracted from cannabis sativa, which is one of the narcotic drug. And 2 main cannabinoids are THC and THCA. THC is tetrahydrocannabinol and THCA is tetrahydrocannabinolic acid. Now, when I have developed the plate and I'm taking image in photo documentation unit, I have taken image only at one wavelength, that is 254 nanometer. I'm able to see band for THCA, which is over here, but I'm not able to see any response for THC because it is not showing any response at wavelength 254 nanometer. But when I went for scanning, and as scanning range starts from 190 to 900 nanometer, I have got the response for THC as well, and I can quantify THC as well as THCA in my sample. This is the use of the scanner. Even though if it is not visible on plate, you cannot say that it is not present in your sample. You have to confirm the same by using scanner. CAMAG automatic derivatizer is also there. If suppose if your compound does not show any response at all in UV or in fluorescence, that time you can go for this step, that is derivatization. Derivatization is a process in which we are adding chromophore group to the compound to make it visible. It works on piezoelectric spray in which reagent is poured in this nozzle. There are different colored nozzles are available: blue, green, yellow, and red. Depending on the viscosity of the reagent, you are supposed to use different color coded nozzles. You will spray reagent in this region or in this nozzle. By piezoelectric spray, the reagent is converted into a fine mist and it is sprayed onto the plate. Plate is over here in this section, in this hood. Under gravitational force, uniform spraying is there so that you get reproducible result, and even after derivatization you can go for quantification and validation studies of the same. Only 3 ml reagent is required for 20 by 10 centimeter plate and 6 ml for 20 by 20. And complete operation takes place in a closed hood so that analyst is not exposed to the toxic vapors of the reagent, and there is auto removal of reagent vapors. Whatever extra vapors are generated, they are sucked back into the bottle, which is there on the rear side of the instrument, and thus it is a green technique, as very less solvent is required and we are not exposed to toxic vapors of reagents. Now, of many derivatization reactions, they are not complete without heating. For that, CAMAC plate heater is there in which you can adjust the temperature from 20 to 200 degrees Celsius, which is sufficient temperature range for most of the derivatizing reactions, which gives you uniform heating. You get reproducible results every time you are heating the plate. And the surface of this plate heater is resistant to most of the chemicals and acids which are used in the preparation of derivatizing reagents. We have CAMAG HPTLC MS interface as well. Suppose you have separated some compound on your plate and you want to know the identity of that compound. In that case, you can go for this HPTLC MS interface. HPTLC can be coupled with mass analyzer by means of this HPTLC MS interface. It is suitable for any MS, MSMS and HRMS which is commercially available in the market. This is the unit. This is the stage on which you can keep your plate. There are different buttons are there for actual operation: laser, crosshair, piston, cleaning button. 6-port valve is there for connection of capillaries from LC to MS. This is the knob with which you can adjust the pressure of the gas which is required for the pistonic force, and this is the lever to bring the instrument in extraction or bypass mode. Basically, 3 units are required: HPLC pump, MS interface and mass analyzer. Suppose if you want to extract something from your plate, put the plate on your stage, mark it with the help of pencil. Then push this laser crosshair which will focus band of your interest. Then push this piston down so that the extraction head will come down. It will block that particular area. And once you pull the lever to the front side, the solvent from LC pump, you can see animation over here. The solvent from LC pump will come in contact with your sample or the band of your interest which is there on your plate, and then it is directed to the MS. You are supposed to wait until you observe some signal or some base peak in the mass analyzer, and once you observe some base peak for your compound, then you are supposed to stop the operation, and again you can push the cleaning or flushing button so that the instrument is ready for the next sample or next band. So this is how it works. This is one example that we have got one sample that is tadalafil, which was suspected to be added in one of the Ayurvedic sample. It is not very visible at 254 nanometer, but when we went for HPTLC MS, we have observed that we have got same M/Z ratio for tadalafil standard as well as the band which we have got for that particular band which was belonging to Ayurvedic sample. So this is how we have confirmed that yes, tadalafil was illegally added in Ayurvedic sample. This is one of the Shimadzu and Chrome joint poster which was presented in ASMS conference. We have worked on Tectona grandis leaves. The HPTLC part was done in our lab, and further characterization studies were done by Shimadzu. HPTLC method development and validation. These are the points which are there for HPTLC method development and validation. Validation is required. Suppose if you have developed some method, it is not just necessary to develop method, but you should go for validation as well, because that will confirm that each time you are repeating the same analysis, you should get same result for that particular method. Irrespective of the analyst is change, you are doing same analysis in some other lab, you are supposed to get same reproducible results every time. So these are some of the important steps which you should consider while going for method development. And you can perform all the important parameters of the validation as per ICH Q2 R1 guidelines. Now we will talk about HPTLC fingerprint. This term is mostly used in case of herbals, and the United States Pharmacopoeia definition of HPTLC fingerprint is, it is the electronic image of the visual HPTLC chromatogram. That means after application and development in a suitable mobile phase or after derivatization, you are supposed to record your results at 3 different wavelengths, that is 254, 366 nanometer and white light. And you are supposed to evaluate your results based on RF, what RF you have got, what is the color of the bands which you are observing on your plate, and what is the intensity. The intensity will be relative term, and it should account for 100% of the sample. And for comparison, you are supposed to use botanical reference material or BRM. If you do not have commercially available BRM, what you can do is you collect the sample from the authentic source or from the market or from the field. You get it authenticated from the recognized botanical institute, and that you can use as botanical reference material. Along with that, you are supposed to collect different samples from different geographical location, which will give you an idea that what all geographical or climatic variations are observed for that particular sample. You can eliminate those, and you can select the bands which are consistently showing their presence every time you are repeating that analysis, and that you can use as a marker. This is one example of HPTLC fingerprint for different species of piper. Now here you can see that on the left hand side there are different standards, and HPTLC fingerprint profile is there for different piper species. Now here you can see that there are different bands which are present in all the samples, because they belong to same genus, that is piper. But there are some bands which are exclusively present in that particular species. For example, if you take a look over here, you can see orange color band is there, which is present only in Piper cubeba. So this band, you can use it as identification marker or analytical marker for your particular sample. There is a class of compound studies in which you will get an idea what all secondary metabolites are present in your sample. There are different classes of compounds like alkaloids, anthracines, coumarins, essential oils. There we have set methods and set mobile phases, set derivatizing reagents. Everything is standardized. If you follow this, you will get an idea of what all compounds are present in your sample. And these are images of the books and the literature available on HPTLC. On the left hand side, this white image represents the image from HPTLC Association, which is a non-profit organization in which they have developed the method for different herbal samples. More than 270 methods are there, which are very much reproducible, and they are accepted by the Pharmacopoeia. So you can refer the same. And then if you visit CAMAG application, CAMAG site, they have published several application notes which are there on food samples, pharma samples, forensic samples, cosmetics. So you will get access to all these methods. You will have to go to all these sites, register free of cost, and you will get access to all these methods. And these are some of the books which you can refer for particular sample. Now, if we talk about HPTLC and its application, HPTLC is a very diverse technique. It has application in many different fields, as you can see over here. But for today's presentation, we will consider only botanical applications. Here there is an example of identification of Vitex nigundo. Two standards are there, that is agnuside and nigundoside, which are present in this plant. These standards have been applied from track number 1 to 4, and along with that, samples which are collected from different geographical locations are applied over here. And you can see the presence of these markers in all these samples, or you can go for identification or authentication of the same. One more example is there for identification of ashwagandha, that is Vidania somnifera. Here they have compared root as well as leaf sample. They have used the standard vidanoloid A and beta sitosterol. By using this technique, we can go for identification up to species level. We had these 3 different species, that is Garcinia indica, Gummigutta and Mangostina. HPTLC method has been developed for the same. Garcinol standard is there on the left hand side. From track number 2 to 4, this represents Garcinia indica species. Track number 5 and 6 represents Garcinia gummigutta, and track 7 to 9 represent Garcinia mangostina. And you can see we have got different pattern for all these species. And one more observation is that if you look at this band, which belongs to Garcinol, in Garcinia indica there is one additional band which is present only in Garcinia indica. So this is how you can go for species identification. This is one example of a quantification of marker gallic acid from one of the polyherbal formulation, that is Samangadi Churna. Our aim was to develop the method for identification and quantification of gallic acid. So you can see over here, gallic acid has been separated at RF 0.41. We have taken the spectra, confirm its identity, and we could quantify how much amount of gallic acid is present in this Ayurvedic sample. You can also develop the method for simultaneous identification and quantification of different markers. There is a method for identification and quantification of 4 different markers, that is bilobalide and gingolide A, B and C. In Ginkgo biloba, which is famous Chinese medicine. This is one example for quantification of beta sitosterol. You can see we have achieved very good separation at RF 0.38. This is how the instrument will give you results, or it will plot graph. Once you feed proper values, how much sample you have prepared and how much standard you have prepared, it will plot calibration graph for you, and you will get results something like this, that 68.73 μg beta sitosterol is present in 100 milligram of the sample. One more example is there for nimesulide and diclofenac in Ayurvedic tablets, which is spuriously added to give quick results. We can go for quantification of adulterant as well. Many a times curcuma longa is adulterated with curcuma, xanthorrhiza or aromatica. We have purposely prepared different blends for the same from 0 to 100%. For that, you should have pure sample of curcuma longa and pure sample of the adulterant. If you look at this image, which belongs to adulterant, you can see that one extra band, blue colored band is present, which is there in adulterant sample. And here in curcuma longa, this band, which belongs to bis-dimethoxycurcumin. Curcuminoids, there are 3 derivatives of curcumin: curcumin, bis-methoxycurcumin and d-bis-methoxycurcumin. D-bis-methoxycurcumin is present only in curcuma longa. When you have pure sample of curcuma longa, you should get this band, which is present at this lower value, lower RF. When there is 50% adulteration, you can see the blue color band which is coming from the adulterant, as well as this band which is coming from the pure sample. When there is 10% adulteration, you can see that the intensity of this blue color band is getting reduced. Plus, you can see good intensity for this bis-dimethoxycurcumin. So this is how you can go for identification and quantification of the adulterant as well. You can go for stability studies by means of two approaches, that is fingerprint approach and quantitative approach. In fingerprint approach, you can develop the method for the fresh sample, and same method you can use for the rest of the samples which you have kept under different stress conditions. And you are supposed to look at the band pattern, intensity of the band, whether you are observing some extra band, etc. And if you have knowledge about what all samples are present in what quantity, suppose we had this formulation in which 4 markers were there: curcuminide, gallic acid, boswellic acid, and gingerol. In 2008, when we did the analysis, the percentage of curcuminoid was 0.98%. But after 1 year, you can see that there is reduction in value, that is 0.92%. So this is how you can check the stability of your sample or formulation. Common HPTLC bioassays are very much popular nowadays. By doing HPTLC, you will get an idea of quality of your sample. But if you want to go for its application, what is the use of my sample or what is the activity of my sample, that also can be decided by all these assays. That is alpha and beta glucosidase assay. DPPH assay is most popular in these days, which is produced by DPPH activity. We have one more, GAMAC bioluminizer, which is used for the toxicity testing. In this GAMAC bioluminizer, bacteria Alivibrio fischeri are used. Why these bacteria are used? Because they are easy to handle, non-pathogenic. When there are healthy colonies of these bacteria, they emit light fluorescence. And the most important feature of these bacteria is they are extremely sensitive to even minute level of toxicity. So if there is anything in your sample which is toxic, that will cause the death of those bacteria. The initial steps will remain same, that is separation on plate, method development, application, development in a suitable mobile phase. After that, you are supposed to dip the plate in a solution containing these bacteria, and you will take image in bioluminizer, which has 16-bit CCD cool camera. You can see some separation, something like this. Now here all over the plate, you can see there are many black color bands are there, because this belongs to wastewater sample, and there are many compounds which are still there in wastewater sample, which has caused the death of the bacteria. So this is how you can go for the toxicity testing. I have mentioned about antioxidant activity. For that, DPPH reagent is used. Again, the initial steps will remain same after sample application and plate development. You're supposed to dip the plate in a solution of DPPH reagent, which has concentrations of 0.2 to 0.4%. And after incubation, when you are taking image in the photo documentation unit, you will observe images something like this. There are yellow colored or yellowish colored or colorless bands are there on purple background. That means these bands have antioxidant activity, or you can say that there are some compounds which are present in your band which are responsible for the antioxidant activity. You can also go for the bioautography studies. Again, the initial steps will remain same. You are supposed to spray or dip the plate in a bacterial or fungal suspension in which are there in growth phase. Keep it at incubation at specific temperature, which is required for the growth of the bacteria. And once incubation period is over, dip the plate in a suitable indicator reagent. There are different indicator reagents are available depending on the type of bacteria you are working on, and then the plate is observed for inhibition zones against pink or purple background, something like this. Here you can see that on purple background, you can see some bands which are showing inhibition zones. So this is how you can test the antimicrobial activity for your sample. And you can send this zone for further identification or characterization studies by other techniques. This image represents in which Dr. Vandana Gavande, she has won Euro 2000 Scholarship Award in HPTLC International Symposium, which was held in Berlin in 2007. He has done HPTLC part in our lab. One more gold prize winning poster is there, in which Miss Yugandhara Patil, she has won the award, who is working under Dr. Sunita Shailajan from Ruia College. And with this, I would like to conclude with my presentation. I would like to share Anchrome's philosophy that we are technologists, not traders. We are there to help you at each step, whether it is service related problem or method development, or you're not able to interpret your results. We are there to help you. And this is the image of our lab, newly expanded Anchrome HPTLC Application Research Center, which is there in Mumbai, from where we provide unlimited support to customer, wherein HPTLC is accessible to one and all. We are a team of 14 analysts, including 2 PhDs, and we have all the CAMAC softwares and instruments are there. All generation instruments are there. We have PhD Earn and Learn scheme, wherein you can pursue, students can pursue their PhD, and at the same time they can do job in Anchrome. You all are welcome to visit our lab. And with this, I would like to conclude with my presentation. If you have any queries, we can go for the same. Hello?
Yes, Manjusha. Thank you so much. Participants, if anybody has any query, you may interact with Dr. Manjusha.
Or if right now, if they do not have any queries, they can send their queries at lab@anchrome.in. We will revert you back with the answers. And I would like to make one announcement that if anybody has worked on HPTLC, they can apply for Dr. P.D. Sethi Memorial Annual National Awards. They can send their papers or the work done, which is published in the calendar year 2021. And the last date for application is 30th April 2022. You can email us for the same at mktg@anchrome.in. You all are welcome to visit our lab. We provide free training on every first, third, and fifth Saturday of every month. You can send the mail for the same, and we can decide the dates by mutual convenience.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I would like to thank the management of Khalsa College and Botany Department for giving us an opportunity to present this webinar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation and valuable information. So here we are now concluding for the day 1 of this conference. The day 2 program will start tomorrow sharp at 8:30 a.m. So all are kindly requested to join the link 10 minutes before. The link is the same for the 2-day session. That is today, whatever link we have used, it will be the same. And the program for the tomorrow will start exactly at 8:30 with technical session 3 and followed by technical session 4. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great day.
Manjari, you all can leave now.
Yes, ma'am. Let the participants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All the participants can leave the classroom.